Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
There are many ways to play virtual games. For example, the drag racing party in Ready Player One, driving a speeding car in a virtual game can satisfy many people, add a little gimmick to it, and make it into a movie. Dan would not be so foolish as to waste such a good opportunity of a virtual game on a small racing car. Many times, among the overwhelming online game novels, virtual online games are all pursuing one indicator, that is authenticity. Any number like 99.99%, 98%, 97% will be followed by a authenticity. He didn't want to put that label on his first virtual game in history. Because since he wants to make a virtual game, he must have a perfect degree of reality so that players can sink into it and cannot extricate themselves. A true realization of the Second World Statement. The first game design plan he came up with was League of Legends. This game is the game with the highest popularity and the longest survival time in his knowledge. Definitely, he won't be so stupid as to let players go to the Summoner's Canyon show operation in the virtual game. What kind of sand sculpture is that? Are you all dancing? He is going to transform the MOBA game League of Legends into a game suitable for the virtual online game mode. And the classic battle method will not be completely deleted, it can be automatically transferred to a special map when the player chooses to compete, which is Summoner's Canyon. First, let the player have an optional faction. This camp, the so-called birthplace, Demacia, Noxus, Piltover, Cumangulin. After choosing the place of birth, you can choose the race. It is known that in the universe of League of Legends there are humans, Vastias, Yordles, and giants. The story begins with Noxus' first attack on Ionia. Players level up first, and when the level is up, no matter which side you join, it is a battle mission. In addition to campaign missions, there are definitely countless copies. The countless past events in the League of Legends universe are all dungeon materials. There is too much information about the Titans and the Starforging Dragon King, Shurima and Ikacia, Protoss and Darkin, Mordekaisar's brutal rule, etc., etc. In the virtual game, the relationship task is definitely not to be missed. Who wouldn't want to have some indescribable things with the goddess in the game, topple Ahri, conquer Lux, and take down the policewoman? Definitely, if you have a stronger taste, you can also try CJCB to conquer Alai. Turning all these ideas into reality still requires a very, very large amount of work. Just a small shadow island would take an extremely long time. The basic game system, Dan, is still very good. After all kinds of game templates are made by him himself. The experience can be said to be quite rich. It's just that one of the key points of the virtual game stumped him. That is, in the world of virtual games, NPCs basically have to maintain a very high IQ and even be able to speak and think like humans. With her programming skills alone, this is still a bit difficult. It's fine to be a hero AI, but the current League of Legends universe is obviously not just a story of a hero, but a world where many stories are connected in series. Every character is flesh and blood. Even a guard on the street, he has to be able to think. How to intelligentize and give data wisdom, this question really stumps Dan. After much deliberation, I finally decided to hand over this task to the Red Queen. The Red Queen is considered a top-notch existence in terms of artificial intelligence. Although she has not yet been born with a human nature, there should be no problem in adjusting the character's attributes with the settings. Time flew by in this hard work, and the huge amount of work almost made Dan feel the passage of time. In half a year, the virtual online game version of League of Legends is officially completed. In order to improve the intelligence of the NPCs in the game, the Red Queen took the initiative to use her own template to set up character-related settings. There are hundreds of millions of creatures in Runeterra. This amount of work, if it weren't for the help of the Red Queen, I am afraid that Dan will have to work alone until the next life. Virtual games are no better than other games, and ordinary people can't help even if they want to. Definitely, Riva's super modeling ability is quite practical. Hammering his rusty old waist, Dan stood up vigorously with crackling noises from his waist. It's time to go to the super server in the hardware department to try the running effect. In fact, every game will go through a series of experiments before it goes on the market. It will not appear in front of the players until the merchant thinks it is okay. The Antarctic Company or Sudan has always been a relatively strict person. No flaws will be missed. In fact, the hardware department has established a new branch, but Sudan is still accustomed to calling it that. The super server produced by the branch is already very amazing in terms of size. In the secret warehouse, this is a huge black cube with a length, width, and height of 5 meters. Standing in front of him, Sudan seemed to be looking up at the second floor. Since the hardware revolution, the size of the server is getting smaller and smaller. But this super server is contrary to it. Definitely, its performance Sudan is still very clear. Just this one can drive the 3 games of World of Warcraft, Sword of Heaven, and Crossfire at the same time. And it's so easy, just for the first batch of World of Warcraft, 10 servers have been mobilized from Stark Industries. It can be seen how powerful the performance of this super server produced by Antarctic Technology Co., Limited, is now. In the eyes of the whole world, I am afraid this is a black technology. I can't even buy it. He saved the packaged game in the device and then uploaded it to this server. With the transmission of the game data, the lights on the super server slowly lit up. Zybum, tilde. Hearing that sound, Sudan knew from the bottom of his heart that Super Serverless was overloaded. That super server, which was able to drive 3 giant games alone without being stuck, is actually overloaded by a mere game. Sudan scratched his hair, reached out and pulled towards the other one next to him. 2 super servers finally won the first virtual game with difficulty. In the process of trying the game, Sudan does not need to wear a helmet to log in, he only needs to glance at the game content, and he can know where the whole game is from. There's one problem: banners, gaming headsets haven't been able to crack. Although the death rate has been reduced, the death in the game still exists. As long as this thing exists, then this game cannot be officially released. Sudan threw the finished game to Banner, who fell into deep thought after watching it. Such a powerful game, but in the end it was delayed because of my disconnection. Sudan reached out and patted him on the shoulder and asked, "After so long, have you concluded where the problem lies?" Hearing this culture, Banner was slightly taken aback, and then a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Actually, it's just like what you said. I've been doing experiments with mice, even if the mice can resist for a longer time, but after all, the mice not a human being. I actually have no idea what a human being will become in the end." "Then I understand," Sudan nodded. "You just need a living experimental subject." "Right. I didn't say that." Xavier Ability Junior School. Sudan is very familiar with the road here. When making a virtual training room before, with the frequency of visits, if there are no other vehicles on the road, he can drive over with his eyes closed. "I haven't seen you for a long time, but when I come here suddenly I feel like a student returning to his alma mater." Definitely, this is Riva's alma mater, not Sudan's alma mater. Passing by the computer room, the game atmosphere here is still so enthusiastic. This is a good sign. But this time he didn't have time to interact with these little kids but went directly to Professor X's office. "Sudan, I am very surprised by your sudden visit. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Looking at the bald head in front of him, Sudan turned his head, wondering what effect would the experiment on that kind of helmet have for a super ability user of the spiritual department. But after thinking about it, if the old man was electrocuted to death during the experiment, wouldn't he be the sinner of so many people in Xavier's school? "Professor, actually there are many things that need your help. It depends on your willingness," Sudan laughed. "I said long ago that if you need help, the X-Men are always there," Professor X said domineeringly. Seeing this, Sudan was polite. "Professor X, to be honest, I need Wolverine Logan to cooperate in doing something." "Definitely I will pay you, it's very generous." "Are you looking for Logan?" Professor X was also puzzled all of a sudden. If Sudan is looking for stronger Cyclops or Storm, he can understand. But what does it mean to suddenly find a Logan? Sudan saw the confusion on Professor X's face and he explained, "Actually, I want Logan to cooperate in an experiment. I know his super ability, so I can guarantee his safety." Hearing the explanation, Professor X stopped talking and looked towards the door. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a rough face pushed open the door and walked in. Dan recognized him. He was Wolverine, a mutant older than Professor X. However, at the moment Wolverine's eyes did not show any kindness. "Hey kid, you keep asking me to do things for you, do I agree?" Wolverine Logan asked arrogantly. In fact, Wolverine has just come to Xavier's school, and there is only one reason why she rejects them in her heart, that Gray. It's no secret that Wolverine Logan loves Phoenix Jean Grey. Poor Cyclops, who has no idea how many layers of green hats he has on his head. For a wild wolf, if he likes a woman, he can't close too much, he just wants to chase after her. However, during this period of getting along, he discovered that Jean Grey's favorite is not her boyfriend Cyclops Scott, but another man. This kind of contrast made him almost give up Jean Grey. However, in the end he still felt that no matter what, as long as Jean Grey and Scott broke up, he would rush to confess his love at the first moment. However, just today, he finally met the man whom the women he likes often talk about. That name is exactly Dan. Dan smelled Wolverine's anger and dissatisfaction, but in fact, there was no real threat. "Mr. Logan, I don't think it's difficult for you to communicate. I need you to lie on your back and basically don't have to do Peter's work. You will be paid $100,000 for each experiment," he said. 100,000 rewards for each experiment. This price is already not low. Logan worked hard in the underground boxing match to finally earn 10 points, and with such a small amount of money, this guy still likes to drink and he will be finished when he drinks. 100,000 USD is definitely a lure for Wolverine. It's like a hungry dog smelling meat buns. However, in the face of dignity and money, Logan finally chose dignity after struggling. "Boy, you play a game with me. If you win, I will go with you and you will definitely be paid the same," Wolverine said without blushing at all. "If you lose, then I will tell you never go to Xavier's school again." Hearing this proposal, Dan put his hands behind his back, looked at Professor X and replied to Wolverine Logan. "Logan, I don't actually want to fight with you. After all, we will cooperate later. If you accidentally hurt what if you don't give me a sincere job? You don't need to worry about this, just find a way to hit me first." "Boy." With that said, Wolverine walked outside, followed closely by Dan. The two came to the yard, which should have been a paradise full of laughter, but now because everyone is addicted to games, few people come out to play. Wolverine Logan looked at the prey on the opposite side. A pair of adamantium steel claws protruded slowly from between the fingers. "Boy, if you admit defeat now, I can forgive you once, but if you..." "Okay, come on." The speech was forcibly interrupted, and Wolverine, who was already very frizzy, immediately stretched out her iron claws and stabbed Dan mercilessly. However, his seemingly quick movements in Dan's eyes were as slow as a turtle's speed. "Is that all you can do? If it doesn't work, I can agree with you to admit defeat. If you admit defeat, I will double the price for you." "Double it? That is 200,000 per experiment. Who can resist this?" However, out of concern, Wolverine has to carefully ponder every word of Dan. This 200,000 plus is light, but it sounds more like sarcasm. "Made he is hurting people, ah." Wolverine let out a furious roar and directly slashed at her with her claws. P.S. Publish the chapters of the day at once every morning. There's one problem: Banner's gaming headsets haven't been able to crack. Although the death rate has been reduced, the death in the game still exists. As long as this thing exists, then this game cannot be officially released. Dan threw the finished game to Banner, who fell into deep thought after watching it. "Such a powerful game, but in the end it was delayed because of my disconnection." Dan reached out and patted him on the shoulder and asked, "After so long, have you concluded where the problem lies?" Hearing this culture, Banner was slightly taken aback, and then a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Actually, it's just like what you said. I've been doing experiments with mice, even if the mice can resist for a longer time, but after all, the mice not a human being. I actually have no idea what a human being will become in the end." "Then I understand," Dan nodded. "You just need a living experimental subject." "Right. I didn't say that." Xavier Ability Junior School. Dan is very familiar with the road here. When making a virtual training room before, with the frequency of visits, if there are no other vehicles on the road, he can drive over with his eyes closed. I haven't seen you for a long time, but when I come here suddenly I feel like a student returning to his alma mater. Definitely, this is Riva's alma mater, not Sudan's alma mater. Passing by the computer room, the game atmosphere here is still so enthusiastic. This is a good sign. But this time he didn't have time to interact with these little kids but went directly to Professor X's office. Sudan, I am very surprised by your sudden visit. Is there anything I can do to help you? Looking at the bald head in front of him, Sudan turned his head, wondering what effect would the experiment on that kind of helmet have for a super ability user of the spiritual department. But after thinking about it, if the old man was electrocuted to death during the experiment, wouldn't he be the sinner of so many people in Xavier's school? Professor, actually there are many things that need your help, it depends on your willingness, Sudan laughed. I said long ago that if you need help the X-Men are always there, Professor X said domineeringly. Seeing this, Sudan was polite. Professor X, to be honest, I need Wolverine Logan to cooperate in doing something. Definitely I will pay you, it's very generous. Are you looking for Logan? Professor X was also puzzled all of a sudden. If Sudan is looking for stronger Cyclops or Storm, he can understand. But what does it mean to suddenly find a Logan? Sudan saw the confusion on Professor X's face and he explained, actually, I want Logan to cooperate in an experiment. I know his super ability, so I can guarantee his safety. Hearing the explanation, Professor X stopped talking and looked towards the door. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a rough face pushed open the door and walked in. Sudan recognized him. He was Wolverine, a mutant older than Professor X. However, at the moment Wolverine's eyes did not show any kindness. Hey kid, you keep asking me to do things for you, do I agree? Wolverine Logan asked arrogantly. In fact, Wolverine has just come to Xavier's school, and there is only one reason why she rejects them in her heart, that Gray. It's no secret that Wolverine Logan loves Phoenix Jean Grey. Poor Cyclops, who has no idea how many layers of green hats he has on his head. For a wild wolf, if he likes a woman, he can't close too much, he just wants to chase after her. However, during this period of getting along, he discovered that Jean Grey's favorite is not her boyfriend Cyclops Scott, but another man. This kind of contrast made him almost give up Jean Grey. However, in the end he still felt that no matter what, as long as Jean Grey and Scott broke up, he would rush to confess his love at the first moment. However, just today, he finally met the man whom the women he likes often talk about. That name is exactly Sudan. Sudan smelled Wolverine's anger and dissatisfaction, but in fact, there was no real threat. Mr. Logan, I don't think it's difficult for you to communicate. I need you to lie on your back and basically don't have to do Peter's work. You will be paid $100,000 for each experiment, he said. 100,000 rewards for each experiment, this price is already not low. Logan worked hard in the underground boxing match to finally earn 10 points. And with such a small amount of money, this guy still likes to drink and he will be finished when he drinks. 100,000 USD is definitely a lure for Wolverine. It's like a hungry dog smelling meat buns. However, in the face of dignity and money, Logan finally chose dignity after struggling. Boy, you play a game with me. If you win, I will go with you and you will definitely be paid the same. Wolverine said without blushing at all. If you lose, then I will tell you never go to Xavier's school again. Hearing this proposal, Sudan put his hands behind his back, looked at Professor X and replied to Wolverine Logan. Logan, I don't actually want to fight with you. After all, we will cooperate later. If you accidentally hurt you, what if you don't give me a sincere job? You don't need to worry about this, just find a way to hit me first. Boy. With that said, Wolverine walked outside, followed closely by Dan. The two came to the yard, which should have been a paradise full of laughter, but now because everyone is addicted to games, few people come out to play. Wolverine Logan looked at the prey on the opposite side. A pair of adamantium steel claws protruded slowly from between the fingers. Boy, if you admit defeat now, I can forgive you once, but if you... Okay, come on. The speech was forcibly interrupted, and Wolverine, who was already very frizzy, immediately stretched out her iron claws and stabbed Sudan mercilessly. However, his seemingly quick movements in Sudan's eyes were as slow as a turtle's speed. Is that all you can do? If it doesn't work, I can agree with you to admit defeat. If you admit defeat, I will double the price for you. Double it, that is 200,000 per experiment. Who can resist this? However, out of concern, Wolverine has to carefully ponder every word of Sudan. This 200,000 plus is light, but it sounds more like sarcasm. Made he is hurting people, Wolverine let out a furious roar and directly slashed at her with her claws. Logan tried his best, but he couldn't help Sudan. Finally, he chose to compromise. Sure enough, the man Jean Grey loves has real skills, but he will not give up. The current compromise is only for a greater future. One day I'll beat you. Sudan looked at Wolverine amusedly. He used to think Wolverine was wild, but now he is inexplicably stupid, like a little wolf cub. Okay, let me see. At this moment, a blue figure came out, followed by a group of little kids. That person is Beast Hank, who has worked with Sudan. For Hank's talent, Sudan still agrees very much. It's a pity that a society that discriminates against mutants cannot allow people with his appearance to show their talents. Beast Hank walked over, looked at Sudan and Wolverine and said 213, I just asked, are you going to use Logan as an experiment? Dude, you know it's illegal whether he is. Hearing this, before Sudan could speak, Logan's own violent temper came up. Enough, what does my business have to do with you? I have already promised him, don't mind your own business. Well, Logan, I'm actually not worried about you. After all, you can't die. I'm concerned about Sudan because I'm afraid he will do illegal things. This is so embarrassing. Logan's face turned livid and the adamantium claws stretched out involuntarily. It seemed that he wanted to chop Beast off on the spot. Seeing this, Sudan had no choice but to adjust. After all, Beast Hank was out of kindness. Okay, Logan Hank, there's no need. The two of them calmed down and suddenly Beast Hank asked again, what kind of experiment are you going to do? What kind of person do you need, Logan? It can't be. As a researcher, everyone has a limit in their hearts and they can't study those things that are too abnormal, such as some secret events in the island country, then they will be looked down upon very much. Sudan chuckled, the virtual game is not a military secret. It just so happens that there are a lot of people here so they can create momentum for the virtual game first. After all, in the whole world, holographic technology has not yet been popularized. If you suddenly quit the virtual game, many people will be confused. If you deliberately let these people talk about it, it's better to spread the wind. What kind of gossip? Antarctica is going to make a new game, this time it's special. He said. Last time, after building a virtual training room, I was inspired to apply virtual technology to the game. However, the game I made is not what your training room looks like, but human neurons are connected to equipment, and the human spirit is introduced into the virtual world, which is probably such a type of game. Rao was Beast Hank, who was stunned for a long time after listening to Sudan's narration. Not to mention Wolverine, a big B********, and the students in the back who heard some news vaguely were even more confused. What kind of virtual training room, what kind of neurons, what kind of energy is introduced into the virtual world? That sounds so profound. This level of knowledge has spanned several centuries. In the crowd, the fireman from last time, he still remembers the supernatural power that Sudan showed in World of Warcraft. Sightseeing. At that time, everyone thought he was a game genius or a rich boss or something. But today, when they heard the strange words in their mouths, they realized that this person is rich. Even knowledge is like Professor X, worship. One by one, the students adored this mysterious adult from the bottom of their hearts. It took a long time before Beast understood Sudan's words. He looked shocked, looking at Sudan's eyes as if he saw some monster. Oh my God, buddy, do you know what you're doing? God, you've actually researched this technology now. I've considered this kind of technology before, but for various reasons I can only make a virtual in the training room. You have already developed the technology. Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, I'm a little excited. Well, let me ask, what progress have you made now? Sudan looked at Beast, who was jumping excitedly, and said silently, since I have come to invite people to do experiments, what do you think? Oh my God, could it be that it's already been completed? Beast was at a loss. Others didn't understand, but Beast knew the way of this technology very well. Can I also visit it? It's not possible for now. It's still in the experimental stage, and it's unknown whether it will be successful or not. When I finish this game completely, you will see it by then. Beast nodded regretfully. As a researcher, he was unable to develop such a technology and a game company made it. This is really ironic. After Sudan said goodbye, he led Logan towards the outside of Xavier's school. Logan got into the car and the whole body sank a little. This Wolverine is now covered in adamantium, so it makes sense that she's heavier. It's just that it will affect Sudan's speed when drifting. They drove to Brooklyn and they got out of the car when they arrived at the downstairs of Antarctic Biotechnology Company. Looking up at the towering building with the familiar logo, Logan silently looked at Sudan twice. "You also started this company." "Not me, that's good, it's from my company." Logan said that he was speechless. It was really uncomfortable to meet such a person. But that's just the beginning of it all. The moment he walked into Antarctic Biotechnology Company, his wolf-like intuition immediately made all the hairs on his body stand on end. 4.0. Here, just being in such an empty building actually made him feel scared. What the hell is here? Or has something happened? He doesn't know. Under the leadership of Sudan, Logan could only follow upstairs. The moment the elevator opened, a small red figure suddenly appeared in front of them like a ghost. Logan was taken aback and all the claws on his hand stretched out in one fell swoop. It can be seen that this wild wolf is very nervous now. However, the Red Queen just stared at Logan's paw nonchalantly and then asked, "Master, is this an experimental subject? It looks different from ordinary humans. I don't know what it would be like to inject him with the T-virus effect." Hearing the word virus, Logan immediately turned his face. "Sudan, you told me to just lie down and wear a helmet and dream. Now what does this virus mean?" Sudan looked helplessly at Logan, whose muscles were tense all over. After all, this wolf has been persecuted and he should be very scared deep in his heart. There is really no way to deal with the Red Queen's pranks. "Red Empress, don't scare you, Logan uncle, what if you get scared to death?" "Good person. Hey, are you speaking human language?" In the laboratory, Banner saw the visitor and silently pushed his glasses. He actually knew about Wolverine Logan. After all, the information Curry in the Antarctic Biotechnology Company really directly revealed the secrets of the entire Earth. But wherever there are electronic devices in this world that can be explored, there is no secret at all in the Antarctic host. Banner knows this is what Sudan did. When he learned about all kinds of mutants in the world, his attitude towards his own identity and the Hulk in his body also slowly changed. And since that mouse experiment, Sudan has mentioned human experiments. Although Banner rejected it verbally at the time, no one could stand up to the world's first law of 29, the law of true fragrance. He finally looked through the materials to see who in the world was the most suitable for that experiment. The ultimate goal is Mutant Logan. "It's just that I didn't expect that today." Sudan brought Logan in front of him so neatly. Hi Mr. Logan, first time meeting, I'm Bruce Banner." Facing Banner's kindness, Wolverine's nose twitched as if subconsciously. "You smell like a monster." Before Banner could make a statement, the Red Queen shouted, "Wow, this uncle doesn't seem to be polite at all. Looks like we have to find a way to inject him with a tube of T-virus." Well, the Red Queen, it's actually fine, I've been used to it for a long time." Banner waved his hand to signal the Red Queen not to protect my little brother too much, and then said to Logan, "Well, since you're here, Mr. Sudan, should also I have described related matters to you this way please?" Logan looked at the white laboratory, although it looked neat and quiet, but his mind just couldn't calm down. "In this bloody place, don't you want to give him an injection?" With this fear, someone pushed his back. Looking back, it was Sudan. "Brother, one experiment, one time for 10 minutes, 200,000 USD for 10 minutes, do you want it?" What Logan is most unconvinced about is the rival in love. Although Jean Grey never admits it and Sudan has never expressed any thoughts on Chin. But he just felt that Sudan was his rival in love. For rivals, Logan is very arrogant. He snorted coldly, stopped his waist and said, "Hee, just wait, I will let you go bankrupt." Seeing Logan swaggeringly lying on the test bench and Banner carefully putting the new gaming helmet on his head, Sudan slowly smiled meaningfully. After such a long time, Banner has also upgraded the original helmet used for mice. The current gaming helmet has a very neat shape. "Let's start," Sudan ordered. Banner nodded and gently pressed Logan's chest. "Dude, you can close your eyes now." "Oh, clatter." When the switch was pressed, the entire circuit began to operate, and suddenly magical power came out from the helmet. Under this power, Logan only felt as if he had entered a tunnel. There is a dreamlike feeling of weightlessness. Suddenly, when he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a space without heaven and earth. Please enter the character nickname. Logan. Logan named successfully. Please choose birthplace, Ionia Demacia Noxus. Let's be the first one. Choose success. It's about to enter the game, please get ready. The white light quickly dissipated, and Logan appeared in a brand new world with such a dazed face. What? That is a small village. The air here is very similar to the air he breathed when he was a child. But what he was like when he was a child, he can't remember. It's been too long. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of him. Boys. Logan looked up at the old man and found that above his head there was a name floating out of nowhere, the village chief. This is a small village in the east of Ionia. There are many small wooden houses here. It looks very backward. However, it was such an environment that gave him a sense of belonging inexplicably. Perhaps he should live in such a world as a wolf. The modern world of car guns is too noisy. Out of his instinct, these simple villagers are absolutely harmless. Logan looked into the distance in amazement, and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Haha, this guy is still laughing. Outside the virtual world, Banner observed Logan's every move from the perspective of God through the monitor. Sudan was also watching in front of the screen, watching Wolverine's performance, and said, I've said it before, it's time for a human experiment. After all, this game is a game developed by humans. You experiment with mice all day long, then can it work? Hey. You say you can't do it, then if I am a mouse lover, I still ask you to apologize to 280 little white mice. Banner was so blocked that he couldn't speak. The two continued to observe Logan's every move on the screen. A minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 7 minutes have passed. Logan finally finished watching the scenery in the 7th minute, and the group cast their eyes on the old village chief. No way, this primitive small mountain village made him feel unreal, more real than a dream, more intoxicating than reality. Outside. Damn, wasted 7 minutes to accept the mission. It should be nothing. Sudan rolled his eyes and immediately said, The Red Queen send Logan a big gift package. Send the undead warrior Sion there. Yes, master. Hearing such nonsense, Banner was startled and quickly asked, Would this be bad, breaking the rules of the game? There is a wool that is not good. I just want to test whether the machine will be overloaded when the human body is fighting. Besides, he is alone now, and there is a balance of wool. Banner shut up again. This time, due to Sudan's sudden adjustment, the duration was changed to 20 minutes. In the next 12 minutes and 59 seconds, Logan Shijingsheng was trampled to the ground by Tyne and suffered all kinds of torture before finally quitting the game. Who goose? After taking off the helmet, Logan breathed heavily. That scene was even more real than their virtual training room at Xavier's school. A monster more than 3 meters tall hammer him to death. That's horrible. Oh shit. What did I see? Look at me, Logan. Logan, wake up, wake up. Banner hurriedly hugged Logan's head and kept roaring. Finally, under Banner's roar, Logan finally came to his senses. But the adamantium claw in his hand accidentally scratched Banner. Looking at the bloody wound, Logan realized that he was addicted to the virtual world and hurt a kind person. Sorry for talking. It's okay, Banner's temper is so good. After all, before Sudan found him, he was practicing this in Brazil. Wow, this wolf almost went crazy, let's inject him with a tube of T-virus. The Red Queen felt sorry for her little brother Banner's injury and immediately controlled an instrument in the laboratory and walked towards him. Such a move almost made Logan P. laughing. As a person, he has a deep-seated fear, which is needles. Those dozens of needles pierced his body back then and injected him with adamantium. The pain is definitely not something humans can bear. If he hadn't had a strong obsession at that time, even he, a Wolverine with an extremely strong recovery ability, would have died. Now, when I see the long needle, I feel scared from the bottom of my heart. Logan stood up and hid behind the instrument in an instant. At this time, Banner smiled and said, Logan, it's okay, don't be afraid, the Red Queen sewed my wound. Sure enough, the Red Queen controlled the machine not to inject any virus but to disinfect and anesthetize Banner's wound and then suture it quickly. In the end, the company's specialty medicine was sprayed on, and the wound about 10 centimeters away only took a week to recover. It has to be said that the rapid development of Antarctic Biotechnology Company is inseparable from those abnormal scientists. It is their spirit of daring to experiment that can produce all kinds of novelties. Just like this fast-healing drug, if there is no bold experiment, who would dare to exaggerate that it can heal a 10-centimeter wound in a week? Who W? Sudan sighed, looking at the honest man banner. In fact, he can completely ignore Logan, let him go crazy for a while, and then he will wake up. Wounded in vain, then he set his sights on Logan. Regarding this experiment from the detector, there is no problem. In the game, all the data of the player is normal and the game is running perfectly. Outside of the game, Banner also watched Logan's body's reactions through the safety device on the helmet, and everything was as if he was asleep. So the machine shows that there is nothing wrong with this person, so it means that the virtual game can officially declare success. About this matter, Jay will ask the person concerned again. Logan, do you feel any discomfort? Sudan asked seriously. Logan felt ashamed in his heart at the moment, quickly replied honestly, my head hurts a bit, but it doesn't matter, it's just a picture. Hearing this, Sudan frowned. He asked cautiously, is it that kind of pain? Did you repair the wound yourself, or is it a general headache? Logan thought for a while and said, the former. This sentence ruthlessly put a negative symbol on Sudan's hope just now. Sure enough, this game is still harmful to the human brain. That is to say, Wolverine's abnormal recovery ability, no matter where she is injured, she can recover quickly, and only then can she recover infinitely from damage, and only under such conditions can she afford to play the game. Was this game developed just for Wolverine, a big B asterisk 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 D? Could it be that such a long time of hard work is developing toys for a wolf? Obviously not, his game is dedicated to the whole world. Banner, who was injured, did not stop working but sat in front of the computer and quickly analyzed the experimental data just now. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Since it is a human body, the conclusion this time is much clearer than that of a mouse. Sudan, you should come over and take a look. According to this data, the current gaming helmets will still cause certain harm to ordinary people. If you want all human beings to play games, you must upgrade the physical fitness of all human beings. This sentence is easy to say, but it is a bottomless pit when it is done. How many people in the world? 7 billion people. Even if you give everyone a leg-stretching pill, it will cost 7 billion, so you can't rub the skin off? No, it's not enough to polish the bones. It's not realistic. Yes, it would have been unrealistic. So we still have to continue to study. Sudan curled his lips helplessly and looked up at Wolverine. This experiment will last for 20 minutes and I will give you 400,000 yuan. Then, if you are willing to continue the experiment, the original price will be the same. It will be valid until it succeeds. 400,000, what a huge sum of money this is for ordinary people. But Sudan is just like buying spicy sticks and then give them away. Logan nodded. To be honest, the money is very tempting. You can make money just by lying down, it's so beautiful. Well, if I can, I want to enter the game. That B asterisk 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 D ruined my village. I want to kill him. Your village, well, up to you. It seems that Logan has a sense of belonging to that small village. I don't know how many players will settle in the future, how many people will have the same idea. It's a pity that it won't be available for everyone to play for a while. At this moment, his cell phone rang suddenly. When I took it out, it turned out to be Liwa. Hey, what's the matter? Riva said happily. Daisy said that she found a very interesting place and invited us to play together Wang Kaian's this weekend. Where? New Mexico. Hearing the sound, Sudan froze in place. So many thoughts in an instant. Daisy, assistant to Jane Foster. Thor's girlfriend, and Hammer, Thor's hammer. On the other end of the phone, Liwa was puzzled. He thought that Sudan's silence meant that he was going to refuse, but what did he mean by saying a hammer all of a sudden? Dan, I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Did I not hear you? Thor, Asgard, the people of Asgard. Banner said before that if this virtual game wants to be put into operation, it must give the whole people a first-level valley. Now no more, because he suddenly thought of an excellent experimental subject. That is, the ones with ready-made powerful bodies, the people of Asgard, for whom to play is not to play. Since the people of Asgard can afford this game, let's open up Wasteland for the people of Asgard first. Playing it for Asgard people first is an experiment, and when the technology allows it, it will be played for players on Earth. Even speaking of the people of Asgard, he has an ambition that is, in the not-too-distant future, he will send his game to the big universe. Let everyone in the big universe play. What a great picture this is. Dan, if you don't want to go, then I'll call Daisy back. No, Riva, let's go, we'll go now. Liwa was confused by this sudden change. But Dan became more and more anxious. He suppressed his excitement and said, Riva, no matter what you are doing now, immediately put down the work at hand and give you 30 minutes of preparation time. We set off to New Mexico State. Don't be so anxious, okay, I'll do it. In order to get to New Mexico as soon as possible, Dan even bought a helicopter. Riding in the helicopter, Liva's eyes kept falling on Dan's face. Why is he suddenly in such a hurry to go to New Mexico? Maybe he wants to see Daisy? Yes, 953, Daisy's belly is so big men like it. But when did he have relationship with Daisy? Dan's way of thinking is completely different from what Riva thought. How could he care about Daisy now? A mere Daisy is not a goddess. There is no woman in this world worthy of his anxiety. He was just thinking about how to promote his game to Asgard. Asgard, but the place called Asgard by mortals. Dan also knows a thing or two about the people there. Although I thought of promoting the game, how to promote it has become a problem. There are only two choices in front of us now. First, take a line through Thor, find an opportunity to propose to enter Asgard. Second, wait for the arrival of the evil god Loki and find an opportunity to meet and cooperate. The second policy is obviously somewhat risky. The evil god Loki is not a good thing. If you say yes in the first sentence, you may betray in the next sentence. Besides, that dude has serious racial discrimination and looks down on Earthlings. Well, it really is the first one that is safe. New Mexico. Some time ago, there was an abnormally strong magnetic field here, and a hammer fell from the sky, smashing the world into a deep pit. Many people here are queuing up thinking about how to take this treasure back to their homes. Unfortunately, no one can move Mjolnir. S.H.I.E.L.D. took over and quickly established a temporary base. As for Jane Foster, she brought her assistant and good friend Daisy here for her own research. They ran into a man with their car. That man was a man who looked like a sand sculpture, and he called himself Soyu. What is Thor? That is the Thor in the fairy tale. Yes, he means he is Thor. These days, when you come out to flirt with girls, you don't even look at the calendar. What a year. Don't lie to Pow, saying that you are going to go to heaven and disappear without a trace. Scumbag. When Dan and Liwa brought their servants, Gonitz, Frostwolf Ghost, and Mai Shiranui here, Daisy mysteriously took a few people to visit the place. What a scumbag! In a restaurant, Thor is dining with Jane Faith. Hearing footsteps, both of them looked towards the door in unison. Wow, Daisy, you said you picked up so many friends. Thor's focus was different. He glanced at Frostwolf Ghost at first glance, frowned immediately, and asked, Daisy's friend, can you transfer your little pet to me? Dan smiled slightly. His aura of being in a high position made the owner of this store feel strange. And look at the parked helicopter outside. Jab. Madeline, what a god! Thor doesn't understand the strange idea humans have of a helicopter. Isn't it just a car with propellers? Asgard has more advanced than that. Thor, Jane Foster snapped at Thor, that's impolite. Only then did Thor realize his gaffe and smiled awkwardly. It's okay, I was just joking, his pet is very special. Sit down wherever you want and order what you want to eat, Dan said to the people behind him. Although Gonitz and Shiranui Mai were bought, they have already adapted to this place and there is no need to introduce anything. Arranging subordinates, Dan then sat next to Thor and said, Dude, you are special too. Yes. Wow, I am indeed special, you have a pair of eyes. Thor was overjoyed. Psst. The few people next to you are about to burst out laughing. They compare you with a dog and you praise it. By the way, this dog is so strange. Why is it like that? The thing about Shenheiappen is high level. Thor happily toasted Dan with a glass of wine. Since he was demoted, no one has ever appreciated him. Even Jane Foster, who invited him to dinner at the moment, was only obsessed with his beauty and would abandon him later, at least he thought so. Only this man who just arrived, the way he looks at him is fundamentally different. That's the look at Thor, not the look of an alcoholic. Dude, Thor, would like to make friends with you. You are my best friend on earth. Come, let's have a drink together. Sudan reached out and called the waiter, who brought a brand new beer glass. He was happy to see the living Asgardians now, and he could drink to his heart's content. Besides, Huxia people have a culture on the wine table. This is a good opportunity. Thor. Thor. Yes, yay, you have wisdom that mortals don't have. Well, that's just a character in a comic book. Where's your hammer? Oh, you even know this. In fact, I already know the direction in which my hammer fell, and I plan to get it back after I'm full. When I get back Mjolnir, I will regain the power of Thor. At that time, you will know how good I am. I don't know how powerful it is. I only know that the current Prince of Asgard can't afford Mjolnir. Simply put, you don't qualify. You cannot lift Mjolnir by longing for power yourself. Simply put, just don't move. So Thor equals don't lift. Sudan's conversation with Thor doesn't mean anything about Jane Foster or Daisy. Anyway, from their point of view, Thor is out of his mind and Sudan is just teasing a fool. This, then, isn't that Sudan? Sudan, which Sudan? It's that Sudan. Oh God. It's really Tilda him. A burst of noisy discussions sounded in the corner of the restaurant. In this small town, there are people who know Sudan. It was a group of young people who came to travel in New Mexico, and unexpectedly they bumped into the legendary Sudan. That look is like a primary school student seeing a pony. Wow, those people have been talking about you. Are you famous on Earth? Thor was drinking happily, pointing his glass at the crowd behind and said. Sudan smiled indifferently. I dare not, I'm just a nobody. You, nobody? Thor dangled his wine glass and laughed. I don't believe it, I'm not good at all. Look at the reactions of people around here. If you are nobody, then I'll get it to Mjolnir later. Swallow it. Hammer swallowing. This is a good acrobatic. In fact, even though Thor has lost his divine power now, his insight will not be lost. It is a skill he has developed himself. Even if he looks stupid on the surface now, he looks like a drunk. But that's just one side of him. As long as he pays attention a little bit, he can detect the changes in the expressions of the people around him since Sudan came in. From this, it can be concluded that this man who knows the goods is definitely not simple. In this corner, it is definitely not easy to dare to openly admit that he is Thor. Mystery. Thor is very curious about who this man is. After 3 or 5 bottles, Thor is like a wine cellar with 1,000 glasses of wine, but Sudan still managed to get what he wanted. As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened. Only then did the two come out, and the others had already arranged accommodation. How shall we walk or run? Thor glanced eagerly at the vehicles not far away, as well as the helicopter parked in the distance. Can't we make it easier? After the two met, they planned to go to find Thor's Mjolnir tonight. Now that Shield has surrounded that area, it just so happens that they can find an opportunity to sell Thor a favor, so Sudan will naturally follow. As for whether he can afford Mjolnir, that's out of the question. Do you think it's appropriate for us to swagger over? Thor thought for a while, then nodded, pointed to the car beside him and said, That's right, let's drive that little thing over there, it looks quite hidden. Sue blankly glanced. It's someone else's property. Well, it's okay to borrow it and use it. 17. As soon as the words fell, he jumped into the car and started the ignition skillfully. It seemed that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. In the Shield temporary position, a group of researchers are still conducting various tests on Mjolnir, and the instruments can be said to be filled around Mjolnir. They don't even dare to approach it recklessly but wear radiation protection suits. This hammer of unknown origin is indeed emitting special radiation because it is made of the hardest metal in Asgard. For them, this is Asgard stuff, it's the fairy stuff. Detective Phil Coulson is the commander in charge of this project. He is running around eagerly just trying to find out the secret of this hammer. The small size, why can't Dongjai move it? There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world. Is it true that no one can analyze it? Sir, we're doing a magnetic field analysis. 10 minutes ago, you answered me in the same way. Sorry, sir. Phil Coulson is considered to be a good-tempered person. If the braised eggs were here, he would definitely be scolding his mother. He turned around in a hurry and his eyes were still looking upwards. There, standing there was a short-haired man with a mechanical bow on his back. Those eyes were as deep as Hawkeye. Agent Barton, nicknamed Hawkeye, can definitely be said to be the person with the highest force value in this temporary position. However, SHIELD is stationed here so others don't dare to come and act wildly. Woo tilde. Woo tilde woo tilde. At this moment the alarm suddenly sounded. Phil Coulson can't wait to give himself a slap in the face immediately. He will come if he thinks about it or not. Immediately, the armed force of the entire temporary position was put on guard, waiting for the invaders to come and die. Seeking Flowers 0. The soldiers here are all mixed in SHIELD, and their combat ability is not weak at all. In this wilderness, it is nothing but mobs who break in. I saw a big man with long hair rushing in. That aura doesn't look like a commoner at first glance. Thor rampages like a wild bull, dare not meet anyone, rush up to knock him down as fast as he can, otherwise it will be Thor who gets knocked down. I have to say that Thor is popular in Asgard and drinks spicy food, so this strong physique is not in vain. Now the effect of brute force is shown. Even the guards who are bigger than Thor can't withstand Thor's impact, and the two fall into the mud pit together. 0.00. It's raining. It's as if God is taking pity on Thor who has fallen to this point. The majestic Thor is fighting for food with mortals. The heavy rain quickly wet the ground, and the originally deserted land quickly turned into a swamp-like mud pit. Two people wrestled in the mud pit and their physical strength was exhausted very quickly. But Thor's will was obviously stronger and he finally won the victory. However, when he went to take Mjolnir with a victorious attitude, an embarrassing thing happened. He actually felt heavy? Wrong, it should be a long time since I played it and the hand feels a little rusty. Try again. Thor took a little effort and pulled hard, but this pull made Thor's complexion change instantly. What? He looked at his hands in horror. Even he stretched out both hands to lift Mjolnir, but Mjolnir just didn't move. The veins in his arms were running wild and he was screaming with all his might. What? In this increasingly heavy rain, Thor seemed to recall Odin's spell at that time. Phil Coulson, who was hiding in the dark and observed, shook his head in disappointment and gave an order to Hawkeye above, attack. Why be disappointed? Because there is also hope in his heart and he also hopes to see someone who can lift this hammer up. As a senior superhero fan, he has worshipped the Captain of the United States and other superheroes since he was very young. Name. Thor. Name. Thor, my stupid big brother. Thor slowly raised his head. He was arrested, trapped in an interrogation chair. He was in such a mess. If the comrades in Asgard saw it, they would laugh at it for 100 years. He couldn't even imagine that scene. However, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Loki, his brother, this younger brother who planned everything carefully. He is a descendant of the Frost Titan and Thor is a descendant of Odin. It has not been a year or two since Asgard and the Frost Titan have hated each other. But he grew up with Loki. That sense of conflict suddenly arises in Thor's heart. Listening to Loki's nonsense, Thor suddenly remembered 6 days in his heart. Sudan. Before he left, he told Sudan not to go too far and let him set off firework for a while. But now, shame on you. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps from outside, and Loki in the room just disappeared without a trace. That was already a trick Loki was very good at. At the same time, led by Detective Phil Coulson, Sudan walked into this special interrogation room as if entering a house. So, dude, you got caught. Don't tell me you're actually a liar, not Thor, Sudan said intentionally. Sure enough, after hearing Sudan's sad words, Thor suddenly felt guilty. Sudan, listen to my explanation. There must be something wrong. I can definitely lift Mjolnir. Sorry, I want to interrupt your conversation. You are not allowed to touch that hammer again. Thank you for your cooperation. Phil Coulson interrupted suddenly. Then Mr. Sudan, you can take your friends and leave here safely. Thor was stunned. What the hell is this? Why are these men in black so respectful in front of Sudan despite how organized and disciplined they are? Could it be that Sudan's identity is really awesome on Earth? The shackles on Thor's hands are unshackled, but he's not happy at all because he won't lift. After going out and getting into the car, Sudan patted Thor on the shoulder. You can do it. If you don't lift it now, it will get better in the future. A consolation that all men on Earth understand. Thor couldn't hear it. I will definitely raise Mjolnir next time in the name of my father Odin. Odin, who was sleeping far away in Asgard, suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Sudan mourned for the old man for a few seconds and then he asked tentatively, I just saw you talking to someone in the interrogation room. Why did you disappear after entering? Thor reacted half a beat later. He wondered, did you see Loki? Loki, Sudan asked, pretending not to understand. Yeah, my B ******* brother. You do have a younger brother, but the comic book says that Loki is well known in Asgard. Is it true? What? Haha, that B ******* Loki has such a bad reputation. He's the reason why I'm the way I am today. Impossible. It's impossible. If you don't believe me, I'll hold up Mjolnir and take you to Asgard. Okay. Sudan smiled slightly. Thor also stopped arguing at the right time. Why does he always feel that he is being tricked? But I just can't figure out where the problem is. Far away in Asgard, Loki, who is assisting Frost Titan to smuggle to Asgard, can't stand it anymore. Holding the treasure that symbolizes the power of Asgard, he is also in control of a terrible monster, the Destroyer. The Destroyer looks like an empty steel titan, but don't underestimate this titan. The high-temperature rays emitted from his face can instantly burn a person to nothing. In daily life, Odin dispatched the Destroyer to guard Kuri, the treasure in Asgard. But today, Loki, who is full of crooked ideas, seems to have imagined a very tax-evading picture. Let the Destroyer go to Earth, crush and kill that stupid big brother mercilessly. On this day, the Frost Titan got the casket of ancient winters, and the energy that burst out from that small box actually froze the gatekeeper Heimdall in an instant. Well, destruction has officially come to Earth too. The day after Thor met Mjolnir, Phil Coulson became suspicious. He is a very active agent. Why did Sudan come to New Mexico in such a hurry? Why did Sudan quickly strike up a friendship with this strange man? Why did Sudan come to fish for people himself? What is Sudan's identity? That's a character that even SHIELD has a hard time recruiting. But he condescends to fish for a psychopath. Isn't this weird enough? So, he diverted some of his energies from Mjolnir and devoted himself to investigating Thor and all things Thor. So, on a plane, he found a mark left by Bifrost. Just as he was leading the team to carefully study the brand, there was a sudden change in the sky. Feeling the terrifying power suppressed above their heads, everyone quickly retreated. Boom! It was as if the shock of a meteorite falling to the ground made the ground under everyone's feet tremble again and again. When the smoke and dust dissipated, people finally saw the things in it clearly. That's a steel titan. Whoa, is that Tony Stark's new toy? You go get me Tony and ask him. Sir, it's not good. It was too late, but when Phil Coulson linked the Iron Man and Tony Stark, the face of the Destroyer opened quickly, and a terrifying energy was brewing from it. Even a fool would know that an attack is about to be launched. Not good, everyone run away. 1.8 booms. A torrent of blazing energy directly blasted towards the SHIELD people. Fortunately, Phil Coulson reacted in time and escaped the terrifying blow, but the car was not so lucky. Under the attack from Asgard, several special vehicles were scrapped immediately. Run, run, run. Everyone was fleeing crazily for fear that in the next second they would become the souls of the Steel Titan's body. Phil Coulson boarded a good car, opened the car at full speed, stepped on the accelerator and drove wildly. Tom, the heavy footsteps of the Destroyer seemed to be stepping on his heart. What kind of monster is this? Why did it suddenly appear on Earth? Is someone manipulating it, or like that hammer, it came from a mysterious place that no one knows? Thor looks into the distance. He has seen the Destroyer. No, Loki, what the hell are you doing? Thor roared into the sky. What kind of destructive power the Destroyer is, he knows better than Loki. If the Destroyer wants to destroy the Earth, it's only a matter of time. Fear, helpless. Asgard has always protected the Earth. What is Loki doing now? It's murder. How to do. Just then a voice sounded. Let's go. Hey. Thor looked back suspiciously, only to see at some point Sudan had appeared by his side. And behind Sudan there are those few people standing when they first met. Gonit's Mai Shiranui, Frostwolf Ghost. What are you going to do? Thor seemed to think of something. No, you can't go. It's not an ordinary thing. It's the Destroyer of Asgard. You'll die in vain if you go. However, Sudan just glanced at Thor twice before leaping over him and charging towards the destroyer. Destroyer 29, very strong. The destroyer is still strong, at least for Sudan right now. That steel titan is covered in mysterious metals. With the advanced means of the earth, I'm afraid it can't even be smelted. Not to mention they rush to destroy now. What's more, destroyer has an auto-repair function. Gauntlet's command. Following Sudan's order, Gauntlet's accelerated instantly and rushed out of the team. As a melee magician of the wind type, the master has ordered, so there are still a few hesitations. I saw that he mobilized the power of the wind while he was running, and the protection of the wind was around his body. He felt a little lighter and his speed became more agile. With this instant increase in speed, he jumped 100 meters. Then his figure suddenly moved straight to the right at an angle that shocked the scientific community. Boom. At the place where he originally stayed, of course, Ridong exploded. He used the power of the wind to predict the direction of the destroyer's attack. After dodging a blow, he suddenly raised his hands up. Following his actions, the wind around the destroyer became violent. That's a hurricane. Supernatural forces move the winds and also the natural force fields. It's a knock-on effect. That hurricane quickly grew into a terrifying thing connecting the sky and the earth. Although the destroyer is powerful, nature is even more violent if it can't stand it. I was swept in by the tornado immediately. The high-temperature body line that was brewing also came to an abrupt end. Awake. In the howling wind, there was only a wolf howl, and the body of the ghost cub swelled suddenly, and it grew from a cub to a giant wolf in an instant. This giant wolf is bigger than the one in the building before. It seems that after it completely digested the flesh and blood of the abomination, its ability has been improved again. Gaunitz, who was suspended in the air, heard the wolf howl and immediately moved his wrist, and a gust of wind helped the frostwolf ghost to fly away. Thor stared at the world of lightning and thunder in the distance with a startled expression. At the moment, he feels like a Thor, like a powerless mortal, and those who are fighting are the real Thor. Obviously, he should be protecting the 9 realms, but now he is being protected by the Earthlings. The thunder and lightning should be his exclusive. The howling wolf that tore through the sky, the tornado piercing through the sky, and the back that looks like the patron saint of the earth. When Sudan knew that he was bound to face the destroyer, he bought new skills in the Points Mall to enhance his strength. Most of them are powerful magic skills. After integrating those various skills, a qualitative change occurred. Magic has many attributes such as fire, lightning, ice, etc. These attributes, even magic with conflicting attributes, are perfectly integrated in his body alone. It created his Superman's magic control. If it is said that all magic in the world comes from the 5 basic attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, then he has almost learned all the magic now. Due to the precise control of ability, his thunder and lightning will not even hurt the little wolf. Ice and flames are constantly nibbling away at the destroyed body alternately. Thor looked at it, only felt the blood rushing up and clenched his fist tightly. The inner struggle had almost caused him to collapse. So he planned to rush forward and help Sudan do something. It doesn't matter even if I am a cripple, even if I am accidentally killed, this is a warrior's choice. Accompanied by this feeling in the temporary stronghold of Shield dozens of miles away, the Mjolnir, which had not been touched for a long time, trembled slightly. Suddenly, Mjolnir, which has always been elusive to researchers, just flew up. Thor opens his hand and Mjolnir returns automatically. At this moment, he finally understood Odin's painstaking efforts. Crack! The thunder and lightning on Jotian became more intensive and violent. Thor waves Mjolnir and flies towards the very center of the storm. However, just when he was about to get into the storm, he saw a blinding white light seem to be shining in the center of the storm. Under this blinding white light, the storm gradually calmed down. 527. And that god of warlike destroyer who was once today was broken into a lump of iron. Thor's heart is indifferent. He is still too late after all. He just got Mjolnir. It didn't help at all. The joy of regaining Mjolnir is almost nil. Oh. Did you really get Mjolnir? Sudan's voice came from the center, holding a strange sword in his hand. Perhaps that dazzling white light just now was the light of the sword in his hand. It was only then that Thor realized that this man who had been joking around him was actually hiding such strength. At first, he thought that it was just a very rich person on Earth. But now it seems that his mystery is not only on the surface. Sudan, we thought that you all have such abilities, really. Some can't get used to it. Sudan chuckled and didn't answer. When everyone is an ordinary person, everyone is an ordinary person. So now everyone is not an ordinary person, why not get used to it? It's just not adapting to the changes in strength. Thor is Thor from the start, whether he has powers or not. Sudan was human from the beginning, but he just hid his strength and now he suddenly revealed it. What makes Thor uncomfortable is just his status. I have to go back to Asgard to deal with the rest, Sudan. Can you go back with me? Thor said suddenly, the destroyer sent by Loki without a doubt. So what has Loki been up to throughout Asgard? Thor dare not think. Since he couldn't help Sudan at all just now he wants to invite Sudan for no reason. In response, Sudan took a step forward and spoke out. Into Asgard, that's what he's for, how could it be rejected? The two stepped on Bifrost's brand and Thor yelled Heimdall 3 times before Bifrost came down to meet him. When riding Bifrost, the scenery in front of you turns into colorful lines. The moment he set foot on Asgard, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Just can't capture where that feeling comes from. There was no time to take care of the seriously injured Heimdall, so he ran out directly. I saw that under Loki's means, the frost titans that had sneaked into Asgard were destroying everywhere. Father. Thor was startled and instantly thought of his old district of Odin. Odin is still sleeping now. These hateful frost titans must be the first target of Odin. Sudan, I'm sorry, I'm going ahead. With that, Thor threw Mjolnir and flew away. Sudan also fell at ease. He shifted his gaze to a frost titan that was doing violence. Against the dark gold of Asgard, the frost titan is as ugly as a melt. Frost titan, so it's of the ice attribute. I don't know, if I haven't mastered the fire magic, it won't work. Chick, the frosty titan was stunned, only to find that his legs were just gone. Ah. He wailed, and fear grabbed his body like a ghost's hand. That's not a ghost hand, that's a deadly flame, baked snowman. Seeing the frost titan gradually turning into a mass of filth, he shook his head with some disgust. You are you. The rescued Asgard woman looked at Sudan in amazement. Although there is no difference in appearance between Asgardians and Earthlings, some differences can still be seen. This man, who is not any warrior in Asgard, will come to the rescue, and killed the dreaded frost titan. At the moment, where are the soldiers? Only this one strange hero. Sudan, a person from Earth, he replied without hesitation. Then I stopped paying attention to this Asgard woman. She was not very good looking anyway. If she was saved, she would be saved. If she had to promise her life, then it would be a troublesome death. The gods' domain in the west looks like a medieval church. Others call it Asgard, but there aren't even seeing fairies. It's still heaven, there are little fairies everywhere. Before he had taken 2 steps, suddenly there was a sound from above, and when he looked up he saw that Thor was falling from a high altitude. He was so frightened that he hurriedly moved away 2 steps to avoid being hit. It was Loki who jumped down right after Thor. A warrior was brutalized by a magician in melee. I just didn't use my full strength, Thor quips. Who are you? Loki questioned, staring at Sudan. A proud evil god, but he never cares about a person who breaks the earth. Even if he met Sudan in the vast crowd, he would never remember his face. You see now, Sudan, Loki is a jerk. You still say he is the famous god of Asgard? Thor stood up and complained to Sudan. Hearing this, Sudan almost laughed out loud, but Thor really remembered this sentence. This sentence was only used by him to provoke him. Well, it sure doesn't look like a nice guy. I am a god. As soon as he heard the theory of man and god, Loki became angry. He waved the scepter in his hand. The one he wanted to kill first turned out to be Sudan. He's going to kill this ignorant, non-Asgardian, Scandium. Although the evil god Loki is positioned as a magician, his basic strength has never been weak. The stick came down, but fortunately Sudan reacted in time and raised the sword in his hand to block it. Otherwise, if you get hit, I'm afraid your brain will explode on the spot. Silence. In this sword, he added the silent magic from the Dark Ranger. What magician fears most is silence. Even a magician with explosive output, when a silence skill takes effect, he is not even as good as a super soldier. Sure enough, after the silent magic invaded Loki's body, he only felt that the energy in his body stagnated. That feeling is like drinking a bucket of water in the well but still can't get it up. In this state, he can't even release a duplication. At this moment, Thor on the side seized the opportunity to attack and immediately slammed down with a hammer, sending Loki flying 10 feet away. Obediently, this big brother beat his younger brother to death. However, Loki was tougher and the hammer didn't kill him. With the end of the silent magic, the energy in his body also recovered. Loki frowned at Sudan. He didn't believe that a mere nameless person would have such a weird and unpredictable ability. Maybe it was just something wrong with my body just now. However, he underestimated Sudan's offensive. I saw the sword in his hand swinging far away, so far away it would have been impossible to hit Loki. However, a black shadow happened to appear. This ink-splashed black shadow also held a long sword in its hand, and it slashed at Loki's shoulder like this. Ah! Loki was in pain and cursed again and again. However, that shadow doesn't seem to intend to let Loki go at all. Scandium, Scandium, Scandium. With a series of metal clanging sounds, the evil god Loki was defeated by an unknown shadow. What is this, Dejao? Enough! Loki suddenly became angry and was about to take out his good dagger to fight but found that the black shadow suddenly dissipated like this. What is that? Come out! Not to mention Loki, even Thor is stupefied. He had never seen anything so weird before. However, if he has played Tian Dao and Zhen Wu, he will understand. That is Zhen Wu's pretend stunt. Poor evil god Loki thought he had seen a ghost during the day and kept yelling into the air. It turns out that the people of God's domain who have always been aloof also have knowledge-blind spots. Sudan chuckled, slowly put away his long sword and looked at Loki calmly. Unless Loki used duplication as a tactical double from the beginning, otherwise he can't escape at all this time. A Thor serious enough to suppress him, not to mention there is also a Sudan with countless mysteries here. Loki was cornered. Only the scepter in his hand can save him. Although he can't use the full power of the scepter, he can use that part of his power to create opportunities for himself. So, he used magic and then threw the scepter out, aiming at Sudan. When the attack was made, he also moved towards the other side. Sudan is attacked, he has to block or dodge. This is the gap, this is the opportunity. However, there are two people against Loki. After Thor noticed Loki's movement, he immediately flew Mjolnir out of his hand. He knew how cunning his younger brother was. Even if he was beaten and disabled, he couldn't let him escape. However, quick-witted Loki has long considered Thor. The moment Mjolnir is about to hit him, he changes direction immediately. Thor's hammer was so powerful that Loki, who was hit by the hammer, was thrown flying directly. His figure is like a kite with a broken string flying over Bifrost and falling towards the dark abyss. Do not. Thor was shocked and he swore that he just wanted to beat Loki and never wanted to push Loki into the abyss. He reaches out, hoping that wise Loki will catch Mjolnir and bring him up. However, only Mjolnir came back from the abyss. Loki fell. Sudan witnessed this scene and shook his head helplessly. Pigmate. It's better not to shoot than to shoot. Originally, as long as he blocked the scepter, he could throw a control backhand, but Thor's mother was just blown away. Immortal Bobby, immortal Hong Kong feet, Bethune. In a split second, Sudan's mind was flooded with countless pictures that were ridiculous. Do not. Thor is still screaming, and after receiving Mjolnir, he immediately flies in the direction where Loki fell. This stupid big brother is still thinking about his little brother until now when Loki almost destroyed Asgard. He wants to fly down and get Loki up. However, at this moment, a strong hand grabbed him. He looked back and saw that it was his kind and majestic old father. Thor, stop. Father. That was Loki's own choice. He could have captured Mjolnir, couldn't he? Bathe. Odin pulled Thor up onto the Bifrost, then patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. You met new friends on Earth? Odin suddenly looked at Sudan and asked knowingly. Yes, he is Sudan, very powerful. Oh, if you praise him for being great, then he must be very good. Odin smiled, but he knew everything. As he spoke, he walked towards Sudan. Sudan looked at the old man who was walking towards him. All kinds of emotions in his brain were very complicated and he was a little nervous. This old man who seems to be going into the coffin is actually the Lord of Asgard. Although he looks old, his strength is going to crush Thor. Sudan. Odin. Wow, you actually know me. Sudan took 2 steps forward and he could feel the strong pressure from Odin. Sure enough, the legendary father of God is really too strong. However, no matter how strong he is, there is no reason to hurt Sudan. I guess the only one who can be called father by Thor is the Lord of Asgard, Odin. Odin smiled meaningfully and decided to change the subject. Sudan, you are different from most people on Earth, but I can't see the source of your strength. Anyway, you defended yourself on Earth, you protected Earth, you took Thor's place, and you eliminated the threat posed by Loki, so tell me, what reward do you want? This is the attitude of a superior. Just like the status of the king and the brave. Sudan didn't care about this anyway. Odin, the Lord of Asgard, is really powerful, and his status is extremely high even in the universe. He said, I don't need rewards if I have to. I want to discuss a cooperation with Asgard. Cooperate. Yes, Sudan nodded and continued, I learned from Thor that Asgard hasn't had a major battle for a long time. I think the warriors of Asgard are all dull and boring, right? Hearing this, Odin frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with this statement. Young man, the people of Asgard do not like war. Rot. Seeing Odin's righteous words, Sudan almost laughed out loud. If it is said that the sun will rise from the west tomorrow, he believes it, but if it is said that the people of Asgard do not like war, then he absolutely does not believe it. How did the 9 realms come about? They were all typed by Asgardians. Moreover, there used to be a brave Hela who was not satisfied with the 9 realms. If Hela had followed Hela's wishes at that time, the current Asgard subordinates would not only be the 9 realms. Now, Odin says the Asgardians don't like war. Did you become hypocritical after painting yourself in gold? Definitely, these are just a flash in my mind. When businessmen talk about cooperation, they only take money and don't care about it. 0.0. I think you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to use the warriors of Asgard to fight. This is actually a good thing for Asgard. Looking at Odin, who was still frowning, Sudan had to speed up his speech. Quickly, please listen to me. I have researched a virtual world that allows human spirits to enter into it to complete various tasks, battles, and training. Now that I have come to Asgard, I think that if it is given to Asgard warriors, it's a good thing. Virtual world, Odin became confused. It's not that he has never heard of virtual worlds, but what exactly is a virtual world mentioned by a mortal? Sudan calmly explained, you can think of it as a game. In the game, Asgard warriors can fight and train more openly. I think that in time, the Lord Kain Yangbai can resist. Hearing this, Odin frowned again. Who dares to invade Asgard? In fact, he understood it in his heart. Frost Titans have already invaded once. Moreover, Odin has a magical ability to foresee. He can foresee that there will still be a disaster in Asgard in the not-too-distant future. Not to mention, the even more terrifying Ragnarök is coming. It's just that in front of an Earthling he can't put down his airs. Sudan had already seen through everything, so he pretended to be stupid and said, everything in the world there is always a precautionary measure. Anyway, Asgard warriors should also practice daily, and the same practice can be done in my virtual world with twice the result with half the effort. Sichuan, on the skill of one's conversation. Odin was finally tempted. Asgard warriors are actually good at fighting. Daily training is also necessary. However, it is really meaningless to watch them play games there every day. It's better to see what kind of methods are there in this virtual world that the population of the Earth speaks of. Okay, I agree to it. Hearing this, Sudan was overjoyed immediately. This is finally done. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, my terminal is on Earth. If it is convenient, I have to ask Thor to go with me. At the same time, we also need Asgard's technical support to allow us to carry out cross-border transmission. Odin gestured with a big wave of his hand. After all, he has already agreed to cooperate, and the follow-up matters will naturally be given the green light all the way. Thor, I leave this matter to you. 443. After saying this, Odin left slowly. Integrating Earth tech with Asgard is a time-consuming process. Waiting is a must. However, while waiting, Sudan thought of another problem. That is, since Loki has fallen, he will inevitably come together with Thanos in the end. At that time, when the Chitauri army enters the country, who will stop it? You know, one of the most powerful fighters in Avengers. Bruce Banner, is still researching day and night in his laboratory. He has very little grasp of the Green Titan's power, and he even forgot that he still has a Green Titan in his body. Because the drug Sudan gave him is so powerful, since he used it, he has never gone berserk again. Indulging in research every day and unable to extricate himself, this also makes Banner feel fulfilled. He's the one who doesn't like fighting. Right now, the strongest fighter in the Avengers Alliance is busy with scientific research, and Iron Man is busy with having fun recently, so who else can be relied on? If Chitauri destroys even New York and all the people go to disaster relief, who will play games? So an excellent idea came into his mind. That night he attended Tony Stark's party. In fact, such parties have been held more often than usual. After Tony was rescued, he worked in the Antarctic Hardware Technology Department for a long time. There is very little time to research your own battle suit. In disguise, some timelines have been delayed. If the prediction is correct, the reason why Tony often binge now is because of serious palladium poisoning. Although there are new drugs formulated by Antarctic biotechnology, the most effective drugs in the world can only delay, not cure. If no new element is found to replace it, unless he does not use his own arc reactor, palladium poisoning will continue to increase until he dies. However, once he leaves the arc reactor, he is still dead. So he spent the last time on the carnival. When Sudan stepped into his party, a group of peripheral girls were screaming around Tony. Tony wore a steel battlesuit and danced unsightly on stage. But no matter how ugly it is still the dance of the rich. The dancing and singing of the rich are top-notch, like a pony. Wow, let's see who's coming. Tony suddenly pointed at Sudan behind the crowd like a drunken maniac. The president of Antarctic Corporation, the godfather of games, Sudan. Ugh. Tilde. Ugh. There was another series of screams which made Sudan even want to kill those Sabai women with one punch. What else but screaming? Tony, you should wake up. Sudan walked over, picked up the juice on the table and mercilessly splashed it on his face. The onlookers were shocked. What is this? One is the richest man in the world and the other is the man who will soon become the richest man. Is this a competition for status? This is great. The noise in the party instantly disappeared without a trace and everyone was silent. Only the music played awkwardly. Queen Red, turn it off. Drop the music also stopped. Tony raised his hand and wiped the juice on his face, finally regaining consciousness. But under the large audience, he was somewhat displeased with such a loss of face. Sudan, give me an explanation. Come with me. Sudan snorted coldly, turned around and left. Wearing a steel battle suit, Tony followed aggressively. In the eyes of everyone, this must be a bloody battle. After all, Tony is wearing a steel battle suit. He is the famous Iron Man. How could a game developer be able to beat it? But in fact, when the two of them walked into the dark, Tony's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Damn, Dan, you're not giving me face. Do you see that there are several girls? If they see me make a fool of myself, tonight will be ruined. Sudan chuckled. Even if you poured dung water on your head today, they will lick you and make you high tonight. Is that so? So I'm so handsome. Money. What? I want to buy your weapons development department. What? What do you say? Wait, Tony rubbed his temples. Excessive drinking gave him a headache. I've already stopped making weapons and you know why. This is impossible. When Tony came back from the terrorists, he directly announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing department. This kind of decision is the same as Antarctic Corporation announced that it will close the game industry. It's stressful. In the end, though, Tony shut down, but now Sudan brings up this matter again. Isn't that clearly exposing Tony's scars? However, is this really the case? Sudan smiled slightly and replied, Tony, if you have paid attention to the recent intelligence in New Mexico, then you should understand that the Earth is now facing a crisis. A monster or a group of monsters may fall from the sky at any time, and weapon research and development is a must. Tony paused. He had naturally received information from New Mexico. After all, he was at least a SHIELD consultant now. Such an earth-shattering battle, even as Iron Man, he couldn't find a solution. However, weapons are dead but people are alive. Someone will always use weapons in dangerous places. This is a heart disease of Tony, Who would have thought that he would be made into what he is now by his own weapon? Carrying an iron bump on your chest all day, pretending to be cool? No, that feeling is actually very uncomfortable. Sudan seemed to have expected Tony's psychology long ago and only heard him say, "Don't worry, I will take an insurance measure." What? This is an industry secret I can't tell you. As long as you know, the weapons I make will never hurt any innocent people. Tony still doesn't believe it. I thought the same way when I was making weapons. After all, who knows who is innocent when a shell goes down? Seeing the stubborn donkey, Sudan was slightly annoyed and kicked Rai directly. The titanium alloy steel battle suit released a dang sound. "I want to buy price. $1.5 billion. This is a 10% discount for you," Tony said decisively. When Sudan heard this, he didn't answer in a hurry but turned his attention to the arc reactor on Tony's chest. "Shouldn't it be time for you to replace it?" "What's the meaning?" "I will give you a new plan, give you a new life, and transfer the weapon department to me for free." Life. In front of life, Tony doesn't have any capital to negotiate conditions. He is now a poisoned and dying man, most longed for, definitely still alive. "What? Dan, what are you talking about, the new?" .29, you mean the new arc reactor? Tony squeezed Sudan's shoulders excitedly, like a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. "Let go of me, your battle suit stinks." "Okay." After a week of transfer work, Sudan signed the contract, and the weapon department of Stark Industries officially changed its name and became Antarctic Military Industry. And the new life given to Tony was actually left behind by his father. Dan just reminded him. On the day when the Antarctic Military Industry was officially established, the media from all walks of life exploded again. After all, now Antarctica has been involved in games, hardware, medical care, and has added a military industry. Is this the rhythm of world domination? Even the military of the United States immediately sent people to urge the establishment of friendly and cooperative relations as soon as possible. But the liaison officer was suddenly killed by a wild dog on the way home. The next day, another person came. This person drove into the sea by himself and died again. On the third day, a good-looking colonel came, but his death was even worse, and he couldn't even find his body. As a result, the United States military felt that this matter was very evil and planned to investigate these mysterious death cases first and temporarily put aside the matter of cooperation with the Antarctic military industry. Open Department Points Mall. In the warehouse of Antarctic military industry, Curry and Sudan browsed the window of weapons slowly. With the launch of Crossfire, countless more firearms appeared in his Point Mall. As we all know, the firearms in Crossfire are becoming more and more perverted, and they are not ordinary firearms at all. Often an AK-47, add a suffix to the back, it can become a magic weapon. If nothing else, just a single brick can be a sharp weapon. Bricks, 66 points. Laser short blade, 88,888 points. M4A1 Rose Fairy, 110,000 points. One weapon after another dazzled Sudan. Fortunately, these weapons are not expensive and they are not Lushan bullets. With his current points, they can be wholesaled. AK-47 Fire Killin comes first with 1,000 pieces. RPK Panlong comes with 500 pieces. Gatling Purgatory is more, and the rest of the points are all bought. Duh. In the empty warehouse, Sudan was alone, like a cheating dog who brushed the code and flew the artifact away from him as if he didn't want money. Looking at the pile of brightly colored weapons, Sudan shook his head dissatisfied. Although these guns are very powerful, human physical ability is limited after all, and whether they can exert the full destructive power of these weapons is another matter. It seems that Reverse War and Overwatch are about to step up their progress. Inverse War is also a gunfight game, and it has many similarities with Crossfire. However, there is another feature in Reverse War, that is the mecha. Although those mechas are rubbish, they are not comparable to Stark's Mark series, but it is better than nothing. And watching Pioneer can't be called a gun game, it can only be called a first-person shooting game. This thing can also find a way to be integrated into Crossfire. After all, the words crossing the line of fire didn't reveal their specific meanings. In Overwatch, the shooting after another can also be called the line of fire. Oh, it's really going farther and farther on the pony road. Sudan smiled helplessly. After returning to the company, the first thing he ordered to start was actually the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode of Crossfire. Because the above two games were just his whim and hadn't been developed yet, and the mode of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been warming up on the internet for a long time, it's time to release it for players to try it out. Think about the popularity of PUBG Mobile back then. In the case of the absolute dominance of LOL, PUBG Mobile can prove everything. Even many LOL anchors stopped broadcasting LOL and started playing chicken instead. I still clearly remember that a big anchor in the LOL area lost his reputation and job just to play chicken. It can be seen from these that PUBG Mobile is a game mode that is destined to become popular. When 17 got tired of playing the small map of Crossfire and suddenly turned on the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode, the first impression given to the players was that it was big. The map is huge, nervous, exciting. Every second can be dangerous. Moreover, the picture quality is really touching, just like the real-life mode. Every detail is so realistic that it explodes. An exciting comparison. Unlike transport ships and Overwatch City, if you die, you will immediately get up and fight again. There is no passion. First of all, the gameplay of skydiving and picking up equipment is very novel. In the whole world, which game company can think of such a novel gameplay at this time? They cannot imitate the games produced by Antarctica, not to mention anything new. Besides, under the dominance of Antarctic Company, other game companies have no movement, either being acquired or going bankrupt and fleeing. Maybe those colleagues hate Antarctica and Sudan to death. But there is no way. Business is a battlefield without gunpowder smoke. If you don't kill the enemy, you will be the one who dies. Sudan walked to Sky's office. She was in charge of updating the version. Sky, start the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode. Hearing this, Sky curled his lips helplessly. Why did you start the new mode so much in advance? Can you make our company's announcement work? Players have responded that our update is too powerful and they are about to play until they die suddenly. Sudan shook his head and said, "No way, I have plans for a new model. There are too many plans and I can't arrange them. I can only give everyone a surprise." Although Tier Open complained, but the boss ordered her to do it. Soon, such a column appeared in the system bulletin of Crossfire. System announcement. Dear players, hello, this game will be updated online in 30 seconds. To celebrate the special festival of July 12th today, the content of this update is, open the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode. All the players on the server almost crushed the mouse in their hands. What the hell, it keeps people from sleeping. Why are there so many games? If you don't know how to update them, don't update them. You update so many, I haven't slept for 2 days. Is it causing my sudden death? Oh, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode, that's fine. Kneel down, may I recharge you money? Can you stop updating so diligently? I haven't cleared the Resident Evil mode yet. You are starting a new mode now. I'm ashamed to know. Father Sudan I Wang Jingyi kowtowed to death in an internet cafe today. Network Administrator Machine 76 will bring another barrel of Red Bull. Oh no, 2 barrels. Doesn't anyone care what the 12th of July is? Maybe it's Miss GM's menstrual period. Kyoto in a high-end internet cafe. Minors are not allowed to enter. Have you seen the warning sign over there? Go and go. Both the network manager and the cashier stared at the girl in front of them in disgust. The girl is very angry. She is obviously 18 years old this year and she has already come to Kyoto to go to university. The cashier of an internet cafe actually dislikes her so much. Isn't it just that the pair of false moons with pads are a little bigger? What's so great about it? Although the old lady is flat, but the old lady is rich. The scum of those who know people in the world will be shot 10,000 times instead. She took out her ID card and slammed it on the counter. Open membership, recharge 500, letter 3005. The cashier picked up the ID card in doubt and looked at it carefully as if asking for proof. Oh, it turns out that he is 18 years old. As the voice was drawn out, the cashier still looked at the girl with disdain. Mada, if I hadn't heard that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was opened, my mother would have changed to an internet cafe a long time ago, the girl thought to herself. Finally, she turned it on in the non-smoking area. Log in to her Crossfire account, click on the mysterious door and open PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The matching speed is very fast, which also proves the number of players in this game. In less than a second, a group of more than 90 people have been matched. The girl is wearing big earphones and holding a big mouse in her small hands, looking very cute. However, her enemies will never find her cute. Because this is a Torment King, her operation is very skillful, as if she has watched the promotional video of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds 100 times. Furthermore, her marksmanship is indeed very good. In the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode, a good marksmanship is the father, but the girl's luck is unbelievable and the landing is in M4. At this moment, she knocked a person to the ground, but she didn't make up the knife, just sat aside and watched that person die. Wow, Dogekin, you Dogekin player, you are really shameless. I'm retiring, goodbye. Knockin, how dare you scold me? Unfortunately, the player did not hear this last sound. If he heard that it was a girl, he would turn from a troll into an ultimate licking dog in an instant. After all, in this kind of gunfight game, it is rare to meet a girl. As the saying goes, what is rare is the most precious. As long as the voice is a little nice in this game, it is a goddess. The girl made up the player, then sneaked up and hid behind the cover. Because listening through the earphones, there are footsteps approaching. This game is so realistic. The sound of the rubber shoes stepping on the hay is almost like a realistic material. In terms of graphics, it is already the foundation of the Antarctic company, so there is nothing to say. If one day the sun is going to go out, players don't believe that the quality of Angie Company's games will be poor. If there is Sunspot who dares to intentionally black Antarctic games with poor picture quality, he may be dead. Left, come, the girl muttered silently, and suddenly she became nervous. Maid, there are people on the right, come here. Listen to the footsteps, they are very heavy. I'm afraid the equipment is very good. The girl seems to have integrated into this world. She doesn't want to play games at all, but is performing agent tasks. Left, right, footsteps are clearly audible. Even the sound of breathing when people are running can be heard so clearly. The girl suddenly controlled the roll switch and threw a grenade to the right without any hesitation. Afterwards, she turned around immediately, the gun spouted flames and swept across the people on the left. In a burst of blood mist, the person on the left was knocked out directly. The poor player didn't do anything, was still enjoying the map, and was sent to the west by a sudden gun. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion on the right, 2 kill words appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Daisok kills Paratrooper 1 with M4. Dasok kills Wu Guang with a grenade. Thulium. Unfortunately, before the girl had time to be happy, she heard a gunshot. It was 98K, and her dog's head exploded from a distance. The screen turned gray. She gritted her teeth tightly, wishing she could swallow the computer alive. It's just her virginity experience. She didn't expect to kill 3 people, just hiccup. It's so uncomfortable. On a hill in the distance, a 300-pound fat man pushed his glasses and put away the 98K in his hand, leaving only a reverse arrow. Does anyone know what this reverse arrow means? I just know that in this game, the character controlled by the player can do too many things good for the king. You can even turn on the gas stove in a house and cook a bowl of noodles for yourself, as long as you are not afraid of death. Definitely, you can also ride a motorcycle and wander around every corner of the map. And an ordinary jumping car, as long as you operate it, you can even feel like driving an F1 car. Soon, this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode will become a fairy suit, also known as PUBG Mobile Ragnarök. It's not that there are cheats in the game. Antarctic games have never had cheats. This is common sense. It's just because there are too many players with fairy brains in this game. Even though it's a shootout game, someone can even finish the party. Obviously, it is a casual game. Someone can play Need for Speed. Anyway, the girl in the internet cafe played another game. This time, she wisely chose the team mode. And in her team, there was a person whose name surprised her. Sudan. Die Sewer looked at the name on the screen, F***K. Someone dares to imitate Sudan's father, report him later. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds produced by Antarctic Company. The character name and CF name are synchronized and can be in Huxia. Therefore, that player's nickname is the simple 2 Huxia characters Sudan without any modification. One must know that Sudan's global reputation is now stronger than that of the playboy Tony Stark back then. After all this, who would dare to occupy this name? Although there are tens of thousands of people with the same name and surname in Huaxia, the card face is a very mysterious thing. Where to jump? Idaisak asked by pressing the button to speak. Floor 4, sister, there is a girl. Floor 3, sister, you can dance wherever you want. I'm good at marksmanship and I'm already a flower. Listening to those two voices, Dai Suer felt irritable for no reason, but she still endured it. She just wants to wait for this Su Dan from the first floor to speak. Finally, the small horn representing the sound flashed. Floor 1, the free air ticket is definitely to sit at the end and then get off the plane. Silly socks, you. Third floor, idiot. On the first floor, there is no wool at the end, cowardly. The third floor has been disconnected. New York, in the Nanji building, Su Dan took off his earphones, looked at the words "good luck, eat 550 chickens tonight" on the screen and slowly showed a smile. It's so easy. It's not that he used the internal hanger, but after the body has been strengthened, the reaction ability in all aspects is really too fierce. After a trial game, I ignored the 2 friend requests and decisively closed the game. If the previous Crossfire fulfilled the wishes of fans and created an online record for shooting games, then the PUBG mobile mode that is now open can be regarded as another explosive game. According to the background display, 90% of all CF players are now flocking to the new mode. But now, he has no time to play chicken. Due to the establishment of the Antarctic military industry, all the famous people in the world now know that the predecessor of the Antarctic military industry is the Stark military industry. No matter what happened in the middle anyway, the Antarctic military industry must be very powerful. This is a fact. Everyone has seen how powerful the munitions produced by Stark Industries were in the past, and how powerful their lethality was. That being the case, who doesn't want to open up the Antarctic military industry? With this path, it means that a certain force is ahead in terms of force. Although the Antarctic military industry was established in New York, the United States military has suffered losses 3 times in a row, and the real cause of death of the 3 of them has not yet been found out. Even if they cast suspicion on Su Dan's head, they couldn't produce any evidence at all. Therefore, for the time being, I don't want to die in vain. Therefore, it is not the United States military that is here today, but someone else. Su Dan, in your meeting room, looked up at the clock in the middle of the wall and gave a slight. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, I just played a game and wasted a little time. While speaking, he walked towards the head of the conference table. Surrounding the conference table were a total of 7 middle-aged men and 2 young mature women. Each of them represents a country or a force, and behind them stands an assistant respectfully. Haha, Mr. Su Dan is young and promising, he should play games, said a European, but Su Dan didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his attention to the black man in the second seat, this black man that is corned egg. It's a surprise that he's sitting here. SHIELD is a secret organization that other people don't know about. Here, everyone is looking at Nick Fury with strange eyes because his appearance looks very much like a terrorist. Come on, dude, so many high-ranking people from many countries are waiting for you here and you're playing the goddamn game, Nick CJCE Fury complained. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Such a familiar tone. Could it be that the Antarctic company has already had contact with terrorists? This is a dangerous signal. Regarding this, Su Dan just smiled lightly. If you feel tired of waiting, you can leave now. Our Antarctic company can send someone to send him back safely and safely for free. No one dares to talk anymore. It cost a lot for them to come here and be able to enter the door of this meeting room. Angry, that is too underestimating the capacity of the country's high-level officials. They came here today to discuss cooperation with Su Dan. If the negotiation fails, they will inexplicably add a crime when they go back. Okay, since everyone has no objections, I'll get straight to the point. We all have the ammunition that Stark Industries had, and I have more advanced ones than that.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Su Dan, is it possible that the Antarctic military industry can independently produce higher standard weapons? Said an old man with gray hair. Su Dan said irrefutably, definitely, otherwise why would I set up Antarctic military industry, picking up other people's mess? No, that's not what I meant. The old man smiled, but the others were lost in thought. If I remember correctly, Su Dan of Antarctic Company was just a small boss of a game studio in the beginning. He can jump up from the game industry and achieve such a status in the game industry. It can be said that his ability is extraordinary. However, the game industry and the military industry are completely unrelated. In other words, Stark Industries has been immersed in the military industry for a long time. It is a group with a history. Those high-level military industries are all accumulated by generations and innovated by professional geniuses one by one. How come the Antarctic military industry has such a big tone just a few days after it opened? However, everyone also understands that Sudan is not the kind of person who likes to brag, so what he said is the truth. What a terrible thing this is. If any one of these 9 people is supported by the Antarctic military industry, it will be absolutely unfavorable to the other 8 people. One by one, the politicians began to make their own calculations in the bottom of their hearts. Today, even if you can't win the favor of the Antarctic military industry, you can't let others get it. It is okay for everyone to develop together, but this balance cannot be broken. Just as their politicians were fighting each other, Sudan, who was seated on the first seat, slowly stood up. Sudan said, "Before you come, you should already know that my things are not sold to those greedy people, and it is not for any of you to start a war and let me make war money or something. I'm not interested in money. Not long ago, everyone here already knows what happened in New Mexico, right? Who knows if it will fall in your home tomorrow? Is there only one of that kind of thing, or is it like an ant's nest? So my weapon is for dealing with outsiders. On the basis of the original selling price, 20%. Love to buy. Buy, don't buy." After I finish speaking, who is in favor and who is against? After Sudan finished speaking, contract documents automatically emerged from under the conference table. Everyone was amazed by the technology, but they didn't say it. They picked up the contract and looked at it carefully. The purpose of these weapons was almost written in the rules and regulations on it. There was a long silence. A middle-aged man with a crew-shaved head and a square face took out a lighter from his pocket. Snapped, he lit a cigarette. I signed. But at this moment, a man with a short stature sitting opposite him suddenly stood up. "Sorry, I want to answer the phone." Sudan nodded in agreement. 5 short men quickly ran out of the conference hall and got into the bathroom. He said to the mobile phone, Hey, that's what Sudan said. His agreement is like this 83. Not long after, a cold snort came from the other end of the phone. HMPH. What a roar. Why do we abide by his agreement? What is he? Get the weapon, we have the final say. Hey. After finishing the short call, the man silently returned to the conference table and signed that seemingly excessive agreement without any hesitation. In the end, all 9 of them signed. In front of Sudan's speech, in front of the reality they know, because of their different wisdom and vision, they cannot refuse the weapon Sudan provided today, after a month. The first batch of weapons departed from the warehouse of the Antarctic military industry and flew to the Far East. Immediately following the second batch, Zi-Fi missed, Island Nation, they received the second shipment. Greedy, they even want to snatch this huge amounts of drone. However, they can only think about the unmanned transport aircraft controlled by the Red Queen. Looking at the neatly arranged goods on the ground, a man with an ugly face walked over. He eagerly opened the box and looked at a firearm inside. With this firearm, the appearance of AK-47 Huo Kilin can be vaguely seen. However, under the processing of Antarctic military industry, the current rifle is full of sense of technology. Both the bullet and the power have been greatly improved, and a stabilizer has even been added. The ugly man picked up the gun, and the smile on his face could no longer be restrained. "Ha, our big island country also has such weapons. Dan, why did you sell weapons to the island country? I remember you hated that place." Sudan in the seat smiled slightly. "Although I'm not interested in money, I'm still interested in making money. Why don't I accept the money they give away for free?" "But weapons? There are safety devices on all the weapons, and it is clearly written in the agreement. If anyone wants to use the batch of weapons I sold to attack humans, then the one who will cry will only be them." After a month of buffering, it's time for Sudan to implement the previous plans. Before, when he was exchanging weapons, he thought that these firearms and missiles alone were not enough to fight against alien invasions. Therefore, we intend to develop the 2 games Reverse War and Watching Pioneer. On the one hand, I have taken a fancy to the mechs in the game. On the other hand, it can also expand the Antarctic game library. The production of these two games is actually not difficult. Even for Sudan now, it's very simple. The establishment of Antarctic Technology Co., Limited has basically solved the problem of advanced hardware, and the rest is nothing to worry about. He can even hand over these two games to the team. Unknowingly, they have actually become experienced veterans. Making these two games is just a breakthrough. What Sudan has to do is to oversee the work which has been optimized in the later stage. Seeking Flower Zero. Now, after a month of thinking, a flash of light appeared in his mind again. May I ask, what will the people on Earth face in the near future? It's interstellar invasion. The Chitauri army invades. So what is the closest game genre to this? Definitely it's StarCraft. But as we all know, what kind of game is StarCraft? Is a cover killer game. That's right, how many people have seen the pictures of StarCraft, thinking that it is for players to go in and drive spaceships, space battleships, and big guys to fight passionately in space. But when I entered the game, I realized that this cheating game turned out to be an ancient game. To pay tribute to the classics, one version of Warcraft is enough. There is no need for StarCraft to continue that kind of gameplay. In other words, he wants to make a StarCraft ideal for players. The vast universe, the space fleet like a torrent of steel, the dense firepower network, and the advanced destructive weapons one by one. Players plunder the resources of the universe and compete for hegemony in the real interstellar world. What a grand scene this is! Sudan woke up the computer and put his hand on the keyboard, but he didn't know where it was raining. This game that exists in the imagination, the scene is too grand. In game terms, the map is too big. One of the subjective factors caused by the large map is that the game package is too large. Games like World of Warcraft have already occupied dozens of gigabytes of memory. If the StarCraft in his mind is produced, I am afraid it will cost 1 T. 1 T is equal to 1024 G. Now whose computer hard drive is that big? At least the mass players don't. Besides, who doesn't have a little collection of small movies on their hard drive? Just when he was about to give up this inspiration, suddenly he remembered Curry's super server in the warehouse of Antarctic Technology Branch. Is it possible to use cloud technology? Cloud technology does not occupy the player's computer memory, and the server bears this burden for them. In this way, a group of real cloud players appeared. However, with this approach there is still a problem too. This problem is relatively simple compared to the previous one. That's a network problem. If cloud technology is used, the player's network speed must be able to keep up. Otherwise, the network speed cannot keep up. When they play games, it takes several seconds for a command to go back and forth from the computer to the server. For such a long time, maybe my hometown was stolen without knowing it. So, is there any way to increase the speed of the internet? In the previous life, this game technology could only appear when 5G technology became popular. But now, obviously, it's not that era. If you want to delve into 5G technology now, you will have to spend more time and energy. Time alone doesn't allow it. Made Red Queen make and release a StarCraft promotional video for me now and then adopt a registration system. Whoever registers as 183 will be given a daily half-price game USB external hard drive by Nanji Technology Co., Limited. Yes, master. I am a genius. Since the last idea doesn't work, then change will work. Cloud technology is limited by network technology, which has nothing to do with game optimization. Game optimization is to reduce the hardware burden and enhance the game quality in all aspects. It is the developer side that is optimized. On the other side of the network, it is the problem of countless players. This one is hard to fix. If you want to solve network problems, it will inevitably take manpower and material resources, and more importantly, it will take a lot of time. Rather than that, it is better to use this method directly. StarCraft is undoubtedly an online game. Antarctic Corporation's online games have always been free. As for what players want to buy after entering the game, that is the player's freedom. Since the machines of the players are not enough, then the Nanji Science and Technology Branch will send a big gift, a professional game hard drive. This kind of professional game hard disk has a storage capacity of up to 100 T. The transmission speed is currently the world's first, and it is a USB external plug-in type which can be read in seconds after plugging in, which is extremely convenient. and its selling price is only 1,000 USD. And the cost of materials for R&D is only 300 USD. The rest are technical and labor costs. 1,000 USD is already very cheap. But now, in order to allow more players to play this StarCraft, he decided to sell the game directly to the players at half price. This can also be regarded as a gift to fans who have supported Antarctic work for a long time. The half price of the ultra-large capacity hard drive is only 500 USD, and Antarctic Technology Branch only earns 200 USD. This seems to be a small profit, but in fact it is just flat. So this move is already very conscientious. If there was such a conscientious boss in the game industry in the previous life, I am afraid that the game industry will look different. This night on the Antarctic Forum app, many people hand-typed an invitation letter. Sudan invites you to enter the interstellar world. Who is Sudan, the person who downloaded this app? It is impossible not to know. Just like when you play QQ and WeChat, it is impossible not to know Zio Ma. Every user entered quickly. This kind of invitation letter format is the first time everyone has seen it on the internet. On weekdays, there are only invitations for other people's weddings and celebrations, but what are the invitations on the internet? With this click, people started an era with their own hands. I saw that a black hole quickly appeared on the screen of the mobile phone or computer, sucking their software interface and desktop into it. Even their eyes seemed to be caught in life. Soon, from the extreme darkness, people saw a little light. This white spot is rapidly zooming in. In the end, people completed the time travel and entered a sci-fi era. The scenery in front of me is undoubtedly space, a beautiful space scenery. This kind of scenery is full of temptation for everyone, and at the same time definitely prepares for the fear of the unknown universe. The scenery of the big universe is so beautiful and beautiful. However, a row of silver-white warships in the distance is even more beautiful. That is the ultimate dream of countless passionate youths. How many boys have been fascinated by the vast universe since they said, "I want to be an astronaut when I grow up," or a cosmic encyclopedia since childhood? However, as they grow older, they know more about reality. Who would dare to mention their dreams? Now those dreams are nothing but self-deprecating sentences. But Sudan will not laugh at them and present this dream completely in front of them. At the moment, countless people stared wide-eyed at the silver-white space fleet. Without cutting corners, every detail of the video hits the eyes of every viewer. The huge amounts of space battleships are contained in the small screen. Everyone can clearly see every junction on the hull, every muzzle, and even the internal structure of the hull. What is this? This is Antarctica. However, just when everyone was amazed at the meticulousness of Angie Company, a flash of fire came blindingly. Yes, that's not fire, it's laser bullets. The player's eyes shifted with the camera and they saw another fleet. Their shapes are different from these silver battleships. Those fleets are composed of black and dark red, and their hulls are just like the black ship that sailed into the Sea of Uraga, Edo Bay in 1853. Definitely, uglier and scarier ones, corresponds to this silver-white fleet. It's like an angel vs demon struggle between uncharted universes. In this struggle, various scenes and details that challenged human cognition were used, but in the end the unexpected party won, the sudden golden fleet. This sudden golden fleet seemed to be reaping the benefits of a fisherman. At the most critical moment, the two fleets were completely destroyed by 0.4 in the simplest way. No matter how despicable such methods are, the winner is always the golden fleet. With the attitude of a victor, the golden fleet sailed to the dark red planet beside it. It turns out that the previous black and white fleets were just to compete for the resources on this red planet. Soil, but now those soils called cosmic gold are all owned by the fishermen. This is what the players think. Ugh. However, the Red Queen feels that this matter is not over yet. When the mighty Golden Fleet, like 8 million heavenly soldiers and generals, penetrated the atmosphere of the red planet and landed rapidly towards the ground. Through the layers of light clouds, everyone saw that it turned out that on this red planet it was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It is the home of Zerg, hiss. Finally, the video ends with a roar from the Zerg Queen. Oh, why is it over? Is there another episode? Sand sculpture, you thought it was TV. F***K, is this a sci-fi movie produced by Antarctica? When will it be released? Why didn't Sudan's father say it, and it wasn't mentioned in the invitation letter? Ah, the Zerg Queen scared me to death. I thought I bit my head off. When the video finished playing and the fans calmed down, they suddenly remembered one thing, that is to quickly find the boss in the forum and ask for some news. However, when they hurriedly opened the forum, they found that the entire forum had been exploded. The World of Warcraft post that originally occupied 70% of the forum has disappeared without a trace. The rest are all asking what happened to the video just now. Essence. About Sudan's father's 29 invitation letter just now, click here. Essence, the full version of the video, click here to get it yourself. The best sci-fi film of the year, I gave it to my knees. Essence StarCraft. These three quintessential posts were clicked red and purple by enthusiastic players. Even because the message is too fast, it takes a long time to load when opening the post. In Eastern Europe, a girl with chestnut hair finally opened the third post out of high expectations. The first floor is occupied by the poster, and there is a high-definition cover of StarCraft placed in the building. Is this a game or? Soon, her gaze turned to the second floor. The second floor is also occupied by the poster which describes the real content of today's short video. It turns out that this is actually a game, my god. This is actually a game. The girl smiled in surprise. It was the first time she had shown such a smile since her parents died. That smile is like picking up pearls on the beach. With this surprise in mind, she continued to read this post. Floor 3, Antarctic Company, a major film studio, a solid hammer. Floor 4, when will it come out? When will it come out? I will play this game even if I go bankrupt. Floor 5. I'm going to the Zerg Queen. I'm in love. Yes, I'm a pervert. Floor 6. I beg Sudan's father to send me another invitation letter. Let me read this follow-up. After reading the first 10 floors, the girl immediately closed the forum and then quickly logged into the official website. Because in the introduction on the second floor, this game is different from the usual games. This time, it is no longer the kind of game downloaded from the internet. Definitely, if you want to download it, you can, but you have to look at the estimated volume in advance, 1024G. This is an astronomical figure for ordinary players. Even the space of the computer's hard disk can't fit such a game. Therefore, Antarctica has considered these factors and packaged the game in a professional game hard drive. Players only need to submit an application on the official website and they can pre-order one and it is still half price. This discount is simply a blessing from heaven for players. Now they would dare to call Sudan father even in front of their biological father. There is no way who made Antarctic Company so conscientious. He fulfills the wishes of all game lovers. Even that person back then just posted a post and wrote a wish list, and Antarctic Company soon produced Crossfire. This is the courage of a big company, dare to satisfy such an insignificant fan. Making a game is definitely not an easy task, let alone a high-quality game like Antarctica, a masterpiece game. What Antarctica pursues is quality. The promotional videos they released have always been the pictures inside the game and they have never been fake. Unlike other game makers who spend money to make a broken CG and then use their feet to make a pile of shit for players to eat. Just like today's StarCraft, no one has ever questioned it even if the picture has been blown up and exaggerated to such an extent. Players don't know whether Antarctic Company can create such a huge scene, but the only thing that is certain is that in any case, in the end, the absolutely. That's right. In the development of StarCraft, Sudan forgot to eat and sleep for the first time because he himself was attracted by his own inspiration. Cooperating with Honghu, the speed of making this game is not slow. In half a year, the batch of professional game hard disks carrying the dreams of countless players have been distributed out one after another. Girls from Eastern Europe were the first players to receive hard drives. She ran home in a hurry, and then with a touch of apprehension, she inserted the hard disk with only a U-disk file size into the front USB socket of the computer host. Such a larger hard drive, is it really the 100T professional game hard drive? Impossible. Could it be that he was transferred? Such a small thing, I am afraid that it will be burned when the game is running. After all, StarCraft is so big, however it is not. The moment she plugged the hard drive into the computer, a window popped up on the computer screen. It was a common hard drive reading bar, 350, and so on. Why does it take only 5 seconds to read T's game package? My god, no way, this can't be fake. The girl turned on my computer subconsciously, and after seeing that there was indeed an extra memory stick displayed as 100T, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she moved the mouse and clicked on the hard drive. Among them, the only one lying quietly is the file belonging to StarCraft. She doesn't need to install, unzip, or even click to find startup items, but double-click to open the game. Antarctic Company is as caring as an old father. With a memory capacity of 1.2T, StarCraft entered the opening interface quickly without even a trace of lag. The girl even wondered if her computer had mutated at a certain moment. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful suddenly? Even 1.2T games are brought on the go. As everyone knows, this time for StarCraft, Sudan used the same medium-level optimization package as World of Warcraft back then, and because the world is too huge, the more perfect details are highlighted. After she quickly adjusted some audio and video settings, she finally clicked to enter the game. When the screen on the computer screen faded from white, a desolate land appeared in front of her. Here, there are no battleships, no space, and no such magnificent battlefield as in the video, just this desolate land and an armored car next to it. This is liar. The girl began to question, is it possible that Antarctic Company is also moving towards that kind of indiscriminate marketing method? So is that really the case? Is the so-called StarCraft just a military game with armored vehicles? Just then, a reminder appeared, press E to get on the bus. The girl subconsciously boarded the armored vehicle. Then, there was another reminder. Select an area and expand the base vehicle. Base car. The girl froze for a moment but finally decided to follow the game prompts and play for a while. All of this is based on the long-standing trust in Antarctic Company, otherwise she would have closed the game long ago. Following the step-by-step instructions, she quickly mastered the basic gameplay. Barracks, power plants, and factories sprang up one after another, and the Legion Force with her name was born in this place. So that's how it is. The girl suddenly woke up. This game does not send you a bunch of warships at the beginning, let you go to fight for space hegemony. Instead, sit up from a basic unit. At first, each player has only one base car and then evolves into different forces according to different developments. Starting from competing for the resources of a planet, step by step into space to the root of StarCraft. Thinking of the magnificent scene in that video, every player is full of motivation. There is no other reason it is to pay attention to a sense of substitution. The game just sped up the pace of development. Everyone on the Earth cannot be born as an interstellar warlord. They are all Earthlings, and the biggest ability on the Earth may be a base vehicle. Grow, 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 and take to space. However, in the meantime, you have to watch out for your competitors. The resources on a planet are limited, and everyone wants to monopolize this resource. Then, ground war cannot be avoided. Stimulate. However, there is one more problem. There will inevitably be conflicts between new and old players, and new forces are likely to be directly captive by old forces. Definitely, Sudan also thought of this, so in the games released in batches, each batch is an independent galaxy. Just like everything in the universe, unless you have reached the standard level of interstellar navigation and can independently step out of your own galaxy, you can invade others. The girl couldn't help but indulge in it. On this day, she didn't even feel hungry. Like other players she has been developing, just as StarCraft was released, Sudan received a call from Dr. Banner. He immediately put down the idea of watching the results of the first day of StarCraft and immediately drove to Brooklyn. With apprehension, he quickly boarded the Antarctic Biotechnology building and finally saw Banner. Okay, the short communication between the two characters, Sudan, was a burst of ecstasy. Bruce Banner, arguably the CTO of his current virtual holographic game. After coming back from Asgard last time, the two sides communicated and sent relevant personnel to cooperate to develop a cross-border server together. Because to promote virtual games in Asgard, you must need a machine that can cross borders. Or move the server to Asgard, but obviously this is impossible. Sudan and Banner can't live in Asgard forever. It is also impossible to just throw the results of my research in Asgard for nothing. They need data. Take the Asgard warriors for a test run. The virtual version of League of Legends, due to the shackles of the virtual helmet technology, cannot be put into the Earth market for the time being, so we can only use the powerful Asgard people as experiments first and take sample data. And now, with the support of Asgard technology, this metaphysical cross-border server has finally been completed. How could this not make Sudan ecstatic? This will be the first time that he has put the virtual game into operation. Banner, thank you for your hard work. He stepped forward and patted Banner on the shoulder. Ever since he came back from Brazil, he has stuck himself in this small laboratory. Although Sudan gave him various benefits, he has never indulged in pleasure. Wholeheartedly fulfill Sudan's dream. Hearing the sound, Banner pushed his glasses and smiled honestly. You know, I like to do this, and I also have a sense of accomplishment, don't I? And, mainly because the support from Asgard is in place with me alone, I will never even think about making a cross-border server. Looking at the self-effacing Banner, Sudan patted him on the shoulder again without saying a word. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Autumn 1 NDE3 NJK2AJ equals. It is unbelievable that the so-called cross-border server is not as big as a computer host. Square and upright, just like the fire of shape-shifting King Kong, it defies the common sense of physics, suspended in midair without any supporting power. Wonderful. Well, it's really beautiful. It is wirelessly connected to Bifrost, so there is no need to consider energy issues. To be honest, if this small cube can be thoroughly studied by humans, I'm afraid it will make technology explode forward. Sudan nodded in disbelief. Asgard's technology, oh, they call it divine power, is indeed at the cutting edge, otherwise it would not have been possible to dominate the universe. Now that the cross-border server is ready, the helmets on Asgard have already been distributed, and now the only thing left is to import the game body into it, and then start. Speaking of the game itself, Wolverine Logan was the first Lee How to experience it last time. Logan chose a small village in Ionia. Just such a small village made Logan addicted to it. Sudan put in a lot of energy. In this first virtual online game in history, he chose the high-level optimization package of Points Mall. This is the first time he bought a high-level optimization package. Even in the World of Warcraft that was destined to explode, he only used the medium level to optimize the mic. Just the effect of that alone can make people feel immersive, not to mention high-level optimization packages. If anyone enters the game and closes all panel prompts, he will probably choose to stay in that world first. Because that world is more beautiful than the real world. Even the most knowledgeable warriors of Asgard must be fascinated by it. What's more, in the continent of Valoran compared with the real world where many people are bound, there is too much freedom. Importing the game doesn't take too long. When all the projects were ready, Sudan solemnly pressed the start button. Meanwhile, as far away in Asgard, Heimdall received the news, which he immediately told Thor. Odin handed this matter over to Thor. On the one hand, he didn't want to take care of it, and on the other hand, he was still testing Thor's ability. And now, it's clearly a success. Even he himself chose to enter it to find out. He also wants to see what the virtual world that Sudan said looks like. Lying in his bedroom, he slowly put on the game helmet specially designed according to the Asgard style. You click here. While talking to himself, he pressed the button on the left side of the helmet. After a 3-second buffer, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he unexpectedly appeared directly in a white world. This white world is infinitely large and far away. Even with his ability, he can't even see through it. Wow, interesting. Now he somewhat believes that what Sudan said is true. 510. At this moment, a voice came from the void, and with this voice, a virtual panel appeared in front of him. Please enter the character nickname. Thor Odinson. The people of Asgard don't know what the people on Earth do, and they don't know how to play tricks in this virtual world. Furthermore, they entered this virtual world only for training, not for playing games, therefore it is necessary to choose the real name. Please choose birthplace, Dalmatia, Noxus, Ionia, Piltover. Pictures of national powers floated on the panel, sliding constantly with Thor's gaze. To be fair, when seeing cities in these countries, most Asgardians would choose Dalmatia without any hesitation, because Dalmatia is just like their Asgards. On the surface, it looks bright and decent, but behind the scenes there are countless dark histories hidden. There is a word called resonance. However, when Thor was choosing, he kept flipping through the pictures and finally his eyes skipped Demacia and fell on CJDG, the sign with an axe painted on it, Noxus. Hey, I love this. Noxus chooses successfully. Is about to enter the game, please be prepared. 3.2.1. The white in front of my eyes was gradually infected, slowly revealing its true side. Thor's figure just appeared in the immortal fortress. He looked at the tall buildings as if the mountains were collapsing head-on. Just looking at them gave people a sense of oppression. In the surrounding houses, the roofs of every household have strange creeps. I don't know if the custom here is to like to go to the roof or what. Thor looks down at his body. The whole body is no longer the same as he was in Asgard but turned into a simple, even dirty linen clothes. He moved his wrists subconsciously and was surprised to find that this so-called virtual world was no different from the real world. Can feel it all between the bending of the fingers, the inward folds of the palm. During the movement of the wrist, the horned dragon on the arm. I'm starting to like it here. After inspecting the body, Thor began to set his sights on the world. He found that in his perception, this city is completely different from the sacred style of Asgard, and the air here is full of ominous atmosphere. The eyes of passers-by are either full of fanaticism or cunning like thieves. Let a person who has been cultivated with a sense of justice since childhood be here, and he even wants to arrest those insidious-looking guys on the spot. However, before he could make a move, a beep knocked him down. This beep sounded like it sounded in the middle of his brain. Player Sif requests to add you as a friend, do you agree? Sif, Thor smiled, temporarily suppressing his impulse and replied, definitely agree. You and Sif have become friends. Sif, Thor, where are you? We are all under the giant stone statue, why can't we see your figure? Hearing the sound, Thor raised his head and looked around. He searched for a long time, but he couldn't find a decent giant stone statue. By the way, is that tombstone-like thing in the distance a stone statue? Sif, are you mistaken? If you say that thing is a stone statue, some artisans may go on strike after you leave. Demacia. Sif looked up at the statue of Durand, or the Colossus of Justice as he called it. No matter how you look at it, this is a living stone statue, okay? It's white with big wings and tall. If you look for it, it should be very conspicuous. Thor, sorry Sif, I really can't see any stone statues here. Listening to Thor's answer, Sif rolled her eyes and then she seemed to think of something and quickly opened the friend list to check the location of her friends. In the game, without the support of specific props, only friends can view the location of friends, but this location is only an approximate. Without coordinates, only a large area will be displayed. Thor Odinsen, Noxus. Looking at the 4 big blood-red characters behind, Sif had a headache. Before she entered this virtual world, she had done a certain strategy. She still knows a little bit about the basic information about the power of these countries. Demacia and Noxus are completely hostile forces. How could Thor go to that place? It's over, all plans are in vain. God, Thor, do you know where you are now? Thor Odinsen, definitely know, I'm on the streets of Noxus. Then do you know where we are? Thor Odinsen, I don't know, we're in Demacia. Thor Odinsen, oh, I see. Understood, Demacia and Noxus are mortal enemies. When they meet, they will fight to the death. The 2 ultimate hostile forces that never give in. Isn't our plan all born in Demacia and then fight together? You choose to be born in Noxus now. We can't even find you because we are hostile and will be attacked by the guards if we meet. Listening to a series of complaints from Sif, Thor gradually understood the seriousness of the matter. Thor Odinsen, no, I suddenly feel that this is very good. You are over there. When we start the war, I must already be the commander-in-chief. After speaking, Thor hung up the communication. Because he suddenly discovered that there was a recruitment notice. Asgard, Odin took the queen for a walk. Recently, he had a premonition of a crisis. That will be the great crisis that will destroy Asgard. The 2 of them were swimming outside the hall. Usually there are hard-working Asgard warriors here, but today there is not even a single one of them. How long has it been since you saw Thor? Odin asked suddenly, looking into the distance. The queen smiled and replied, I haven't seen Thor for 4 days and I went to see him secretly this morning, but he hasn't come out. Oh, then it can't be called not seeing each other for 4 days. At least you met this morning, didn't you? The queen didn't answer. Looking at the empty venue, the hearts of the 2 of them also became empty. The noisy world before seemed to suddenly become clean and only the two old people were left. The warriors of Asgard, even their brave son, are completely immersed in that virtual world, but the other son under Bifrost was never seen again. Although Loki likes to mess around, he is usually the one who pleases the queen the most. I don't know whether this virtual world is good or bad, so what should I say? Odin sighed. But the queen seemed to see through Odin's mind. She gently stroked Odin's chest. Since you have agreed, you should feel that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, otherwise you would not agree. Yeah, Odin looked back from a distance. He looked at the queen and asked, "What do you think of that earthling? Ability is very strong, but I can't see through the root of his history." Odin nodded. "When I saw him for the first time, I felt that there was a secret hidden in him that even I couldn't discover, and until today, I still haven't figured it out. On this day, except for a few guards standing like statues, the entire glorious Asgard is like a ghost town. At first, they all scoffed at the virtual world. After all, they are all warriors who survived the war. However, since stepping into that world for the first time, they have never been offline. Fortunately, they are physically strong, otherwise ordinary people would have to kill if they go on like this. The law of true fragrance is vividly highlighted at this moment. It can only be said that the Valoran land of the League of Legends under the high-level special effect optimization package is really too attractive. It is so big that even these Asgard warriors who have seen countless other worlds, they are still addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Earth. Sudan looked at Banner, collecting more and more data every day. These precious data are all fed back from the server. Using Asgard warriors as an experiment, I am afraid that only Sudan dares to do this kind of thing. Other people on Earth regard Asgardians as gods and they are extremely honorable, but now, this guy is experimenting with God. Sudan's main target definitely isn't humans. Taking this risk is only to collect big data so as to develop a game helmet that is really suitable for people on Earth. At that time, he will be able to achieve the same as in the online game novel, allowing at least 80% of the world's people to enter the second world. What is the concept of 80% of the world? 5.6 billion people. 5.6 billion player base, that is the ultimate dream of every game developer. No, it can only be said to be a fantasy for the time being. Even in previous lives, there has never been a game that can make 1/10 of the world's people addicted. Not to mention the current 80%, only virtual games and the second world have that charm. At that time, the price of the game helmet will have to be reduced. Try to make it as cheap as possible so that more players can afford it. Even make a bigger move, give out game helmets for free. None of this is impossible, it's man-made. If the estimated return is large enough, then it can be implemented. With the current Antarctic company's wealth, there is nothing to be unworthy of. Closer to home, Banner's subordinates are all the brain neural information fed back by Asgard people playing virtual games recently. By comparing the commonality and difference, it is not difficult to see that the problem is in the human brain. The human brain is actually very powerful, but the brain nerves are still fragile. It's like a crumbling string, it will collapse if you apply too much force. Collapse means death. With one kick, everything is gone, rot. And the string of the Asgard warrior is not very strong, but at least it can bear force and can withstand the slight pressure of the game helmet. If everyone in the world had brains like Professor X's, this virtual game would be a no-brainer. Unfortunately, this is not realistic. It is impossible for Antarctic company to spend money to strengthen the brain nerves of no one on Earth. At such a cost, it is not enough to sell Sudan's underwear. Therefore, you can only start from the game. That's what Dr. Banner is busy with. He is now using the EEG of the Asgard warriors to compare the normal brain nerves of human beings, and by studying the differences and commonalities, he will formulate a feasible plan. Definitely, this process will inevitably lead to the death of countless mice. Since he was stabbed by Wolverine last time, Banner said he was fine on the surface, but in fact, in the research, he still doesn't like to use Wolverine as a specimen. He still likes his non-aggressive white mice. If the Madonna of the United States finds out about this experiment, I'm afraid they will all go to court. Shushu is so cute, why do you torture Shushu tilde? This is a process of continuously collecting samples and conducting experiments, and the time spent in it is quite long. Sudan also often went to the branch office to cheer for Banner. On the first day of the experiment, the results were almost the same as the previous ones. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, the mice straightened up with 4 short legs and died on the spot. After a week, through the large amount of data collected, the results of the experiment were slightly improved. The mice were able to remain immortal, only afterwards they would become plants. I'm afraid people will become vegetative if they use it. Then the Antarctic company will not be sprayed to death. And after a month of research, Banner finally got a little achievement. When the 10-hour experiment was over, the little white mouse was still alive and kicking, and it was delicious. But it's a pity that it even ate its own companions. The crazy little white mouse finally forced its belly into a ball and finally exploded with a snap, and the remains of the severed finger that hadn't had time to make a joke splashed everywhere in the glass box, and the scene was once very bloody. The experiment is so cruel, every time the surface gets better, you can't see the harm behind it at all. Being unable to eat for 2 days due to the disgusting scene that day, Dan decided to go to Tony's place for a stroll. After all, that guy is the most enjoyable man in the world. When Dan arrives, find out that Tony is actually playing StarCraft like a giant screen in his underground workshop. Looking around, his power has already stepped out of the planet and has initially touched space. Just one space voyage in this area made all the players on the server turn on their horns, and each of them turned into a dog licking, begging to share the sky-climbing skills in various poses. Tony looked at the small speaker window on the left with a disgusted expression. In fact, for such a long time, many players have conquered the ground, but when they planned to formally enter space, technical obstacles occurred. No matter how they develop, they will end up with frequent failures to reach the sky, plane crashes, and people dying. The one-time loss of 990 is at least hundreds of millions of units of resources. Who can stand this? Looking at the spaceship that was about to return on the giant screen, Dan suddenly said, "Don't rush back, you will fly towards 10 o'clock at a constant speed for another 10 minutes. Tony was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the voice, and the disgusting smile on his face immediately subsided. He turned his head and saw that it was Dan and then said angrily, "Dude, your sudden appearance like this will give me a heart attack. The odds are greatly improved. Come on, Jarvis, why didn't you remind me?" "Hey. Sir, I see that you are concentrating on playing the game, so you automatically turned on the Do Not Disturb mode. In fact, your phone has blocked 17, oh no, 18 incoming calls," Jarvis said honestly. Tony was so frightened that he grabbed the phone on the table, and sure enough, there were 18 missed calls on it. All of them were from Pepper. Since the problem of palladium poisoning was solved last time, his whole person is different. With a healthy body, you can also pursue your true love. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. So, after he replaced the new arc reactor, he immediately confessed his love to Pepper. These 18 missed calls are more uncomfortable than his loss of 1.8 billion. However, his discomfort disappeared instantly with Dan's next sentence. Go further, there is a small Easter egg. You can get a fragment of a space battleship. After taking it back for research, you can speed up the development of a battleship by 20%. Space battleship. Play this game for space battleships. Tony's eyes were almost shining. He instantly forgot the 18 missed calls just now. He threw the phone aside and continued to steer the spacecraft forward. Sure enough, after traveling for a period of time, the spacecraft seemed to hit something and the picture trembled slightly. If it was normal, he would be terrified for fear of getting a meteorite or something. But now, he is not afraid at all because Dan said there is a treasure there. Sure enough, in the next second the game prompts that a fragment has been caught. Yeah. Tony jumped 3 feet high excitedly. Even if his favorite team scored a goal, he was not so excited. He has now won the title of the first sky climber in the whole server. And next, he can also get a 20% accelerated space battleship manufacturing speed. So in the future, he must be the first person to create space battleships again. Then it will be different. To create a space battleship first is to seize the opportunity. That would be equivalent to occupying this fixed star system. Dan, is there any more? Is there any more? Gone. Please, brother, just tell me. May I please? It's really gone. Really gone. Telling you one is not enough to affect the balance of the game, but telling you two is my sin. Sure enough, there are still some. Dan chuckled, looked at Tony's begging eyes and said, Title warning just this one time. Sorry. How do you feel about your new battery? Sudan asked inadvertently, flipping through the workshop table. Tony was still playing the game, just such a small fragment made him look like a treasure trooper. Batteries? Dude, you're choking. I'll correct you again, it's called the arc reactor. The new ones are pretty good, completely avoiding the palladium poisoning problem and have several times more power than the old ones. Hearing the sound, Sudan laughed and said, "It seems that your father is really talented. He left you behind so early." Yes, my father is indeed a talent, but it's a pity that he died 10 years earlier. Listening to Tony's words, Sudan is now in hesitation should he announce the truth about his parents' death. But after much deliberation, I finally decided to endure it. Loki's whereabouts are unknown, so he will definitely not do anything good. Next, the Avengers Alliance will be needed to fight in the front as a death squad. It is obviously unreasonable to have conflicts at this time. Suddenly, Tony said again, "In fact, in my father's generation there are still many geniuses. It can be said that they came up with many things in that era and no one has surpassed them until today. Then, from the perspective of future generations, will I also be classified as your father's generation? I equals your father's generation, you equals your father's son, and I equals your father. Please don't choke people, I mean physics. For example, a friend of my father's, you may not know, he developed a particle that can shrink any object." Hearing this, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Sudan's mind as if he had caught some important clue. "You mean Pym particles. Wow, you even know that. I thought only Shield knew. Hank Pym, Ant-Man. Ant-Man." Sudan glared at Tony, then turned around and left without saying a word. He remembered that in the story of Ant-Man there was also something about the helmet. When Ant-Man shrinks or zooms in 3.3 times, he must wear a helmet to lower the pressure, otherwise his brain may pop out. Dr. Pym is definitely a genius. He can develop the magical Pym particles and even research the quantum field to the highest level, which is definitely not comparable to the Stark family selling arms. Well, since old Pym already has experience in developing helmets, if old Pym is invited to participate in the improvement of virtual game helmets, two extremely intelligent people in the world will be together, then the improvement of virtual game helmets will be greatly shortened. Is it time? The virtual game of looking forward to the stars and looking forward to the moon will finally be available soon. The current plan is to go directly to Pym Technology Company, which is a company opened by old Pym himself. Even if it is represented by his student now, at least his daughter is still working there. As the once well-known Ant-Man, Hank Pym did a poor job, as this may also have something to do with that dandy old man's lack of flexibility. Also working in SHIELD, Stark Industries is getting bigger and bigger, and its influence on the world is also increasing. But how many people know Pym Technology Company these days? But when Sudan came here, he looked at the relatively shabby Pym Technology Company building and shook his head silently. If I want to forcibly acquire this place, how many months will it take? According to the information, old Pym is usually not here, and now all the affairs of the company are handed over to his student Darren Cross. Looking at the Pym Technology Company from a distance, I have to say that the old Pym's vision of people is as bad as ever. His students didn't seem to want to grow Pym Technology, or they simply wanted to take over the entire company and change it to their own name. Sudan was sitting in the car, staring at Pym Technology not far away, and slowly said, "Red Empress, check where their research on Pym particles is at level 1. Yes, Master." The Red Queen obediently responded, and soon, 2 pieces of confidential experimental data were automatically sent to his mobile phone. Oh, it's impossible to shrink a living body. Forcibly shrinking it will turn it into a lump of rotten meat. Another way to use it is a kind of bullet. In the current Pym Technology Company, even the Wasp battle suit is just a prototype, let alone the official shrinking of the living body. However, even if they can shrink the living body, they dare not use it on the human body immediately because the use of Pym particles is risky. Whether it is enlarged or reduced, it will put great pressure on the brain. The human brain is too fragile, it might be death. After getting a general understanding of the development process of Pym Technology Company, Sudan was thinking, what reason should he use to enter? Old Pym was a stubborn old man. And there are some people who hate the rich, it's hard to say. After all, when he was young, he was still an agent in SHIELD. He had already developed PIM particles when he was young, but Howard Stark stole some of them. In a rage, he shook his hand and left. Hiss, after read, do you search for Hank Pym's address to see if he's at home? It took 3 or 4 seconds for the Red Queen to reply quickly. Hank Pym's address has been obtained, but his personal status cannot be known. Why, what's going on? Master, the other party is in a place where the Red Queen can't find it. After hearing what Hong Hu said, Sudan instantly understood. That old man, Hank Pym, is actually a computer whiz. In the comics, he's even the inventor of Ultron, not Tony Stark and Bruce Banner. In order to manage the supervillains arrested by superheroes, he combined his own brain wave patterns to create Ultron. In the Avengers movie, that Ultron was like a dog and he was killed casually. Even after watching the movie, the audience was stunned. The agreed Avengers, Age of Ultron, how does it feel like Iron Man Gaiden? And the Ultron in the comics is simply not too strong. It used to be the most difficult existence in the Avengers Alliance. Well, being able to invent something like Ultron at least proves that Hank Pym is still quite involved in electronic programming. Have to admit, old Hank is really a genius. Since he won't let us search for him, then we won't search for him. Sudan curled his lips. Old Pym was indeed very low-key, and he lived in that old-fashioned house after retirement. Queen Hong, he doesn't see us, then you send all the status of Pym technology to his equipment. I believe he knows what we are going to do. Yes, Master, it has been sent. Hearing the sound, Sudan smiled, then got out of the car and walked towards the gate of Pym Technology Company. The 2 security guards looked at the person who came and looked at each other, and they both saw incredible in each other's eyes. Now Sudan's reputation is no stranger to any place where technology has developed to a certain level. You said that an arms dealer might be forgotten by people, but a conscientious game developer is definitely well known among the common people. Hello, are you Mr. Sudan? One of the security guards asked respectfully. Sudan looked at the security guard calmly, showing a professional smile, panicked. Mr. Sudan, I'm very sorry, do you have a pass, or have you made an appointment with someone from the company? Nothing. I'm sorry, even if it's you, I can't let you go. This is my duty. 1 million USD. What? The dark security asked with a question mark. Get out of the way, 1 million USD. The 2 security guards looked at each other silently, and both saw the shake in each other's eyes. This is 1 million USD. Even if they are security guards for a lifetime, they can't earn so much. Even if it ruins your reputation, loses your job, or gets blacklisted by the security industry, it doesn't matter. With $1 million, who the hell would do this? Well, I want to ask an abrupt question. Are you giving us a combined 1 million USD, or one person for $500,000 USD? Perhaps black people have their own ability to be funny, Sudan sneered. 1 million for one person. Then please come in, this way please. If you want to find 780 Len Klaus, you need to turn left and go up to the 3rd floor. If you want to find Hope, please turn right and go up to the laboratory. 1 buy 1 get 1 free. The function of money is really powerful, it's just that he doesn't need such insignificant information. Under the monitoring of the Red Queen, the entire Pym Technology Company seems transparent to him. If he wants to find someone, he just needs to let the Red Queen search through various cameras. Hope, whose full name is Hope Van Dyne, is Old Man Pym's daughter. Although the appearance is not satisfactory, the ability is still quite outstanding. It seems that women in the Marvel Universe basically have the same appearance, choose one of appearance and ability, or both. I came to look for Hope and I didn't really want to find a woman. To be honest, from an Oriental aesthetic point of view, I really didn't have any impulse to look at Hope. I came to her just to build a bridge for old Pym. Walking around other people's companies swaggeringly makes him the boss. Just like that, Sudan appeared at the door of Pym Technologies' laboratory. Under normal circumstances, places like laboratories are graded, some can be viewed, some are secrets of others, and private peeping is not allowed. Think of Pym Technology Corporation, they are researching Pym particles and they definitely want to keep it secret. Sudan looked at the busy researchers below, all of them were wearing white coats and goggles, and there were many beautiful young women. Definitely, it's just appreciation, man's nature. Just after he stood here quietly for half an hour, a young researcher below suddenly noticed the stranger on the stage. Hey, who are you? Following the man's voice, everyone turned their attention to Sudan. Soon, someone recognized him. That is that Sudan. I think so, Antarctic Corporation Sudan. Oh my God, why is he here? I want to take a picture with him. Hearing the discussion below, Sudan chuckled and called, Miss Hope, please come here. Hope herself did not participate in the research. She was wearing a black professional attire which was particularly conspicuous, standing in a white coat. It seems that it should be a supervisory job now. Being named here and the other party is a well-known boss, Hope is a little flattered. Regardless of what Angie Company does, it doesn't matter if it's a game or not, the key is its current status. That is the famous Dark Horse in New York. It has surpassed Stark Industries and become the #1 group. If Antarctic Company is the tallest building in the city, then Sudan is the person standing on the top of the building, and their PIM Technology Company can only be regarded as a township enterprise. Seeing that everyone focused their attention on her again, Hope's heart beat faster. A sudden invitation from a successful man caught him off guard. Now this situation is more like that kind of. She didn't even dare to think about it. That was Sudan. Sudan, could you hurry up, ma'am? Hearing the urging voice, Hope trembled all over, quickly put down the work at hand, and immediately walked towards Sudan. The two walked out of the laboratory together and came to a place where they would not be disturbed. May I ask, Mr. Sudan, what can I do for you? You didn't come here specially for me, did you? That being said, what single woman in the world wouldn't want a very rich man to suddenly appear in her life? Hope just thought about it. I'll just say it straight. I'm looking for you mainly because of your father. I want to discuss a cooperation with your father, but considering many factors, I still hope you can make a connection. Hearing this, Hope was very disappointed. Sure enough, this boss couldn't have come here specially to find her. But isn't that too masculine? Why can't you be more tactful? In fact, all girls have a misunderstanding about boys. That is the word straight man. A man is a lover in front of a girl who can arouse his desire to protect, but in front of a girl he doesn't like or even a girl he hates, he is a straight man of titanium alloy. Okay, no problem. Hope held back for a long time and finally agreed. In front of Sudan, she has no right to refuse, because the two are not at the same level at all. Just like the superior talking to the subordinates often answer yes without thinking. And there is something about your mother back then. The next day, old Pim took the initiative to send an invitation letter, inviting Sudan to meet in an old cafe. Across the old table, Sudan stared at the old man in front of him with great interest. Dr. Pim. Mr. Sudan, why did you take the initiative to invite me? I'm still quite confused about this. According to my thinking, you should hesitate for a long time and you won't even meet me easily. Old Pim smiled mysteriously, took out a small tablet from his pocket and put it on the table. Actually, I have been following you for a long time. Sudan set his sights on the tablet, which was a video. It was dark at night, so the pictures were not very clear. But it can be vaguely seen that a group of strong social people surrounded a relatively thin man, and the venue is near the Antarctic building. He immediately remembered that day. That was the scene where he took the initiative to confront a group of gangsters. Unexpectedly, it was photographed by old Pim. No, it should be said, I didn't expect to be recognized by old Pim. At that time, under the cover of night, the movements were very fast and it was difficult to see a person's face from a distance. But Pim recognized him. I really thought so at the beginning. Old Pim put away the sadness in his eyes and said, but after this period of time, I guess you definitely don't care about such a little strength of Wang Zhao. And with an identity like yours, if you throw out some money casually, you can do more heroic deeds than an ant. Seeing this, Sudan couldn't help being slightly taken aback, and a possibility instantly came to mind. Ant-Man is never alone, there is always a wasp by his side. Old Pim smiled and said, at that time, seeing your strength, I even had some ideas. Mr. Sudan, you should know a lot, and you are also with SHIELD. Tony Stark and others have been in contact, and my matter is not a secret to you. However, an accident happened, and he was left alone. A player reported it. Sudan lied without blushing. Superhero, there is another name, that is vigilante. Only these idle and painful people will do it, even if he is paid. He doesn't want to be a so-called superhero. Hank Pym smiled self-deprecatingly, his cloudy old eyes flashed with nostalgia. That was the look that stayed in the past. Apparently, he's trying to suppress his resentment towards Shield and the Stark family right now. He tentatively asked, "Could it be that you want me?" Sudan chuckled and didn't answer. Sudan took a sip of coffee. Ant-Man hero. "I am old and now my daughter may be older than you. I am really old and need a successor." When talking about Shield and Stark, old Pym's tone was obviously a little blunt. How cool it is to lie at home to make money, become stronger, and even play superhero in the palm of your hand. Players. In other words, there are still loyal players of yours in my company, old Pym said. He couldn't understand why contemporary young people are so desperately addicted to things that are just for fun. Old Pym took a sip of the bitter coffee and suddenly asked, "How did you find out about the Pym Technology Company and even made such a detailed investigation?" "So this is your company. Do you believe me when I say there are loyal players of mine in the White House?" In the White House, oh my god. Old Pym's three views were shocked, but he quickly recovered. When he saw the strange letter for the first time, he actually didn't believe it. After all, who wouldn't fake information and start a commercial espionage war these days? But when I looked at him, I realized that everything was too real. According to his speculation, combined with some facts, those information at least have a certain credibility. His favorite student, Darren Cross, betrayed him. In this life, except for his wife who did not betray him, it seems that everyone else is betraying him in various forms. If it is said, this is not enough to attract the attention of old Pym. Then, that night when his daughter Hope returned home early, what she said directly gave old Pym the idea of inviting Sudan. "Thank you for reminding me about that incident. If it weren't for those glaring facts, I would still be kept in the dark." "No problem, little thing." The old Pym suddenly took a deep breath as if he was trying to muster up his courage. "What you said about my wife. I'm curious, how did you learn about it? I obviously didn't tell anyone about it, not even Hope." "Dr. Pym, what you should pay attention to is not how I know 157 but how to bring her back." "Bring back." These three words exploded in old Pym's ear canal like a lightning strike. "She is still alive," Pym whispered. For some reason, after hearing a stranger's words, he was inexplicably moved. After the wasp disappeared, his heart was tormented every day, thinking that even he himself was not 100% sure was the wasp still alive. After so many years, Hope has grown up so much. This is the dogged and affectionate insistence of a man. "Do you know where she is and how to bring her back?" "Definitely no. If I don't know, how could I come to you at such a time? Please tell me, no matter what you need, as long as I have it, I will give it to you." He had a falling out with Shield many years ago when Howard Stark stole some of his Pym particles. But today, he said to a person whom he had met for less than 30 minutes, "No matter what you need, as long as I have it, I will give it to you every day." All this for a woman, his wife. In front of the wasp, he didn't even have the idea of negotiating. What's more, this is not a negotiation at all but his unilateral begging. If Sudan told him that the wasp was dead, that's all. Anyway, he has been suffering in his heart for so many years and the remaining time is not bad. But she just said that she is still alive. The hope in his heart revived in an instant and the urge to see the wasp almost broke through his thoughts. However, facing Hank Pym's eager eyes, Sudan leisurely picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip slowly, then put down the coffee cup before saying slowly, I don't need anything from you, but I need you to do one thing for me." "Do something?" Hank Pym suddenly became nervous and asked defensively, "What is it?" Over the years, some capital has come to him, trying to make him put on the Ant-Man battle suit again through profit, and do some dirty things for them. However, he never agreed. If Sudan is also like that, what should he do? In front of the Wasp Girl's information, he has no room to maneuver. When he was struggling, Sudan smiled and said, "Help me make a helmet." "Call." Hank Pym breathed a sigh of relief. Why not just make a helmet? And she made the atmosphere so dignified that he almost had a heart attack. Not to mention the helmet, even give him the Ant-Man battle suit. "Jag." "Tell me, what kind of helmet?" he asked. Sudan immediately took out a drawing. "To put it simply, it is a game helmet. I am developing a virtual holographic game." Players need to wear a helmet to enter the virtual world, but due to connection problems, it will bring a certain burden to the brain. I now need to eliminate these burdens to zero. It's impossible. Put on a helmet and enter the virtual world, which requires the most cutting-edge biological science support, and I can't do it. Hank Pym stared at Sudan, thinking that this kid was deliberately making things difficult for him. Think about him, Hank Pym. For so many years, he has made things difficult for others by himself, but he never thought that he would be so difficult for Sudan today. Still, there's nothing to hide about these. As soon as these words came out, Hank Pym's pupils dilated instantly and he was surprised. What if I say I've fixed his rampage problem? Other companies even frantically write the list of developers into the game for fear that others will not know. Bruce Banner, I don't know if you recognize him or not. You don't need to worry about these because I have already done it. All you have to do is to eliminate the pressure on the human body caused by the helmet to zero. The corners of Sudan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said silently, "Green Titan Hulk. The matter about the Green Titan is not a secret in their circle. They know what they should know, and they know what they should not know." Bruce Banner. Hank Pym read the name. I seem to have heard the name Banner somewhere before, but I really can't remember who it is. Antarctic Company is not a military secret. Even the list of personnel must be kept secret. Hunting geese all day long and finally being pecked by geese and blinded. I understand. Hank Pym wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked tentatively, "Can I know who is your chief technology officer? Do I know him?" Scientists are known to have some quirks. It turned out to be that person. You dare to use him? Aren't you afraid that he will suddenly explode in the city? And old Pym has a lot of eccentricities. Yes, it has been done. It's already been done. Hearing Sudan's plain air, Hank Pym was startled. He didn't understand, but only those who understand how difficult the technology is. He is thinking now, could it be that this young man has already received the support of the White House? Otherwise, why did he say that there are loyal fans of him in the White House? Also, such talents in bioscience and technology are often monopolized by the government. Where can ordinary people find them? Impossible unless you are God. Is Sudan God? No, but the power of the system is more than God. I'm afraid that even God is tilde under control. Then, let me take you to meet. If you are worried, go back and put on your Ant-Man battle suit. That guy has become so big that he is like a reckless man, he can't even notice an ant. Hank Pym's face was livid due to choking, and he replied after a long time, "No need, your life is precious, you dare. What are you afraid of if I'm half buried in the ground?" Sudan went to pay the bill, and old Pym just followed him into the car and drove towards Brooklyn. Looking up at the increasingly beautiful Antarctic biotechnology company, old Pym smacked his lips with envy. His Pym Technology Company has worked so hard on such a small project. Why does someone who develops games look like an ultimate nouveau rich? Has this world changed, please? Old Pym walked into the company without saying a word. As soon as he entered, he was surprised again. Like an old man entering the Grand View Garden. After a period of development, Antarctic Biotechnology Company is also gradually improving its infrastructure. After people walk into the gate, there is a spacious circular hall. From the outside, it is obviously a straight office building, but after walking in, looking at this space, it looks like a circular castle. In the center of the hall, there are many holographic images. What's that? Hank Pym pointed at the holographic dinosaur. Sudan glanced at it indifferently, then replied, "Oh, that's a dinosaur. I definitely know. I'm going to make a movie, let's call it Jurassic World or something. Aren't you a game company?" "You are wrong, I am not a game company. My main company is a game company, and this company is a biotechnology company." Hank Pym finally understood. This guy has a problem. Before he agreed, his attitude was very flat, but the conditions he proposed were really irresistible. However, once you agree, he will start to choke people unscrupulously. If it was an ordinary person, the ringleader would have slapped his asterisk and left long ago. This way. Taking the elevator upstairs, Hank Pym was once again shocked by the technology in front of him. At this level, it's like entering a new world, or in other words, like traveling decades later. In comparison, his Pym Technology Company is like a primitive society. Wow, these are really going to blind my old eyes. If you visit the Antarctic Science and Technology Company, I'm afraid you will be blinded. Hank Pym gritted his teeth. Finally, led by Sudan, he saw the monster. Oh no, Bruce Banner. He watched Bruce Banner warily, but good old Banner happily held out a hand. "Hello, Dr. Pym." "Well, hello." Old Pym shook hands reluctantly. Could it be that the monster has really been restrained by Sudan? But how could there be such a method in the world? That monster, even the Ant-Man of his generation can't do anything about it. Unkillable, can't kill at all. "Banner, I won't introduce you, you know him too. Now I will bring him to assist you. Improve the helmet as soon as possible." Banner scratched the back of his head embarrassingly and assist. "Or let me assist Dr. Pym." Although Banner was polite, old Pym was a little angry. He said angrily, "So you told me at first that you wanted me to drop the helmet, and now you said that I became an assistant. In their circle, being someone else's assistant is a shame. Everyone is at the cutting edge of science. If you suddenly become someone else's assistant, it means that you admit that you are not as good as others." Facing old Pym's bad temper, Sudan chuckled and said, "It is said that Pym doesn't want the wasp to come back. This is to let the wasp hear, even if she has to remarry, you know, she is still young and beautiful." "Okay, I'll bear it." At this time, Banner played the attribute of a good old man again. "Dr. Pym, let's take a look at the big data here." After receiving the data sheet from Banner, Hank Pym frowned and browsed line by line. But looking at him, he realized that something was wrong. The above data had already surpassed the limit of the human body, and the only end was to die. "My God, are you doing some illegal experiments? Let me tell you, I can help you hide it, but don't make me." As he was talking, old Pym turned another page. After seeing it, there was no more to say. Swish, 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 tilde. He looked at the data continuously, and after a long time, the shock on his face became more and more intense. Finally, he asked, "Tell me, what kind of experiment are you using? Is this still a human?" "The numbers on the datasheet are horrible. If a person on Earth died 10 times, it would be enough, but the data of the same person appeared for 100 hours in a row." That experiment lasted for 100 hours. Sudan and Banner smiled at each other and replied modestly, "It's nothing, they are Asgardians." "What, people from Asgard?" Old Pim put down the document in his hand, staring at Sudan closely. You think I'm old, so I'm easier to cheat. Dr. Pim, in fact, is really Asgard. I didn't believe it at first, but you read the data sheet, Banner continued to explain. Suddenly, Sudan winked at Banner, and Banner instantly understood. He walked to the operating table and quickly entered a series of codes. Soon, the center of the laboratory changed. A transparent cylinder pierces through the entire floor from top to bottom, and inside that cylinder there is a cube suspended. A weird cube, material unknown. All I know is that it is suspended in midair and emitting colorful, mysterious light. My God, murmured Old Pim. According to his knowledge, he would naturally not think that this is a vacuum compartment or something. It is no longer important that the cube can be suspended in midair. What he cares about is what is this mysterious cube. What's more, he needs to update his brain database. Too much shock today. These are all due to this young Sudan. Although this guy likes to choke people, abilities knowledge is really nothing to say. At least it proves that my previous vision is not a problem. That, you say, is it really an Asgard? To these people, Asgard is equivalent to what the Huxia are to heaven. That's a fairy tale thing, especially Old Pim, a man who has been in the scientific world all his life. This kind of person will never believe in so-called theology easily. Everything in this world can be basically explained with his knowledge, and even if he can't explain it, he can deduce it to the quantum field. In short, Old Pim was skeptical about experimenting with Asgardians. However, Sue did not intend to say anything more. The data are all there, and it's up to Pim to believe it or not. Otherwise, can you still take him to Asgard? As time went on, Banner and Pim quickly passed the running-in period. With the veteran driver Hank Pym, the improvement of the virtual game helmet has really accelerated a lot. August 20. It can be said that the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. After a month of discussion, the two finally came to a conclusion. Conductor. The problem of the virtual game helmet finally appeared on the material. If you want to reduce the pressure on the human brain brought by the virtual game helmet so that it is perfectly suitable for people on Earth, this helmet must be replaced with a conductive material. Red Empress, to simulate and calculate all the materials in the world is to find the most suitable body. Yes, Master. The Red Queen obediently responded, and then a roar came from the super server located in the underground secret room of this building. That's Red Queen's overclocking computing. Under this kind of maximum calculation speed, the requirements for the host are extremely high, and perhaps only Sudan dares to play like this in the whole world. Others can't even find a decent large server, but he can use the super server produced by his company as a broiler. Definitely, the large server mentioned here does not refer to the specifications on the market, which can be bought as long as you have money. But really satisfying performance is hard to find. Not to mention the super server produced by Antarctic Technology Company. This kind of hardware produced by his company, even if others want to buy it, it depends on whether Sudan is willing to sell it. Secondly, the price is also an astronomical figure. Finally, after a few minutes of calculation, Honghu also came up with an answer. Master, according to the current data among all the conductive materials on the Earth, the highest pressure can only be reduced by 90%. 90%. That is still far from the desired effect of Sudan. If the pressure of the game helmet on the player's brain cannot be completely eliminated, then even if the player can play, it can only be played for a short time. Can only stay in the game for such a short time? Let me ask, what is the point of playing virtual holographic games for only a few hours or tens of minutes a day? Wow! At this moment, Banner looked at the data given by the Red Queen and suddenly called out, I have another way, which is to adjust the time ratio between the game and reality, such as 1 hour in reality and 3 hours in game. If not, then we can only hope that humans will discover new materials on the Earth. This difficulty. Old Pim on the side nodded, expressing his agreement with Banner's opinion, and he thought so too. New material. However, Dan's first solution to Banner seemed unheard of. What is the adjustment of the time ratio? What's his? It's pain. Once a player's brain is found to have a malignant tumor or some serious injury and the cause is precisely from the game helmet, what will be the status of Antarctica at that time? Furthermore, adjusting the time ratio is not that simple. Multiply the time in the game by 3 times and the pressure on the player's brain will also increase by 3 times. It can't bear it under normal conditions, let alone resist 3 times. Therefore, in Sudan's view, there is only one solution to this problem, and that is to find new conductive materials. What was calculated just now is all the known materials on the Earth, so are there still unknown materials on the Earth? The answer is yes. However, this secret is rarely known to the world. Only he, a person from God's perspective, can think of those 10 points. Wakanda, vibranium, that's right, it's vibranium. The place of Wakanda has always been considered by the world as a backward agricultural country, but in fact, it is the most technologically advanced place in the world. With vibranium, they have developed various high-tech weapons and equipment, and the overall technological level is almost 100 years ahead of the outside world. At first, people knew about vibranium only because of its incomparable solid stone texture. As early as World War II, Howard Stark used a small piece to create the current shield of the United States captain. The defensive power of the shield on that side is obvious to all. However, vibranium is far more than a feature of being strong. That technology is a universal material, and Wakanda has developed it into various things, such as embedding vibranium in clothes so that you can open the shield wall without using a shield. And it is still feasible as a conductive material. Don't you see how many technologies in Wakanda use vibranium, ranging from a fighter plane to a small mechanical ball? It is a pity for Sudan to conclude even now that vibranium is definitely feasible for virtual gaming headsets. Even a small drop of vibranium diluted can reduce the stress on a gaming helmet to 0. In this way, it is feasible to implement any measures such as adjusting the time ratio and the like. I know there is another material in this world, gold. Vibranium, old Pym had heard the term before. He had met Shield a long time ago, because that shield was made by Howard Stark and he remembers that person's stuff very clearly. Boy, I want to remind you that I have seen the shield before and it is now included in the official 2.4. Even if you buy it back at a big price, the material of the shield is not enough, unless your intention is to only make tens of thousands of helmets. Hearing this, Sudan smiled, who said, I want that broken shield. What I want is a vibranium mind. What? This time, even Banner was surprised by Sudan's words. Could it be that there are still many materials like vibranium in the world? So why until now people have no news? At least Dr. Pym should have the first-hand information, right? However, everyone knows very little about vibranium. Only today's Sudan revealed this secret. In the laboratory, Banner and Invincible looked at each other and then looked in the direction Sudan left. To get Wakanda's approval, that's also a problem. The location of Wakanda is not difficult to find on the map, but what is presented to the world is always the side of agriculture and animal husbandry. Its real technology is hidden under a layer of enchantment. Definitely, that kind of optical concealment technology is also made using vibranium. Wanting to really enter Wakanda is not as simple as talking about it. Visitors must show sincerity, so there are only a few gifts that can satisfy the people of Wakanda. 1 bandit, 1 security, 1 problem. Bandit refers to Ulysses Crow, who carried out bad theft on the Wakanda border and killed many Wakanda people. Ulysses Crow is currently an arms smuggler and had contact with Tony Stark before. Humans are indeed not a good thing. If you take him out and send him to the border of Wakanda, someone must know what he's up to. Safety refers to the safety of the black race. Wakanda is located in Africa where the people are basically black. They cannot ignore the discrimination and suffering of their black compatriots in the world. However, due to Wakanda's closed-door policy, they can only see but unable to personally help. 29. The problem, the Wakanda people have long realized that vibranium is a non-renewable resource. Although they have developed it for so many years, they still haven't mined a mine, but vibranium is indeed limited and human demand for resources is unlimited. There is always one day vibranium energy will be consumed. This is also the reason why they closed the country to protect the money. So in essence, they are not willing to lend a helping hand to outsiders, unless someone can solve all the above problems. Sudan thinks he can get these basic chips, so the moment he walked out of the laboratory he immediately contacted Gonitz. Gonets, where are you now? Back to the masters, subordinates are everywhere. Sudan rolled his eyes and said, Okay, then you go and kill someone for me. Oh no, it's best to catch him alive and give me a message when it's over. Follow the command of the Lord. Hang up the phone. Gonets came from the shadow of the Antarctic biotechnology building and then moved in the direction of the target. Sudan usually doesn't have any tasks for him, basically they are in a free state. However, in his free state he never enjoys the prosperity of this world for himself. In fact, he has always been hidden in the shadow of Sudan, and he guarantees to support Sudan at all times. Definitely, he is also a person with good eyesight, knowing that sometimes Sudan can handle it by himself, and he doesn't want others to intervene, so he keeps on the sidelines, and he will only take action when there is an abnormal situation. For example, that time when the helicopter was going to bomb the villa, Sudan didn't even have time to inform Gonets that he had already appeared there. From New York to Africa, Gonets still needs to take a plane. The last time I took Banner back to New York from the Brazilian border, it was because the distance was relatively short. If I let him fly this time, I'm afraid it won't work. Target, Ulysses, Crow. It was an arms smuggler who stayed at African ports all the year round and had a team of his own. In fact, it is quite normal for an arms dealer to have a team. Gonets appears like a ghost in Ulysses, Crow's tanker. The attire on his body is completely different from here. Naturally, it caused unrest from the very beginning. Those people in dirty clothes looked up at the priest-like Gonets, not knowing how to react. Is it the boss's guest, or is he here to provoke trouble? Obviously, Gonets is the latter, but he is not a challenger. At most he is a king of thieves just messing up here. As an arms smuggler, Ulysses Crow reacted very quickly. When he heard something strange outside, he quietly picked up the pistol next to him. Although the power of the pistol is not as powerful as the rifle, but fortunately it is small and easy to use, which is very suitable for a cunning businessman like him. Step, 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 Gonets's undisguised footsteps from far to near. Ulysses. Crow is also worried. He is very clear that he has not asked anyone to come to his boat, so it is natural that the visitor is not good. Therefore, he planned to shoot the opponent the moment he saw him and kill him with one shot so that he can still be so mysterious. Tread, but at this moment Gonets's footsteps stopped. This made Ulysses Crow panic for a while. He was just a businessman and his subordinates were also a group of mobs, not an army, so how could he not panic? However, although he was flustered in his heart, on the surface, he was still very calm. For example, in this crisis situation, he reached out from the plate on the table, picked up a candy and put it in his mouth. Ulysses Crow is undoubtedly a lunatic. There are a lot of lunatics. Excluding those in the mental hospital, there are still a lot of people who have a great impact on the world. Ulysses Crow is not on the list. Who? Come out for me. Finally, Ulysses Crow pointed the pistol at the 10 darkness. From that darkness, a man came out. But this man is not Gonets, but Ulysses Clow's own assistant and bodyguard. He raised his hands and slowly walked towards Ulysses Crow. Oh, F asterisk asterisk KU. Are you trying to scare me to death? You be asterisk 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 D. Boss, I. It was a man wearing a black religious dress, which was not surprising, because all the priests in those hypocritical churches wore similar clothes. The point is, that person is actually floating in midair like a ghost. This scared Ulysses Crow's assistant into incoherent speech. Gonets's eyes narrowed as if he was trying to distinguish which one was his target. Old boss. But I never expected that this person with a lack of brain would shrink in the room and eat rock candy by himself. This action is simply too easy, even easier than his first mission. That's not the point. Is your brain sick? Me what, mate? The assistant didn't dare to say 250 words but just pointed at Ulysses Crow's back. Ulysses Crow, your life of crime is over. According to the intelligence description, Ulysses Crow is a post-military smuggler. It stands to reason that there should be a lot of armed forces. Oh my god, dude, are you trying to scare me to death? In the end, he set his sights on Ulysses Claw. Although this person was full of embarrassment, he perfectly matched his target. Huh, Ulysses. Claw knelt on the ground with a look of embarrassment. When Ulysses Crow turned his head slowly and looked at the strange visitor, he was so frightened that he backed a car for 2 months and immediately collapsed to the ground. Ulysses Crow was tied up, so the vibranium in Ulysses. Crow's hands should also be confiscated. For these vibraniums, Sudan still has certain plans. For the time being, put away these vibranium first, and then, when negotiating terms with Wakanda, if the other party doesn't mention it, then turn it over, and if the other party does, then you can take it out as a bargaining chip. To communicate and talk about this kind of thing, the more bargaining chips you have, the better. Now, the thief Ulysses. Crow has this point in his hands. Two important points remain. The black problem is a century-old problem, and Sudan personally doesn't like black people very much. But now for planning, we have to invest some. The operation of money is very powerful in this world. Even in many cases, the energy of money is stronger than fighting power and power. This is human nature. Then there is one last problem left, the energy problem. How can the Wakanda people's sense of crisis be resolved? Their sense of crisis comes from all kinds of the outside world as well as from themselves. That is the consumption of vibranium. With the progress and development of science and technology, the population is increasing and the consumption of vibranium resources is also increasing. If this speeds up, Wakanda will definitely carry all the vibranium within 100 years. At that time, will Wakanda be reduced to the same battlefield as those outside the world? This is the last thing anyone in Wakanda wants. Well, if you want to settle this matter, it seems that you still have to start with their energy sources, such as giving them a new energy source, the arc reactor. Although the outside world is not as technologically advanced as Wakanda, there are always some special places, and the arc reactor on Tony's chest is a very special place. Last time he found new elements for Tony, he also made a backup copy himself. It is said that that thing is the same element as the cosmic cube. An arc reactor can drive Tony's steel battle suit to a fierce battle. The steel battle suit is a major burner of electricity bills, and the energy consumed after a battle is terrible. This is one arc reactor, so what about hundreds of thousands of arc reactors? Teach Black Panther's sister how to do it, and she should be able to develop it herself. It's just that, in this way, I feel a little sorry for Tony. It's obviously someone else's thing, although it can't apply for copyright patents, but after all, it was left by his father. I'm really sorry to hand it over to Wakanda like this, but this world has always been like this. Everywhere is full of exploits. There is no way. Wait until the virtual game is launched on the Earth. Just make up for Tony. 3 great gifts were placed in front of the door, and King Wakanda chose to meet Sudan. The current king is not Black Panther, but the father of Black Panther. Definitely, his dad used to be Black Panther too. Now for politics, the power of Black Panther is transferred to T'Challa. Father T'Challa, Black Panther T'Challa, and the two met Sudan at the border. This is the first person they've been willing to let step into real Wakanda in all these years. Entering the real Wakanda, it is like stepping directly through a door and the eyes suddenly open up. Outside the door is the backward agricultural country. Inside the door, people think of the future world depicted in the movie countless times. If the urban development of New York has already stood at the pinnacle of the world, then the city of Wakanda is at least a century ahead. Even the buildings are full of the beauty of science and technology, not to mention the spacecraft that landed not far away. If you count those, it is estimated that Wakanda can rival some highly developed alien civilizations. Walking on the Central Avenue, there are some bald-headed female guards on both sides. Although they don't look good, their fighting power is definitely much stronger than those so-called special forces from outside countries. Just the weapon that looks like a spear in their hands can crush those firearms. Looking up at Wakanda, which is completely different from the outside world, Sudan inexplicably thinks of his own company. If you rely on your own company's ability, when will you be able to influence the outside world into the technological level of Wakanda today? I can't imagine that there is such a place on the Earth. New York is known as the world's largest city. Now it seems that the layout is still a bit small. Sudan said politely. Even though he already knew about the world inside Wakanda, he only knew it after experiencing it himself. It was really shocking. The ghost knew that a closed country would develop like this. King T'Chaka smiled. This fat old man is actually a very good leader. Although the outside world's impression of Wakanda is only a backward agricultural country, he has gained a certain status in the world by virtue of his diplomatic ability. Mr. Sudan, Wakanda people have devoted themselves to developing here for generations. If people from the outside put their minds on war here, it will be different. The situation is different, King T'Chaka, Sudan replied. Wakanda relies on vibranium, a universal metal, to be able to rely on the mountain to eat the mountain to this day. What do people outside eat? Eat the soil from the mountains. Most of the battles are not for the so-called resources. T'Chaka understood, smiled again, looked sideways at the bustling Wakanda people on the street, and suddenly asked, I know a thing or two about Mr. Sudan's coming, but unfortunately, our Wakanda there is an iron rule that has existed for many years, and that is not to infiltrate vibranium from the outside world. Ulysses' Claw is an example. King T'Chaka nodded with a smile. T'Chaka smiled, his eyes full of admiration for Sudan. However, Wakanda's intelligence network is everywhere, and it is reasonable for the king to know. Sudan continued, I know what you mean very well, don't worry, I think that I am unparalleled in the world when it comes to keeping secrets. In fact, there is one more thing he didn't say, that is, his younger brother wanted to do this kind of thing back then, but he ended it with his own hands. Have you ever known me? Even if Sudan knew, he couldn't tell. It is said that the Wakanda people were fighting endlessly long ago, and the appearance of a Black Panther changed the situation. Therefore, Wakanda people respect that animal very much. Even the national flag has a leopard head. Definitely, even Black Panther doesn't know about this matter, and it's even more impossible for outsiders to know about it. He stared for a long time at a statue of Black Panther in the distance. To be able to have such a mind is worthy of being the Sudan respected by the outside world. King, you must know more about the outside world. Money is good than I do, Sudan said leisurely. My sincerity is already enough, otherwise you wouldn't have brought me in, right? Especially that steel titan. What happened in New Mexico was heart-wrenching, but the United States also did a good job in related lockdowns. Ulysses' Claw is an example, Ulysses. Claw stole some vibranium, it's all cold now. I can't do without understanding. T'Chaka smiled meaningfully. By the way, I am very puzzled about one thing, the matter in New Mexico in the United States. His game package can achieve that level of encryption, saying this is full of confidence. When this topic was mentioned, Sudan asked, King T'Chaka, what do you think about the alien invasion? Faced with this jumping question, T'Chaka smiled slightly as a king, expressing that he had seen through everything. However, what T'Chaka sees through is only what he thinks he sees through. He said, regarding the matter of alien invasion, I think that no matter what the reason for the invasion is, it is wrong and wrong things should be dealt with. This is how the Wakanda people view the invasion. Maybe they are too confident in themselves, or do they think that alien forces can't find Wakan? Will the destruction of aliens only destroy those large cities with a large population? Sudan smiled slightly. He pointed to the sky of Wakanda and said, what if aliens descend from this place? King Tekka followed Sudan's pointing and looked at the sky. The old man probably doesn't know that in the not-too-distant future, Wakanda will usher in the final disaster. Countless alien wild dogs and alien army landed, tearing apart Wakanda's enchantment with their bodies and finally severely damaged this land. People who have never been invaded by aliens will never know what alien invasion represents. That represents endless danger. Even if it is the first time that human beings can win and beat out the alien invaders. But what about the future? From the first alien invasion, it means that this planet has been included in the list of all interstellar invaders, and they will come anytime as long as they are happy. What should human beings do in the face of such a crisis? King T'Chaka smiled unchanged. 663, if they come down from here, we Wakanda people will never let them go. I will expel all intruders, said the accompanying Black Panther T'Challa. Listening to the words of the king and prince, Sudan shook his head regretfully. He feels disappointed with the most advanced country on Earth. The leaders of the most technologically advanced countries on the planet are thinking like this. Seeing Sudan's disappointment, King T'Chaka was slightly taken aback and asked in doubt, does Mr. Sudan have any other ideas? As expected of a king, T'Chaka's attitude is very humble. Sudan looked at the sky from a distance, then turned his eyes to T'Chaka's eyes and said solemnly, If it were me, I would definitely lead all human beings to step into this space universe first, go to the stars. Blindly, defense is useless. Now that it has developed into an interstellar invasion, the alien race must not care about so few death squads. If the death squads can take the Earth, then they will be heroes. If they are killed, there is no loss. Definitely, this is only from the perspective of our human morality, and there are hundreds of millions of races in the big world. Who knows whether aliens think invasion is a bad thing or an honorable thing? So only by going out, human beings will not be passively beat. T'Chaka stared at the young man beside him in horror. He looked younger than his own son. And he is very clear that Sudan is a very famous game developer, CJFH, in the outside world. A businessman, such a person will have such a consciousness. It's so rare. Mr. Sudan, I pay tribute to you. Hearing this, Sudan quickly declined and said, "The king is serious. I just said some assumptions, some nonsense of my own." No, your thoughts are very rare. If other people had the same thoughts, then the world would have been peaceful. T'Chaka looked at Sudan. Before, he still thought that this young man was just a rich businessman. I didn't plan to say more, I just wanted to smooth things over with some official words, but I didn't expect that he was still such a knowledgeable person. You Huxia have an old saying. To fight against the outside world, we must first settle down at home. This is the status quo of the world today. We can't even handle ourselves well, so what else can we use to fight aliens? Hee hee. Sudan shook his head again. The bad guys won't bully you if they think you're not ready, just like hunting on the grassland. A leopard never waits for a lamb to grow up before chasing it. T'Chaka felt overwhelmed by such a young man today. His words, no matter how you think about them, are more reasonable than him. It's like he is holding a book and reading the classics in the book while Sudan is talking about practical experience sentence after sentence. The gap between the two is like the sun and the moon. This way please, Mr. Sudan. King T'Chaka became interested in this young man. After sitting in the traditional VIP seat of Wakanda and drinking a glass of water, T'Chaka asked again, "Why is Mr. Sudan so obsessed with alien invasion? We humans have lived on the Earth for so long. Is everything safe and sound?" "Because that first time has already happened." "What?" T'Chaka knew, Sudan said earlier, there will be countless times after the first time, so has the Earth really fallen into such a situation? Not long ago, you already knew about the United States in New Mexico, so do you know who they are? This. Yes, the ones in New Mexico are aliens, and they are very powerful aliens. T'Chaka and his son's heart tightened as expected. So King T'Chaka, do you know when the next invasion will be? This, I don't know. Does Mr. Sudan know? I don't know either. Sudan picked up the cup and took a sip calmly. So I am preparing every day, no matter when they come. I will try my best to do what I can do. After saying this, he suddenly added, I think being invaded by someone is the most shameful thing for human beings. This is just my personal opinion. Maybe I am a little stubborn. No, Mr. Sudan, Black Panther T'Challa suddenly said, if you are stubborn in thinking like this, then all human beings may. If there is such a day, please be sure to contact me, Mr. Sudan. Will fully assist Mr. Sudan on behalf of the individual. King T'Chaka, who was sitting at the top, didn't say a word. It wasn't that he had nothing to say, but that as the king of a country, he had to consider not only the righteousness in his heart, but also his own citizens. And he could only acquiesce in his son's actions in the face of the crisis of the world and all mankind. They should lend a helping hand to justice. Black Panther T'Challa is also a good person. On the one hand, T'Challa was educated well since childhood. On the other hand, this Black Panther T'Challa is essentially a sage. It can be seen from the fact that he forgave the murder of his father and enemy back then. Ordinary people will choose to avenge their father's death even if they give up the throne, but he was different. He not only prevented the suicide of his father and enemy but also accepted Basel, who was charged with various crimes at that time. Definitely, these are things for later. It is obviously not rational to judge a person from the future of a person. Who knows if my arrival will affect some subtle changes in T'Challa's mind. Okay, don't talk about those big words, King T'Chaka, let's talk about the next cooperation. You should know what kind of person I am, and naturally you also know the purpose of my coming to Wakanda. Hearing the sound, T'Chaka nodded and said seriously, Mr. Sudan, although I appreciate you very much, I can't help you. You should find my daughter. Maid, this talker is out of breath. Daughter of T'Chaka, sister of Black Panther Shuri, that's a technical genius. Although still a minor in an environment like Wakanda, geniuses are common. As a princess, Shuri can be said to be the #1 scientist in Wakanda. From what she has in hand, there is Black Panther's narc battlesuit. You know, she was still a minor at the time. Iron Man, who also developed the nano battlesuit, had white hair growing out. Black Panther also smiled. Mr. Sudan, I think Shuri can definitely help you. Sudan raised his glass helplessly, expressing that he couldn't get the humor of black people, but he still wanted to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, they would agree so easily. Those 3 gifts were all handed over to the relevant people in Wakanda at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, many people will bring these things to the negotiating table and finally blush. But Sudan just released the gift without saying a word. Isn't he afraid of Wakanda stealing people? Isn't he afraid that Wakanda won't do anything after receiving the gift? He is really not afraid. Because the king of Wakanda, he learned, was not a bad guy. Fortunately, this was discussed with Wakanda. If it was discussed with the United States government, he would first consider stealing the nuclear bomb code. Shuri, Princess of Wakanda. Although she is still a little girl, she is definitely a genius in scientific research. When Sudan came to her laboratory under the leadership of Black Panther T'Challa, he saw the girl. First impression, this is a very lively girl. In her laboratory, there are many black technologies. When she saw someone coming, she immediately put down the toy in her hand and walked towards this side. Brother, is this Sudan? Yes, this is the Sudan you are thinking of, Black Panther T'Challa replied with a smile. Sudan heard some clues and looked at that little girl Shuri with a confused look on her face. Could it be? Hello, Sudan, I'm a big fan of yours. Although Wakanda is not in contact with the outside world, I can still play your game. By the way, my current StarCraft. Already in 2nd place. Seeing this happy little girl, Sudan finally understood. This is equivalent to Shuri playing games over the wall. He didn't do this kind of thing less in the past, but he played some gentleman's games. Antarctic Company does not have a location in Wakanda, and the game cannot be popularized in this place, so Shuri can only go over the wall if he wants to play. Then congratulations, surpass the 1st place as soon as possible, Sudan said. Now the #1 player in StarCraft, that is Tony, who knows if he has hired Jarvis to fight for him anyway. It shows from the background that he has never been offline. It's no wonder that such a liver emperor is not #1. He has actually seen both the 1st place and the 2nd place. The world is still too small. Hearing the encouragement from the founder of the game, Shuri beamed with joy. She didn't shamelessly ask for game cheats like Tony, but played fair games wholeheartedly. It was entirely by my own efforts that I reached the 2nd place. By the way, Shuri, do you like playing games? He asked. Shuri was slightly taken aback, not very clear about the meaning of the game creator, so he replied, I didn't like it very much before because I found it boring, and those games are not as fun as my remote control, but since I came into contact with your game, I slowly fell in love with it. A very honest child. Different from being so ghostly on the surface, her heart is quite simple. Sudan smiled slightly. So do you want to play a virtual holographic game? It's not the VR kind, but the whole person enters a virtual world. Hearing this, Shuri was overjoyed immediately and said in surprise, Is there really such a game? Have you developed it yet? As a girl with black technology, she naturally understands that aspect, and when playing games, she should also think of that kind of virtual game. However, after many times of thinking, she felt that that kind of game, although it was beautiful to think of, was actually very difficult to do. Otherwise, she would make one for herself to play with. Looking at the surprised Shuri, Sudan was not polite and directly took out a hard drive from his pocket. Actually, the game has been developed, here you go. Shuri was so shocked that his eyes were about to light up when he stared at the small hard drive. It's just that this kind of game needs to wear a device, that is, a virtual game helmet, but the virtual game helmet cannot be used due to technical obstacles. Shuri clenched the hard drive in her hand, her brain was running fast and she tentatively asked, Is it because of the connection failure of the virtual game helmet or the unstable state? There is a certain amount of damage to the human body. Damage, Surui frowned and glanced at the hard drive in his hand. Sudan said, "You have all the data of the current game helmet. If you can help me improve the helmet, then everyone can play virtual games together." "This okay. I'll try, but it will take a certain amount of time." Surui didn't try to be brave, nor did she speak big words. It should be said that she is worthy of being a princess, and her thoughts are more meticulous than ordinary girls. After the communication, Surui took the hard disk and input the data into his machine, and then a light curtain unfolded and the 3D model of the helmet appeared in midair. In the center is the helmet model, and all around are dense data strings. It's dazzling to watch. Black Panther T'Challa rubbed his eyes, a little dizzy. "Suri, can you handle this?" Hearing the sound, Surui said without turning his head, "Don't worry, bro. How many times have I improved your Zhani for you?" Black Panther smiled, exchanged glances with Sudan, and found a seat to sit down. After a long time, Sudan seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned to Surui and asked, "Surui, can you adjust the flow rate ratio between game time and real time? For example, 1 hour in the real world and 3 hours in the game world?" The voice passed, but Princess Suduan didn't answer immediately. "As a perfectionist, it seems that I still have to work hard." Surui was able to judge success from this. It seems that she has a unique way. Instead, he thought for a while in place before turning around and shaking his head. "You can't do that, Sudan. No matter what the ratio is, the total amount of information feedback from the game world to the human body remains unchanged. If it is increased by 3 times, it will be 3 times the feedback, which is 3 times the burden. One person, if he plays the game for a day, he will feel tired, but if it is multiplied by 3 times, it may not be tired but hurt. There are so many capable people in the world. Wakanda can't do it. There is always someone who can. 7 can finally be used by humans. According to various statistics, this new vibranium helmet a success." Just as he was thinking, Surui in front of the console let out an exclamation. She jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Success! Now this is finally getting rid of the side effects and achieving the virtual gaming helmet in his mind." Sudan was startled back to his senses, and when he looked around, he saw a brand new helmet floating on the virtual 3D template. Sudan gasped, "This is just a 3D model." Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the same thing. However, in most virtual game worlds, the time ratio must be adjusted, and the reason for this can be understood if you think about it carefully. There are some slight changes from the previous model. Suri added vibranium dilution synthesis to it, replacing the original conductor. Sure enough, following her gaze on another machine, there was still a virtual 3D portrait undergoing an experiment. "No, it shouldn't be said that way. The helmet has been successful for a long time, but it can only be used by Asgardians. Now, wearing this helmet, you can easily connect to virtual online games." Sudan wants to try it now. The long-awaited virtual game, he has long wanted to try it. It's just that it's just a 3D model, and the production of the entity will take a few days. It will take a long time to release it to global players. After all, this thing is a precision device and there cannot be any mistakes. The production is all mechanical production. With the 3D model, the machine can make it by itself. During the waiting time, Sudan and Surui talked about the cooperation of opening game servers in Wakanda. Surui is still a child. Even if she is a princess, she cannot avoid being playful. Although it doesn't take a few seconds to climb over the wall each time, the procedure is cumbersome to operate. So Suri wanted to make a server in Wakanda. In this regard, NVC woke up Sudan. He signed and saw a business opportunity. As we all know, vibranium is a universal metal, so if a professional vibranium game server is manufactured, what kind of performance will it be? The super servers of his Angie technology company are already very powerful, and they are magic tools in the eyes of outsiders. But it still can't withstand the overload operation of Red Queen, so if you make a vibranium server, will there be no pressure when Red Queen runs next time? Definitely, the price of vibranium is still very discouraging. This thing cannot be mass-produced, otherwise, even Dan's net worth will go bankrupt. According to incomplete statistics, the value of vibranium alone in Wakanda can be worth the total annual income of the world economy. So, the royal family of Wakanda is still rich. The vibranium server plan can only be done slowly. Sudan will not wait. Now Rui has put all his energy into the mass production of the virtual game helmet. If the first batch of 10 million is calculated, it may take another month. Therefore, Sudan decided to go back first and come back to pick up the goods after a while. He is Wakanda's first external collaborator in so many years, and the royal family of Wakanda attaches great importance to this, so when Sudan left, he also sent a guard to escort him. Several days ago, a suburb of New York, an old man looked at a newly acquired newspaper which had the words Antarctic Military Factory written in large characters. There are voices of advocacy below, but even if there is no advocacy, the Antarctic military industry is just as powerful. The old man was wearing a helmet and strange clothes, not like a normal person at all. After a long time, he put down the newspaper and waved to a pistol placed on the ground not far away, and the pistol flew up like this. The old man caught the pistol. This is a pistol that can be bought casually in the United States. It is very convenient, but it is also very rubbish. The effect that can be exerted is not as good as the super ability of the mutants. Yes, he is Magneto, leader of the Mutant Brotherhood. Magneto has always had a goal, that is to make the world ruled by mutants, and ordinary people can only be inferior people. In this society, mutant is discriminated against by humans everywhere and even killed. The members of Brotherhood are all victims brought in by Magneto. After instilling new knowledge, they all think that mutants are superior to humans. In the not-too-distant future, there will inevitably be a change that will make this goal fully realized, and the establishment of Antarctic military industry is an opportunity. The Antarctic military industry is different from the Stark industry in the past. It produces more powerful weapons and equipment. So Magneto thought of a way. Hijack Sudan, the founder of Antarctic Military Industries, and have him develop even more powerful weapons for Brotherhood. However, according to the information of the brothers, there are experts besides Sudan. Besides, Sudan's current status is no less than that of the broken president of the United States. Kidnapping in broad daylight is very troublesome and dangerous. So, he's in a bind. But at this moment he suddenly received a new piece of information. Sudan went to Africa alone. This is such a godsend opportunity. Magneto Wang Li is the organization's subordinates, one word, chasing. Unexpectedly, Sudan's travel speed was too fast, and everyone chased directly to the border of Wakanda, only to see Sudan's back. "That man is Sudan," said a mutant with thorns all over his face. "Beside him there is a white woman." She rolled her eyes. "Nonsense, there are N*G*S around. Isn't that Sudan? Who is it? Come on, go grab him." Several mutants rushed up immediately, but just as they started, Sudan disappeared together with the group of people. In Magneto's view, this is simply irony. The cooked duck just flew away right under our noses. So he and the Brotherhood members found a hidden place stationed down. They have to wait until the day Sudan goes back. Magneto is not afraid to wait. He has been waiting for so many years, not so few days. There is movement. Someone has come out. The sound of the temporary sentry directly awakened the drowsy Magneto. He stood up immediately, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. That's not alone, but an army of Wakanda. Black Panther is sending off Sudan with his elite guards, but whatever the army, action. Capture Sudan immediately. Magneto gave an order, and the mutants under him were like demons and monsters showing their abilities, rushing towards Sudan and others in the distance. As soon as Sudan stepped out of that barrier, he felt that the momentum was not right. Looking around, I found that group of mutants running wildly. "Enemy attack! Alert!" The captain of the guard gave a loud shout, and they immediately stepped forward 10 steps, raised the spears in their hands, and formed a protective wall. Black Panther T'Challa's eyes turned cold, and he quickly entered a fighting stance. In this world, who dares to bully Wakanda? Black Panther will give them the most fatal blow. However, unlike them in 1.8, Sudan was thinking, where did these people come from? Finally, he saw Sabretooth in the crowd. For the first time in Xavier's school's virtual training room, he took on Sabretooth. So I still have some impression of that mutant. Since Sabretooth is leading the charge, it's no wonder Magneto is behind the scenes. What the hell is this guy Magneto doing? "Sudan, they seem to be coming after you," Black Panther asked. I think so too, Sudan smiled irrefutably. This smile was deeply engraved in Black Panther T'Challa's mind so that he would often think of Sudan in subsequent battles. I saw that when Sudan's voice fell, his whole aura underwent a qualitative change. If I could describe it in one word, it would be the feeling of power. The surging power is raging around and Black Panther is terrified. The next moment, Sudan erupted violently, the ground cracked, and his figure was like an arrow from the string rushing towards the mutant's head-on. How is this possible? This fighting. Seeing that his guests have taken the initiative to fight, how dare Black Panther and the guards neglect? No matter how shocked they are, they must be put on the back burner. Sudan is like a prehistoric beast. His impact speed is even faster than the mutants. The fastest one is a mutant that looks like a lizard. Although his super ability is not the strongest, but after countless trainings, he is now a general under Magneto. If Sudan is captured, he should be appreciated by Magneto again. J.A. He ignored Sudan's strength far away. He is not only the crazy game developer but also an almighty god of war who has exchanged skills such as physical fitness, fighting technique, swordsmanship, and all magic. Boom! Under the blessing of Sudan's rapid impact, 29's fist hit the lizardman's abdomen heavily, causing him to bend into a shrimp and fly backwards far away. The lizardman fell to the ground and flicked twice to stop the movement. However, the crazy mutant can't control the injury of that one person at all. They all have a common goal, that is to capture Sudan. It's him, grab him quickly. Sudan suffers death. We want to catch alive. A group of Smash don't know what to shout about. Sudan paused, and his eyes locked on Magneto's #1 general, Sabretooth. In the virtual training room, he once beat Sabretooth, and this time he's up against the real Sabretooth and no weapons in hand, but it doesn't affect at all. I saw him clenched his fists. This punch was powerful and heavy, directly hitting Sabretooth's face. Sabretooth is tall and strong, much taller than Sudan, so for this punch, he also used the technique of the rising dragon fist. Crack! There was a sound of bone shattering and Sabretooth fell over more than 10 meters, lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. At this time, Wakanda's army also rushed over and the two sides were almost in a melee. Don't look at the Wakanda escort team composed entirely of women, but their combat effectiveness is explosive. In the face of mutant, they have no fear at all. The vibranium weapon in his hand greeted them mercilessly, and the mutants were aggrieved to find that they couldn't beat this group of women. Horrible boom! The energy cannon fired from the tip of the vibranium spear hit a mutant, blasting it into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The captain of the guard is more humane. She is fighting these mutants in close combat. The well-trained tactics essentially crushed these untrained mutants. Therefore, those mutants who know how to attack from a distance can only shoot in the back. It's a pity that this guard team is an elite guarding the royal family. Their combat experience is extremely rich and their cooperation can be said to be seamless. Those sneak attacks were all blocked by other team members. Black Panther's figure is more vigorous. He is more like an assassin than a warrior. It seems that there is no weapon in his hand, but in fact the sharp claws of his Black Panther battle suit are all vibranium weapons. But whenever the sharp claws scratched the throat lightly, 4 bloodstains would be left behind. With one strike, Black Panther's figure leaps nimbly, evades the attack, and heads for the next target. The mutants are retreating steadily. They are all mutants with super abilities, but they can't beat these fools. Also, why can their iron spears shoot lasers? Isn't that thing a cold weapon? Why is his tights so strong that even sharp thorns can't go in? Who are these people? Why never heard of it before? Mutant, it's starting to crumble. At this moment, everyone felt the crisis. In the next second, all the metal objects present produced a strange force and they wanted to break free from their hands. What happened? What happened? Contrary to their surprise, Sudan looked around and soon he found that high-profile figure suspended in midair. Magneto actually did it himself. I don't know what it is, but it's worth the old man's trip himself. Sudan looked at the movements around him, especially the struggling Black Panther, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew towards Magneto in midair. This gust of wind, if it hit Magneto, would be enough for an old man like him. Magneto himself understood this reasoning, so he hurriedly dodged to the side with all his strength. As soon as he dodged, the surrounding magnetic force disappeared and the state of everyone in Wakanda returned to normal. Everyone looked at Sudan in horror. From this moment, they seemed to have seen a completely different man. He is no longer the persistent and humorous game developer but a collection full of secrets. If he was in chaos in Wakanda at that time, would they be able to suppress it? It was so powerful just now, it was enough to shock people. Super ability like calling the wind and calling the rain. In just a few breaths, an ice pick appeared on the throats of all the surrounding mutants. Is he also a mutant? Humidity is constantly increasing and decreasing. Sudan, we need you to join. As long as you join us, these people can leave safely. Then, Magneto activated his ability again, making Wakanda's weapons slowly break free from their hands. Black Panther feelings suffocated even more. Questions appeared in everyone's minds. So what do you want to do? Same as you, Sudan smiled. He waved his hand casually and a gust of wind lifted him up. What kind of people are you, just making your own definitions like this and really don't think about it? Power? How much power does he hide? Magneto, who escaped an attack, was as startled as he was. He frowned and looked down at Sudan, wondering, boy, so you just glanced at us, join us. Seeing this, Sudan's eyes paused, and the surrounding weather became gloomy. What the hell is Sudan? The temperature is dropping rapidly. I am Magneto. Magneto said his name without any shame. In fact, this name still has a lot of weight in the mutant world, but in Sudan's eyes, it's just that. But what is this 233 now? The ice pick was like death god's deadly lock, piercing their skin mercilessly. Includes Magneto, threatening me? Sudan sneered. You'd better take back what you just said, otherwise the next moment you'll all have a hole in your throat. When have these people seen such a super ability? Ice is not uncommon, however Sudan is still the #1 if he can develop his ice ability to such an extent. The Iceman boy from Xavier's school under the teaching of the X-ray head is far from being able to do it. In ice ability, Magneto would like to call Sudan the strongest. He has studied his super ability for most of his life and thinks that his ability is already the pinnacle of this world. He is not afraid of anyone except X-ray heads. Definitely with the helmet on, he can ignore even the X-ray head. But today, the reality made him see the horror of a person. This person is obviously a businessman in the eyes of the world, but why does he have such a super ability? Put knives on the necks of all mutants silently. This is horrible. If he's going to start a killing spree, they won't even have time to escape. Magneto's heart is shaking. He even wanted to secretly manipulate a metal spear to stab Sudan to death, but looking at Sudan's lingering eyes, he knew that before he could do anything, his throat would be pierced first. He lost. Bang bang bang. The magnetism cancelled and Wakanda's weapon fell to the ground. The sound of landing sounded like surrendering. Okay, we've all stopped. Can you remove this? Magneto raised his hands and said cautiously. It was the first time he had surrendered to someone so many years younger than him. However, his surrender does not mean that Sudan will let go. The ice pick is still on their necks. Tell me, who exactly do you want to drive? Hearing the interrogation, Magneto hesitated for a while and finally poured out his plan helplessly. Just because mutant has been discriminated against and oppressed for too long, Magneto has always wanted to find dignity for mutant and slowly went to an extreme. He wants to reverse this society through fighting and let mutant be the leader of this society. And Sudan is the weapon. Hearing Magneto's plan, Sudan couldn't help laughing. Not to mention whether his plan will be successful. Even if it is successful, how can he change the subconscious mind of the whole society? Enact laws. It will take at least 3 generations to adapt to the law before the concept can be changed. Just like a famous saying in Hawkage, it is not the Hawkage that will be recognized by people, but the person who is recognized by people can be Hawkage. If mutants don't abuse their super ability but use this power in the right way, who would discriminate? After all, the vast majority of Brotherhood members used their super abilities to do some indecent things before they were R******D by others. And the leader, Magneto, has been persecuted and his mind is distorted. If these gangsters are truly successful in reforming, it will be a disaster for human society. Sudan looked at the aged Magneto and slowly shook his head. Eric, you are still old and foolish after all. Hearing Sudan call out his name, Magneto's eyes changed slightly, and he wanted to say something but was interrupted by Sudan. How many people have been poisoned by your self-righteous idea? You have fought for the freedom and dignity of mutant for most of your life, but you have never reflected on it. Even if you were made the president of the United States today, what would you do? The United States, what kind of power does that shitty president have to change everyone's minds? Do you think it's okay? Magneto was silent. He wanted to change the grassroots through the upper strata. It was easy to think about and not too difficult to implement, but the actual effect was clear to everyone. The United States government raised a few dogs for itself. These dogs can only bite mutant, but killing this dog will not solve the root problem, that is, discrimination comes from the people. Suddenly, Magneto seemed to have thought of something, and he asked Sudan tentatively, "Do you have a way to prevent mutant from being discriminated against?" It's very simple, it's just one word: prescribe the right medicine to the case. The root of society's discrimination against mutants does not lie in the words of a few people in the government, but in the sins of some mutants themselves. Humans are a species that believes in their own eyes. If they don't see the dangers of mutant society, who will treat you as sinners? If your image is righteous, honestly speaking, they will regard you as heroes, right? Magneto thought for a while. This frankly seems to make sense. But what about the hatred in my heart? If you want not to be discriminated against, the problem is always on yourself. If you don't change yourself, just think about other people. Even if you beat them to death, they will not accept it. So are you going to kill all the humans in this society? Can you do it yourself, or can your brotherhood do it? Having said that, some inexplicable guilt appeared in Magneto's heart. What Sudan said was something he had considered, but just saying it like this made him calm down. During the years of fighting for the liberation of mutants, he has also tried different methods, such as transforming members of Congress into mutants so that they can experience the pain. Another example is to catch this B************* D and kill that one after another. However, the results were all failures. Mutant status in society has not been corrected at all. On the contrary, with his actions, human society is discriminating against mutant even more. Sudan gradually withdrew those ice picks. He felt that his words were enough to distract his heart. If the mutant brotherhood still wants to fight, then it's time to draw a good Zhao Xianghao. Magneto touched his cold neck and slowly lowered to the ground, and all the mutants gathered around him. Sudan, there are mutants beside you. You have to fight for mutants. I want to know, what will you do? Magneto asked unwillingly. He wants to hear, even wants to see Sudan's actions. Everyone can talk, but not everyone can do things. Hearing this, Sudan looked up at the sky and said, "In the near future, disasters will fall from the sky. If mutant will fight for mankind, then he will definitely be respected. As for the mutant beside me, don't worry, even if people know her, she is a mutant and she will not be discriminated against." A catastrophe is falling from the sky. Magneto was stunned for a moment and then realized, "You think I will believe it?" Sudan smiled slightly and almost said to himself, "Red Empress, bring me all the Scourge missiles." Scourge missile is a super weapon exchanged in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode. It is not a conventional missile, but a weapon that designates a certain area and automatically bombs and destroys it. The circle of Scourge formed will last for 1 minute, and it only takes 1 minute. The locked area will be completely destroyed. And the super engine of the unmanned transport aircraft developed by Antarctic technology, under the condition of maximum power operation, it only takes 10 minutes to propel the transport aircraft from New York to Africa. Everyone in Wakanda was fortunate enough to see the technology of the outside world, and they were shocked by it. Rao is themselves, and they don't have such technology, but this is an insignificant product of the businessman beside him. A question was raised in their hearts again: how many secrets are hidden in Sudan? However, Sudan didn't care about these things. He pointed to the unmanned transport aircraft whose hatch was slowly opening, and said to the mutants who were in a panic, and said to Magneto, "These are my most advanced weapons at present, I assure you. It can blow up 1/3 of the United States in 1 minute. If you want to go to war, then take it. You don't need to pay any fees, it's free." 573 Magneto kept silent. From the beginning of his ambition for weapons, he didn't even dare to look at those deadly weapons that shone with metallic luster. What kind of war is he going to wage? Will it destroy the world like that group did back then? No, he just wants to regain the dignity that belongs to mutant. In his eyes, these weapons or these metals are chess pieces that can be manipulated at will, but at the moment, he almost forgot how to use his super ability. He stared fixedly at the young man with a pair of cloudy old eyes. He is crazy. Or is it really that sure? Does the alien threat he kept saying really exist? And no matter what, he, an old man who had been majestic for most of his life, was overwhelmed by this young man's courage. Very good, boy. I believe you, Magneto smiled self-deprecatingly, then waved to the remaining Brotherhood members and shouted, "Let's go." The mutants came from afar, somewhat unwillingly, but Magneto's words were orders and they had to obey them. At this time, Sudan stopped them. "You don't want these weapons." Magneto looked back at Sudan, although Sudan didn't mean anything superfluous, but he could still feel the irony. "I don't need it anymore. Also, it's best that what you say is true otherwise." Before he finished speaking, Magneto just squinted his eyes, looking very fierce. However, in Sudan's opinion, that is the self-esteem of the elderly. The mutants are gone. The people of Wakanda watched from behind. Immediately, they all turned their attention to Sudan. Faced with the suspicion of these people, Sudan could only say, "Haha, then send it here, I'll leave first and talk about it later." After speaking, he quickly boarded the unmanned transport plane. Just hearing a roar from the huge drone, a small flight device turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. Everyone in Wakanda witnessed everything. They were stunned and didn't know what to do. They think that Wakanda's technology is already the best in the world. Even if other countries try their best to develop technology, they will not be able to catch up with Wakanda within half a century. Even when Sudan entered Wakanda himself, everyone could see his performance and he was proud of it for a while. But today, they feel like they've been slapped hard on the face. Invincible power, wind-type super ability, ice-type super ability, a super unmanned transport plane, what kind of Scourge missile, and the supersonic flight device. These all come from one person. The secrets in him make the whole of Wakanda dark, CG. After returning to New York, the first thing Sudan does is to play the virtual game of his dreams. The first Earthman helmet, expedited from Wakanda, is ready for use. The server to log into is naturally the same regional server as the Asgard people. Please enter the character nickname. Sudan, please choose birthplace. Demacia Noxus Ionia Piltover. Ionia. In the world of League of Legends, the most interesting place is not the two giants of Demacia and Noxus, but Ionia. Demacia is full of hypocrisy and the overall atmosphere of Noxus is too heavy. Only Ionia is the source of joy. The scene in front of me changed, and when I opened my eyes again, I felt as if I had traveled through time. If those previous memories are thrown away, anyone will think that this is the real body world. The solidity of the soles of the feet on the ground, the air to breathe, the touch of human skin, everything proves that this is another world. It seems that I accidentally created a game with 100% authenticity. As he said that, he even took a look at the belt of the commoner. The man is very real. Zindela is a hard-working girl who was born with extraordinary power. Her power is different from other people's inheritance, but it comes from her originally. The next moment, Zhou Tian trembled. Definitely woke up. However, as he got closer, according to the prompts in the player template, he seemed to gradually recall it. "Do you want to wake up the S-level boss, Dark Head of State Zindela?" The coolness emanating from the deep altar made him shiver. However, this makes people even more curious. Anyway, it is the game world and it doesn't really catch a cold, so nothing will happen if you go to see it. Sure enough, in the pool, a woman with long white hair was sealed. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Sudan smiled wickedly, stopped by the edge of the pool and looked down. In the entire Runeterra, there are tens of thousands of the same water pools. How could he remember the water pool in Ionia? Zindela's power is enough to move the entire Ionia, and the current movement is just the power she inadvertently emitted during her waking up. Some self-proclaimed righteous people were afraid of Zindela's power, so they tricked her to come here and sealed her in the pool. What is it here? I made up the map and wrote it too big, I can't remember it. Afterwards, he turned towards the Emperor. "Zindela," Sudan couldn't help shouting. This is different from the small village where Wolverine was born, but like an ancient ruin. Walking forward subconsciously, he found a quiet, deep pool. At the same time, Su Dan stabilized his heels and then opened the player panel, facing the follower recruitment in it. He was crazy. The opponent's rank is too high, the recruitment failed. The other party's price is too high, the recruitment failed. The other party's price is too high, the recruitment failed. Successful recruitment of followers. Haha. Seeing the extra S-rank beauties in the follower column, Su Dan couldn't help laughing. Xin Della is a royal sister, at the moment just came out of the water again, so you get it? At the same time, the few bastards responsible for guarding the seal finally reacted. However, before they even had time to make a sound, they were blasted into corpses by a dark energy. He is obviously the one who guards the seal, but he can't stop Xin Della's random moves. And this, for Su Dan, is, you have gained 10,000 experience, your level has increased. You have gained 10,000 experience, your level has increased. You have gained 10,000 experience and your level has increased. It just came out and it soared to level 6 like a rocket. After dealing with those odds and ends, Xin Della slowly turned around to look at Su Dan. What did you do to me? It's nothing, it's just recruiting followers, player authority, Su Dan replied honestly with a smile. HMPH, don't try to control me, Xin Della snorted coldly. However, Su Dan didn't care at all. He created the world, so how could he not know Xin Della's temper? Okay, I won't control you. While speaking, Su Dan jumped onto the gravel and looked outside. Let's go to leveling. Xin Della snorted again, and her whole body floated up slowly. Sure enough, the super-humanoid boss is hanging. Runeterra did not have those leveling maps, but for the sake of playability, Su Dan added many maps. In the north of Ionia, there is a level 20 leveling map where there are a large number of stone monsters. Generally, level 6 players can't even break the defense of stone monsters, let alone upgrade monsters. What's more, the attack power of the stone monster is not weak at all, like a little scum of level 6, one slap is enough. But Su Dan is different, he has Xin Della. Although this sister you kept saying don't try to control her, her body still moved honestly. Throwing one after another of the dark magic balls everywhere they go is gravel. The experience distribution between followers and masters is 50-50. A stone monster at level 20 can give Xin Della negligible benefits, but for Su Dan at level 6 it is a cross-level killing monster and each head can send 500 experience points. These experiences are definitely not as good as the few guards in the cave before, but they are quite a lot. Those guards are the elites of Ionia. How can there be so many elites in the world for you to kill? Moreover, due to their special identities, those few people didn't even reveal a single piece of equipment or props. Now, he is just waiting for Xin Della to spawn monsters, and he follows behind to pick up equipment leisurely. Warrior Iron Fist, white equipment, armor plus 10, HP plus 150. Magician Staff, white equipment, spell power plus 15 mana. Wind Swordsman light boots, blue equipment. Attack speed plus 18%, movement speed plus 25, required occupation, Wind Swordsman. Damn it, hundreds of monsters exploded, and finally a blue equipment exploded. On this map there are gravels of stone monsters everywhere, and only Xin Della who has thighs like this can brush so fast. If players are asked to form a team here to level up, I am afraid that they can only reach about 50 in a day. Monster, upgrade to a half level, too difficult, it takes only one day to upgrade so much. I always feel like I don't have enough time. Su Dan frowned. He played games, not just playing games. As a game developer, after deeply perceiving the flaws in the game, he had to find ways to improve it. This question of timing, in Wakanda I talked to that little genius Suri. But Suri says she can't change the time scale. This is a bit difficult to do. In the current situation, it is necessary to change the ratio between the game and the real time, otherwise the players will work hard for a day and the result will be nothing. The reality is tiring enough and playing a game will suffer. Therefore, the game time ratio still has to be changed. Looking at Xin Della, who was still throwing away skills like money, Su Dan lay down on the lawn silently and began to think. Ask for flowers. While eating experience while thinking about solutions. Time gem. Su Dan, who thought of this method, was taken aback by his own thoughts and sat up directly from the lawn. Time gem is now stored in Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. That thing is a taboo among magicians and ordinary people are not allowed to touch it. It was only after Dr. Aki left that he hung that thing around his neck like a strange flower. Time gem is indeed very powerful, and time is one of the most interesting substances in the world. And time gem can completely control the time, so scary, at least let players stay in the game for 3 days. The time ratio is a very magical thing. In the game, you can't feel it. You will still feel that the world is like that. Go to work or school for a day and take 3 days off. If you have time gem, not to mention 3-to-1 real game time, even 10-to-1 is an easy thing. Hey, the monsters here are not spawning anymore. Zindella's cold voice came into his ears. In other words, if a team of 6 people farms 50 stone monsters a day, it may take a week to upgrade to level 4. Sudan looked up. Mada, a long man, oh no, rich and strong, democratic and patriotic. And the time in the real world is also flowing normally. Players will feel that the game time is abundant and the above problems can be effectively solved. I'm afraid Ancient One is going to peel his skin. This is very tempting for Sudan. After clearing the stone monster area, Sudan reached level 10 from level 6. It can be seen that the upgrade difficulty is very high. But the question is, how do you get the time gem and put it to use scientifically? Then let's change places. In this way, there will be a big benefit for Earth players at that time. For today's plan, we still have to adjust the time ratio. This is not the fault of the original game experience setting, but such a setting is necessary. If the upgrade is too easy, it will not be called a virtual game, it will be an idle web game. Isn't such a thing flattering? Death. Red Empress, please check for me. There is a place called Camertage. This is the first sentence Sudan said after the game came out. Master, we found it. Well, then use the wireless network to screen the social places. A target has been filtered. Originally, finding Ancient One was also a problem, but it happened that the magicians were not doing their jobs properly, so they insisted on installing Wi-Fi for themselves. Wherever there is the internet, there is Chen Dan's eyeliner. It's pretty simple to search for. This was a purposeful search and I found it so quickly. Get ready for the plane, I'll fly there tomorrow morning. Yes, Master, the Red Queen responded obediently and then said, Master, good night. Hearing Sudan, he laughed. This little Red Queen is becoming more and more humane. 690 the next day. The private plane flew directly to Camertage according to the scheduled route. Holding the electronic map, Sudan came to this relatively chaotic place. Coming here is completely different from meeting Ancient One. Therefore, he planned to walk to the coordinate position and then squatted silently. In memory, Ancient One didn't go out often, but her disciple Madhu would haunt this chaotic street. After all, no matter how tall a magician is, he is still a human being. Finally, after waiting at the door for a long time, Madhu seemed to have received someone's order, walked straight from afar and smiled at Sudan. Sir, do you want to go in? Sudan, who had been dozing off waiting, suddenly regained his energy, stood up immediately, nodded and said, Yes, can you take me in? If you are ready to go in, then you can go in, Madhu said. These magicians are really twists and turns. For the sake of his own game career, Sudan decided to continue acting like this. He pretended to be pious and said, I'm ready, let's go. Hearing the sound, Madhu opened the door generously. In fact, regardless of whether he is ready or not today, Madhu will let him in because this is not something that Madhu can decide but what Ancient One means. As a sorcerer supreme, Ancient One knows too much. Even Sudan's arrival, she has already expected it. Stepping into the dilapidated wooden door is like crossing a world. It seems to be doing this kind of thing all the time recently, Sudan complained in his heart. Walking into the ancient attic-style building, his eyes subconsciously looked around. Here, in fact, it is not so old-fashioned. Because you can compare it after playing Heavenly Knife, this place can be regarded as a modern ancient building at best. There are several tables in the hall, a bearded man is reading a book in the first place and a bald head is making tea. I remember that when Iki came here for the first time, it mistakenly thought that the bearded man was Ancient One and took the bald head as a maid, making a joke. Sudan looked at it, but Ancient One suddenly handed over a cup of tea. This courtesy is somewhat similar to Huaxia Modern. Thank you, Master, Sudan said politely. After all, we are going to do other people's things next, and politeness is a must. Ancient One was not surprised that Sudan saw her right away but just smiled lightly. I don't think you are confused. Why did you find this place? She asked. Sudan took a sip of the hot tea and immediately a fresh fragrance filled his nostrils. After drinking it, his whole spirit seemed to be washed. He looked at the cup of tea in his hand with some surprise. He usually drank hundreds of thousands of tea leaves outside, but he didn't have the same sip. If I say it's because the tea here is delicious, will Teacher Yin throw me out? Ancient One smiled and shook his head. You are a very interesting person. No one here will hate you. Then I'm relieved. As he spoke, he drank a few more sips of tea. I see you like the tea I made very much. While talking, Ancient One continued to add some tea to Sudan like a maid. It should be said that this is indeed a place outside the world. Those so-called masters from the outside world are getting bigger and bigger, and the appearance fee is tens of millions. If you invite them, it will be like inviting an uncle, but here it is completely different. When I first came here, Ancient One was already busy working like a maid, and now she pours tea in such a friendly way it really makes people unable to stretch out half a sense of distance. It is very close to the people. Definitely like it. If this tea is sold, I really want to buy some back. I can give you some? Ancient One smiled. This person who has lived for hundreds of years has long seen through money and other vulgar things. After half a cup of tea, Sudan sat down and it was time to fool around. Oh no, it's time to talk about business. The bearded man who read the book also noticed the situation and knew that he should avoid it for a while, so he slipped a small torn book and walked out of the room. Only Sudan, Ancient One and Madhu were left. Master, I personally experienced something a while ago. It was in New Mexico in the United States. I guess you had a perception of the magical power at that time, right? Ancient One smiled kindly, then glanced at Madhu and said, I know, but similar things have happened too many times in this world and they are still happening constantly. Master also thinks there is a crisis coming. Sudan is very satisfied with Ancient One's reaction, and it's also Sorcerer Supreme, so you can say what you need to say. If she didn't have a little foresight, she wouldn't be called Sorcerer Supreme. The unknown is always on the way, isn't it? Ancient One said. However, our magician's duty is not here. Aren't you already protecting the world, and we magicians are protecting the world from the erosion of magic? Magic? Sudan lowered his head and shook his teacup and said leisurely, Is it safe from the invasion of the dark dimension? Hearing this, both Madhu and Ancient One were stunned. Some secrets are only known to them magicians and cannot be disclosed to outsiders, and Sudan is this outsider. Although everyone does not reject this very polite young man, sometimes it is an unknown crime to know something that should not be known. Ancient One's complexion changed, but he still smiled. Yes, you know a lot. Master, don't magicians never care about other crises, for example, interstellar invasion? They don't care about these. Sir, what you said can be divided into many meanings, Madhu said first. He was right, Tube, this word does have many meanings. The armies that defeated and destroyed alien invasions in the past can be regarded as control. Sitting in my own home, relying on my own deterrence to deter those eyeing forces, it is actually called Guan. What Ancient One does is the latter. Her strength is really too strong. She has prevented countless dangers by herself. For so many years, the relative safety of the Earth is due to Ancient One. However, Sudan pursued much more than that. Master, Ancient One can sit on the Earth now, but if one day you are no longer here, Master. Not anymore. This is a euphemism. To put it bluntly, it means death. What if Ancient One died? The people here are not fools, so they can understand Dan's words naturally. Madhu got excited right away. He is the one who respects the Ancient One magician the most, at least right now. Sir, I have to remind you that your words are a bit too much. However, Ancient One smiled lightly. The Earth will never live or die because of me alone. We are all creatures on this planet, and there is always the power to protect the Earth. If you really need, if I have the strength on the day I leave, there will be someone to replace me. I have to say, this old goblin who has lived for hundreds of years is difficult to deal with. Unlike those seemingly advanced people in Wakanda who can fool them with just a few words, now fool this Ancient One, she can always find a way to deal with it. Until now, it is also a trick, Master. Sudan took a sip from his teacup and said, There are many forces that protect the world, but most of them are still seeds and seedlings which take time to grow. However, those forces that can already protect the world often don't show up. Why is that? Because that's the trial for the seeds, isn't it? Ancient One refers to the New Mexico battle that day. Sudan smiled slightly and responded, "But I feel that if I fail that day, no one will immediately reinforce me and my end will be death." Similarly, other seeds are in the same situation. If they have failed one after another and no one will save them. To put it bluntly, the power above will not care about the strugglers at the bottom and will only take action when it is absolutely necessary, but will not consider preventing problems before they happen. Madu was choked this time. He wanted to refute Sudan's remarks, but after thinking about it, Sorcerer Supreme really did this. "This is a real hammer and Modu is speechless. Modu!" Suddenly, Ancient One stopped Madu, winked and sent him away. Seeing Madu, who left silently, Ancient One said again, "You said what if, but the fact is that you succeeded, didn't you? You are a very confident person and you will not do that kind of unsure thing." "Yeah, I won't do things that I'm not sure about. Next time I encounter a strong enemy, I'll consider running away first. If the strong enemy wants to destroy the city and slaughter human beings, I can only watch." "No, you are not that kind of person and someone will help you." Sudan smiled wryly and shook his head. Facing Ancient One, it seems that there is no trump card and he really can't get it. Otherwise, today's mouth is worn out and I can't say anything about Ancient One, an old monster. "Master Ancient One, is the magician's power strong?" Ancient One replied, "The power of a magician comes from the heart and a strong heart makes a magician strong." What an idealist. If YY can become stronger, then everyone in the Huaxia online novel world will be the Emperor of the Sun. I want to secretly ask, is the power of the magician stronger or the power of the dark dimension Dormammu more submissive? Dormammu. Hearing Dormammu's name, Ancient One couldn't calm down anymore. She didn't understand how this person who had never been in contact with magicians before knew about the dark dimension and even dared to call Dormammu's name. You know, even among these magicians, not many people know about Dormammu. That powerful existence has devoured countless universes and once wanted to devour the Earth first. Fortunately, the Sorcerer Supreme repelled it and established a holy place to protect the Earth. It would be a terrible thing if anyone else in this world knew, or rather, that Dormammu had left a dark seed in secret. Ancient One solemnly stared into Sudan's eyes, trying to see some secrets from them, but even though she sank into Sudan's eyes, she couldn't see any dark seeds. There is no problem with this person. But how on earth did he know so much? Dormammu is very powerful, but the magician's power is definitely not weaker than Dormammu. So what if you combine the power of the magician with the power of Dormammu? It's impossible and it can't be done. Sudan knew that Ancient One had already borrowed the power of darkness, but he could only go so far. This is an old man who is hundreds of years old and he has devoted countless efforts to the safety of the Earth. No matter what, he must maintain respect for this person and he must not tear off the last layer of face. Now that Sudan has said this, his intention is naturally Time Gem. It is said that there are a total of 6 infinite gems in this big universe and that Space Gem is just one of them: Power Gem, Reality Gem, Mind Gem, Soul Gem, and Time Gem. Tesseract. But these are a last resort. If the Time Gem is not in the hands of Ancient One, if it is in the hands of a second hand, he would not be able to BB so much, and he would have started grabbing it a long time ago. "Master, is there still water in the teapot?" "No." "Did you come here to get the Time Gem?" Ancient One became a little vigilant. The power of infinite gems is too terrifying. It can't be a joke. They have been blocking that thing just because they are afraid of its exposure. Ancient One gradually understood Sudan's intentions. The Sorcerer Supreme has protected it for generations, and there is also an Eye of Agamotto which contains the Time Gem. Sudan chuckled, took the initiative to get the teapot, poured a cup for Ancient One, and also poured a cup for himself. "I feel a little guilty for threatening the ancient capital with these things." SHIELD, Master should have heard of such an organization. I was at SHIELD and learned that there is a mysterious and powerful energy in this world called Tesseract. Although she is old, her thinking is not rigid at all. On the contrary, she is more flexible than many people. The danger of Time Gem is beyond comprehension for others. It's 997. As long as there is more, then we can continue to talk. Yes, because of my personal thirst for knowledge, last time I was lucky enough to enter Asgard, I asked the Lord of Asgard, Odin. From then on, I learned that the Tesseract is not the key is a small pebble named its Space Gem. Does Master know about Space Gem? Not to mention how to use Time Gem. Even if you know how to use it, it is easy to get lost in the turbulent flow of time. Master Ancient One, I am not here to ask you for the Time Gem. I don't have the guts to do it myself. I am doing this now only for the sake of all mankind. I hope you can understand my good intentions. For all mankind? Ancient One was puzzled. Sudan explained, since Master Ancient One knows that the dark dimension can affect our world, he can naturally understand that the virtual world can affect the real world. Yes, I have developed a virtual world and now I have established a relationship with Odin, the Lord of Asgard. The cooperative relationship has been put into trial in Asgard and the effect is very good. Therefore, I want to use this method on the Earth. By then, everyone on the Earth will be a hero and there is no need for a specific existence to protect it. Live on your own ability, no longer pin your hopes on an uncertain existence. Unfortunately, I have encountered a problem. That is, the physique of human beings is far inferior to that of Asgard, and they cannot bear that kind of time flow, so I want to use the power of Time Gem to separate the time flow of the two worlds without affecting each other. In that way, what humans can bear is only one normal pressure, but in a day in the real world you can get 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. The strengthening of the whole people is the general trend, and it is just around the corner. Definitely, I am very aware of the importance of the Time Gem to Sorcerer Supreme, and I have no intention of monopolizing it. It is just that the Master needs to move it to a position. You can send someone to guard it and you can check it at any time. Safety is necessary. Listening to Sudan's description, a vision of future humans slowly appeared in Ancient One's mind. This is exactly what a righteous man wishes for. She is not one of those young United States guys who are so selfish that they can only be heroes and be praised. Humanity and the Earth are what she wants to protect. Gradually, she began to question her previous rigidity. Why haven't I thought of such a good way for so many years? I agree with your suggestion for the time being. In the future, the details will depend on the virtual world you mentioned. During this period, I will send magicians to take turns on duty. I think Audiobook. Walking out of Camertage, Sudan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Made I admire my mouth escape. Time Gem is a very important thing. Naturally, it cannot be easily given to him to take away, but after he returns, Ancient One will personally escort Time Gem there. For Sorcerer Supreme, it's just a matter of reaching out and drawing a circle. Now, what he has to go back to do is to chisel out a groove on the server of that cube. That is the hole punch that is often said in RPG games. It's just that the holes punched in the game are inlaid with attribute gems and he wants to inlay infinite gems. After returning, he went straight to Brooklyn. The cube server is placed with Banner because he is the chief technology officer and any problems can be dealt with immediately. When he saw Sudan appearing suddenly, Banner pushed his glasses and walked over. Dude, there was an extra encrypted user on the server last night. Did you log in? Yes, I tried to play last night. Has helmet technology already succeeded? Well, the two of you have pointed out the direction. I just found the right material. By the way, where is Old Pim? According to the original agreement, Old Pim came to improve the helmet, and in return Sudan told him the location of his wife. Does this old thing no longer have a wife? Banner quickly explained. I almost forgot. Dr. Pim said that he already knew the answer. Let me thank you for him. What answer? I'll just ask. His wife's whereabouts? Sudan didn't hide it and told Banner directly, and there was nothing to hide. Forget about that, my chief technology officer. I need to dig a groove in the server now. How do you see it work? Groove. My God, you don't have a fever, do you? Banner pointed to the cube suspended in midair with a beautiful rainbow-like light. Why did you dig a groove for such a perfect server? Inlaid with an infinite gems you should know in the global top secret information. SHIELD chapter given to you by the Red Queen. Banner frowned for a couple of seconds and then let out a groan. This is crazy. The power of any infinite gems will instantly destroy our carefully developed server. Is this feasible? It's totally feasible, and it's not like we push it up with our hands and a professional metaphysician will help. If the groove is smaller, it's not impossible. Not long after, a fine layer of sweat appeared on Banner's forehead. Coincidentally, after soaking in the laboratory for so long, he is the person with the most advanced techniques in the world, even more accurate than machines. After a little pride, Banner started to work. This is a very precise cube, unlike a computer mainframe and a case. It does not have it, it is exposed. It took 2 hours of work, and the moment it was finished, Banner was so tired that he collapsed on the ground. This cube server is like the most beautiful child between him and the Asgard people. Which parent would like to see a groove cut for their child and a stone embedded? Hearing this, Sudan smiled apologetically. This seems to have 6 sides. With that said, Banner walked to his console, quickly sent an emergency maintenance notice to all players on the server and forced them to log off within a minute. It takes a lot of precision to carve a groove out of this. Then, he took the tools and walked towards the beautiful cube server. Carefully watch the banner go there bit by bit. Don't look at the small hole, but the effort spent is no less than that of wrought iron. Fortunately, I refused the Asgard people to use their Uru metal. Otherwise, just carving a groove now would require Starcore energy. Banner nodded thoughtfully but was still uneasy inside. However, with Sudan's promise first, no matter how worried he is, he still has to keep it. Luckily I avoided that point. It scared me to death. Banner panted heavily. If he didn't have Sudan's black card, he might have transformed now, and he would never do this again in the future. And dangerous infinite gems. This is such a delicate project that even Sudan held his breath. Banner passed out immediately. Who can bear this? At this moment, the voice of the Red Queen came over. Master, the Ancient One magician has arrived downstairs. The magician's sling ring requires imagination, imagining a place they have been to, so even if Ancient One is a space jump, it can only jump downstairs. Going forward and carrying Banner into the suite behind the laboratory, Sudan went downstairs to meet Ancient One. Along with Ancient One there are 2 magicians, one is Madhu and the other is the bearded man that day. These 2 are relatively strong in magician. It seems that Ancient One is very important to Eye of Agamotto. Master, Ancient One, this way please. Greeting Ancient One upstairs. When she saw the cube exuding colorful light, she couldn't help praising it. This is not only the top science of the Earth but also integrates the high-end technology of Asgard. It's beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such a thing on Earth, Madhu also said. Immediately afterwards, Ancient One raised his hand lightly, and Madhu and Big Beard turned their backs on their own initiative, guarding against everything. I saw that as Ancient One raised her hand, 917 green gemstones slowly appeared in her hand, which was as magical as a fusion magic. But this is not magic, magic is trickery, and this is spells. Guessing, the Eye of Agamotto still stayed where she was, and she just took out the time gem from it. Under her force, the green time gem slowly flew towards the only groove on the cube, and finally it fit together perfectly. Seeing green lines flowing around the cube, this server has been endowed with magical power. It's got a lot of quality, says Ancient One. It's very strong. After all, it has to run across borders. If you don't have any material foundation, how can you hold it? What material? This is a trade secret. Ancient One smiled slightly and did not ask any further questions but said, I have already applied the spell to manipulate the time gem. If you want to adjust the time flow rate, you can adjust it yourself in your virtual world, but remember one thing, time, always, they are all dangerous, some of them must be cautious. Sudan nodded and said, Don't worry, I am more cautious than anyone else, JDE. After exhorting Sudan, Ancient One began to arrange the magician to be on duty. Madhu, Hamel magician, from today onwards, this place will be the 4th holy place to guard. The 2 magicians nodded silently. Stay on duty outside so as not to affect the work here. Ancient One gave Sudan a friendly look. Although she is old, her brain is not bad at all, so she naturally understands what this place is for. The 2 magicians nodded again, looked at each other, and walked out of the laboratory silently. A laboratory of the Antarctic branch can have 2 strong magicians as guards. This level of security is really awesome. Don't worry, the defenses I have set up here are all times that of the presidential level. Okay. Ancient One let out a soft then continued to stare at the time gem for a few moments without further comment and then left gracefully. So now, server is ready, the game helmet is to be continued. In this way you can go directly to start promoting. No, virtual games basically don't need publicity. As long as you use the slogan of this name, you will be the most popular in the world. No matter how many tens of thousands of game helmets are issued in the first batch, the world market will definitely be able to eat them all. And it's still in short supply. The production of the virtual game helmet is fully entrusted to Wakanda. Now that the server has the bonus of time gem, Sudan's heart is much more relaxed. Then he called Su Li directly and changed the original amount to 100 million. He plans to issue 100 million in the first batch. That's a lot of money. However, he does not need to pay now. There has never been any direct cash payment for such a large order. The price of vibranium diluted synthesis conductors is not cheap, but the price still needs to be compressed. After all, many gamers are not so rich to grasp the price in an appropriate limit. Then the first batch of game helmets will be priced at 2,000 USD. Fortunately, the helmet uses vibranium to dilute the synthesis. Otherwise, if you want to use pure vibranium, who can afford 10,000 USD per gram? This 2,000 USD is the price that was suppressed by force. It can be said that both Wakanda and Antarctica are not profitable. However, profitable projects are still to come. In the end, I found a game that had a particularly high response recently. That is, the PUBG Mobile mode in his Crossfire. Definitely, in the end, LOL regained the throne only because of the following 3 flaws. First, hanging on the wall and flying all over the sky. Second, high equipment requirements. Third, the common weakness of most shooting games is boring. After much deliberation, he decided to develop a new virtual game dedicated to players on Earth. The reason why LOL can last forever is because of its unique charm. However, one of the questions I was thinking about was not how to make money. So, what should the new game do? This virtual game will definitely lead a trend. By then, people will really regard this virtual world as a Second Life world, and that will be full of business opportunities. As a technological power, their leaders have a long-term vision. What he thinks now is, should the virtual game for people on Earth continue with League of Legends or change to another one? After getting tired of playing, you will soon get bored and the player stickiness is extremely weak. During that time, eating chicken exploded and the brilliance once surpassed LOL. It's like going back to the time in the previous life when the hegemony of League of Legends was not shaken by any game until PUBG Mobile appeared. He is a developer and operator and he only needs to collect a percentage of the major consortiums to make a fortune. Talking about money is meaningless. Sudan sat in front of the computer browsing the internet aimlessly. After all, League of Legends has been operating in Asgard for a while now and all the players there are warriors. After such a long time, the server was opened for people on Earth. Isn't that destined to cause an imbalance in the game? So, can this game be endowed with greater charm so that this dark horse will run forever? Even many players who didn't play shooting games in the past have jumped into the pit one after another, clamoring to eat chicken and chicken in the posts. At that time, many LOL anchors gradually switched to eating chicken. On the one hand, LOL was gradually ruined by orphan players. On the other hand, eating chicken was really interesting. The answer is definitely yes. StarCraft can be drastically transformed into such a shocking work by him. Why not PUBG Mobile? I especially remember that when the PUBG Mobile became popular, a Japanese manga was also released, which was called GGO. That is Sword Art Online Gaiden. This work is not to follow suit. The original work has already been released, but it was only adapted into animation relatively late. With that blueprint in mind, I can count on the transformation of PUBG Mobile. Change the original game to a competition registration system and keep the basic gameplay of eating chicken. Apart from eating chicken in the game, on weekdays, players can fight monsters, upgrade and explode, and write independent stories. That is divided into PvP players and PvE players. Red Empress give the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds mode of Crossfire tilde. I'll extract it separately. With the help of the Queen, the progress of making games will always be much faster. With the excellent performance of the super server, she only needs to issue a series of instructions and let the super server roar for a while, and the independent Jedi survival mode is picked out. With a wave of his hand, Su Dan turned the entire laboratory into a 3D holographic ocean. The various maps of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds are laid out to form a giant painting. But this is far from enough. These maps are used for competitions, that is, the main battlefield for entertainment for PvP players. Just based on the span of the map, it is indeed too small. The first batch of game helmets he planned to release has a quantity of 100 million. This 100 million game helmet basically represents a guaranteed player base of 100 million. When 100 million players land on this map, how can it be possible? Just players who like PvP can't hold it, therefore more space is needed. After the red, randomly simulate 10 times the PvE map. Yes, master. The next moment, the 3D holographic desert, volcano, ice field, rainforest, grassland, etc. directly submerged Suzhou's entire body. Such a huge map, but it still made Su Dan unhappy. This layout is still too small. Red Empress, split up all these maps, adjust them according to the relevant environment of the Earth and supplement them if they are not enough. It's the master. Soon that planar expansion map turned into a spherical shape. The sphere shrunk slowly and slowly hovered in front of Su Dan. He nodded with satisfaction. Random 70% city simulating the post-nuclear wasteland environment. Click. The 3D holographic Earth was instantly covered with a gloomy, dusty color. From the outside, it looks like a Sirius Scholar star. This is definitely a persuasive game environment. Almost no players like such a virtual game. It was depressing enough to stay in the city, but now it is even more depressing to enter the game. Who wants to stay here for a long time? Simulate the weather system. It is enough for such weather to appear once a month. The rain began to accelerate on the Earth, the dust cloud quickly dissipated, and the weather conditions of a month were demonstrated in a fast-forward form in 1 minute. Su Dan groped his chin and nodded. Yes, beautify the remaining 30% of the city. A successful game needs scenic spots. In an instant, in the corresponding Huaxia region, a city of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty stood rumblingly, and some randomly selected beautiful mountains and rivers were as magnificent as myths. Similarly, corresponding extreme scenic spots appeared in Europe, America, etc. Spawns intelligent NPCs. After the simulation of the Red Queen is over, it can be created directly, and Su Dan only needs to make some adjustments and settings according to the template. Such a game production speed is naturally fast. After all, having a blueprint does not require much effort to imagine. After 1 month's effort, the Wakanda goods have been produced and sent back to Antarctic Company in batches. After such a long period of brewing and building momentum, players around the world have long been looking forward to it. When some enthusiasts observed that fleet of Antarctic transport planes, they had already posted on the forum. It's just that Su Dan needs to be cautious and careful for this game for people on Earth. Without tens of thousands of tests, it is impossible for him to release and operate it. Visual observation of the return of the Antarctic transport team in large numbers. Our virtual era is coming soon. Below the post there is a sound of anticipation. Many fans even bought plane tickets and flew directly to New York waiting for the first-hand gaming helmets. Ask for flowers. Those who can afford the first batch of gaming helmets basically don't need the airfare for this trip. The price of 2,000 USD for some people is the same thing. But for many people it's still very expensive. 2,000 USD converted into soft sister coins is already tens of thousands. Su Dan did not invest in these places, they are all spontaneous. Which family is willing to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy game equipment for their children? Very few. Therefore, this upcoming game is also privately called a game without elementary school students by players. How long have gamers heard the term virtual gaming? The most exaggerated thing is that some girls with big waves even printed Su Dan's personal image on the top of the t-shirt and wandered around on the chest. You can put yourself in your shoes and think about it if you are a commoner and a game lover. When there is a conscientious game developer like Su Dan who surprises players time and time again, I'm afraid I will be so crazy. I have to say, these fans are too fanatical. When those players who came to grab a first shot walked on the streets of New York, they would find slogans such as virtual games, and Crossera wherever they glanced. Only young people with capital have this ability. What's more, those restaurants have also undergone temporary renovations, transforming the entire store into a style full of sci-fi elements. Many years. But they are still lucky, at least there is the existence of Sudan so that they can play virtual games in their lifetime. Luckily, Sudan hasn't been out recently, otherwise if you see it on the street, you'll have to find a crack in the ground and go down. Definitely, the less pupils the better. In New York's Times Square, the elements of Antarctic Corporation directly surround the place, the most eye-catching and definitely the first virtual game in the world. The development of the virtual game will inevitably attract countless players. You must know that in this game, the players' bodies are all collected body data, and then the percentage is adjusted, which means Adult Spring. Like some worlds, virtual games have been blown up for almost 20 years, but there is still no shadow of a fart. K, have you heard? Sudan's father is going to release a virtual game soon. In a high school in Huaxia, a chubby man was talking to his buddy next to him. In this time period of high school, it is time to study hard and make progress every day, but they are different: skipping class to play games, asking for leave to play games, leaving early to play games. In short, I tried every means to play the game. As for studying, whoever loves blood should learn anyway. Fatty gave up. Issuing your father's head, I don't know which B********D posted a post on the forum, and a large group of people believed it. Although there have been related rumors before, but the rumors are just rumors. Do you know the concept of virtual games? I major in physics, let me tell you that it is bala bala bala. However, Sudan's father has already listed the price of the helmet on the official website. What's the use of 70 on the official website? Let me tell you, that kind of technology is not realistic now, and at most it is used by the military. You know the price of investing in civilians, how big is it? 80% of the world's people are poor. Who can afford a gaming helmet? Drip payment successful. What sound? What did you buy? Sneakers. Fat Dunn spread out his mobile phone silently. On it was the familiar Antarctic Forum app, and he ordered a virtual game helmet directly on the app. More than 10,000 oceans, so just buy it. You can get a 22% discount for cloud payment, and the rest of the money can invite Kinking to sing at KTV tonight. Did you really buy it? You are not afraid of cheating money online. Let me tell you that Tao Kinking is not a good person. She is just trying to get your money. I am a straight person, don't take it to heart. You look at yourself weighing 200 caddies. Tao Kinking looks so SAO. Would she really like you? Brother, think about it carefully. If it weren't for you to support TT every day, I'll just play around. Do you think she's pretty? Pretty? Well, it's okay. Then I'm done playing for you. No, brother, what are you talking about? What do you think of me? Do you want a gaming helmet? Me, I've already told you, that thing is probably a lie. With the current technology, it is impossible to create a virtual game. I will write you an online game novel some other day. You will enjoy it. Take that helmet back quickly. Look, hee hee. Fatty sneered disdainfully as if he was taking a dog for a walk. Kinking, are you really planning to go to KTV with Fatty tonight? Have you thought about it? In the classroom, a girl with short hair asked a beautiful girl with long brown hair. The beautiful girl looked into the distance with a sneer at the corner of her mouth. What are you afraid of? I just want a gaming helmet. Kinking, you didn't do this just to play a broken game. It's your first time, don't you think it's a pity for that kind of person? Tao Kinking tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled again. The first time and the second time, I tell you, it's not a broken game, it's a chance to change my destiny. What is my family like? It's not that I don't know, but you've seen my game ability. Last time, the Women's in the Internet Cafe League was first, so you can study slowly, and when I'm developed, I'll come back and support you, girl. Saying that, a strange smile appeared on the girl's pretty face, and the slender catkins had slipped into the skirt of the short-haired girl quietly. Yes, she is a lily. It's just a man's heart, hate to have a daughter's body. Like many hot-blooded teenagers, she also believes that the upcoming virtual game of Angie Company is a great opportunity for her. In reality, she is just staring at a pair of skins and swaggering through the market, but in the game world, she is a well-deserved king. Nanchang No. 2 Middle School is undefeated. Therefore, she wants to prove herself in the great opportunity of virtual games. As for when these people began to think that virtual games are a great opportunity in life, it is impossible to know. All I know is that they are all gearing up for the arrival of virtual games. It has been a month since Antarctica announced the news, but in this month it has only updated the news on the official website, but there is not even a promotional CG. From this point, many players deduce that Antarctica will really not be able to make games in a short time, and they can only use this gimmick to attract people. However, is that really the case? New York, inside the Antarctic building. In Sue Dan's office, a new big bed has been added. The 4 fish are lying neatly together, wearing game equipment on their heads. Liwa Liwa, 1 o'clock direction, the 3rd level headshot. On the battlefield, a man who looked almost like Sue Dan was holding an M4 and calling into the radio. And in the house on the left, a woman wearing a leather jacket and leather pants with her hair tied into a ponytail is holding a fully equipped 98K. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised and she received it. Thulium. Luawawa used 98K to eliminate Red Queen number 18. After being killed by one shot, Liwa immediately turned over, and the moment she lowered her head, a bullet passed by. It's so risky. Little Red Empress is playing for real. Mai Shiranui's resentful voice came from the headset. On the other hand, the weakest Riva has become a cool and sniper goddess. In reality, Riva, even though she has weathered a lot, is still somewhat shy. The game has not yet opened the server, and the players they face in 5.5 are actually the subroutines of the Red Queen, and these subroutines are too powerful. The whole process is a mobile ammunition bag, Summer. Riva in the game and Riva in real life, it's almost like two people. After you crawl to the bunker, I will pull you. I've been shot. Pull me, woo woo tilde, Sky screamed suddenly from the rear of the team. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a boom. Sky, it's time for you to learn how to shoot a gun. You know how to grab a gun from me all day long, and you can't shoot after grabbing a gun. But in this virtual game world, she directly liberated her nature. Black leather jacket and leather pants, bean paste-colored lipstick, fox-like eyeliner, and high ponytail. As for which gun she was talking about, I don't know tilde. She is the worst one in the team. Mai Shiranui's tactics are the same as Sue Dan's, one word reckless. She threw a smoke bomb then rushed over. Originally, she was supposed to be a SHIELD agent, but now in the virtual game, she is a logistics soldier and a cook. Anyway, when she sees people go up, she is just a gun. She is a ninja, and her body and marksmanship are all at the level of plugins. Woo, thank you, Miss Woo. Yes, Sue Dan is just playing virtual games by himself and having fun. He forgot about releasing and operating them to players on Earth. Under the leadership of the 3 god-level players, Sky quickly ate chicken. When the word representing the victory of the game appeared, the 4 of Sue Dan received the reward and were then sent back to the city that was rebuilt from the wasteland. Sue Dan was rewarded with a laser plasma knife, Mai Shiranui was given a shuriken 100 rounds, and Riva was a cooler sniper. As for Sky's reward, it was a big military green backpack. Maybe the system has determined that Sky is the player who plays the logistics soldier. The Red Queen, the PvP test is okay. Master, I have done millions of tests and there are no bugs, don't worry. Then let's test the way of PvE players. With that said, Sue Dan took the lead towards a weapon shop not far away. In the cities rebuilt from the wasteland, selling guns is a popular thing to do. In the later stage, if there are players involved, players can also open their own shops and sell their own explosive or processed weapons. Now 29 of these weapon shops are all regular equipment produced by NPCs. When you walk into a weapons store, you will see the M4, AK-47, M16, Desert Eagle and other very common firearms, and the standard bulletproof vests are hanging on the walls. These things are useful to ordinary people and fascinated by military fans, but they are worthless to Sue Dan. He continued to walk towards the weapons store, passing through a corridor. The dim lights inside were like a disco, and in those cylindrical glass display stands, a bunch of sci-fi weapons came into view. In PvP mode, the effect of using live ammunition guns is relatively large, and the damage to people is the greatest. But in PvE, it is best to use laser weapons to deal with monsters. These things are more harmful than real bullets. These sparkling things in front of me are all PvE weapons. Wow, this gun is so cool, Sky yelled with a big backpack on his back. It seems that she should have been thrown into SHIELD for training, otherwise she will only be able to operate on the computer and the actual combat will be fighting the 5 scum. If you think it looks good, buy it. The accounts of the 4 of us all have special permissions and the gold coins can't be spent. Sudan complained and then walked towards the battle suit. It was a black battle suit similar to Slaughter City with blue energy batteries arranged on the black exterior. Agility plus 100, strength plus 50, defense plus 30. It looks like an assassin's equipment. Buy it. You can choose to change clothes manually or automatically in the game. Sudan chose automatic, and the moment he bought the black battle suit, it was automatically replaced. The original clothes on his body were instantly replaced with a black battle suit with blue lights. On the contrary, Liwa's black leather clothes are like a couple's outfit. Seeing this, Sky and Mai Shiranui felt a little dissatisfied and immediately ran to choose a battle suit for themselves. In the end, Mai Shiranui chose a short dress with a pair of suspenders, while Sky chose a battle suit that was exactly the same as Sudan. Let's go to the copy. The game PUBG Mobile originally did not have a copy, but now that it has been transformed into a virtual game, it is inevitable to add a copy. After all, many players are passionate about brushing up dungeons. The dungeon doesn't need any overly complicated plot, just let the Red Queen scan a few Huaxia online game novels and it can be quickly spelled out. Now what they are going to is a level 50 dungeon. Go in and fight the Crystal Scorpion. Why choose such a dungeon? It is because the entrance of the dungeon is relatively close, just outside the weapon shop, and you can teleport it in through a black market merchant. As for dungeon rewards, he didn't even bother to look at them. Anyway, he just plays the game for fun and checks for loopholes in the game, by the way, and it's not to compete for the leaderboard, let alone lack of money. The copy was successfully created. Following the system prompt, the eyes of the 4 people flashed, the scene changed, and they came to a place like the Gobi Desert. Not far away, there was a cave with huge amounts of light, and a huge scorpion with purple light was running towards them. Ugh. Without further ado, Sky held the laser machine gun he just bought in his hand and swept the crystal scorpion wildly. Sure enough, the money paid is always rewarded. This laser machine gun, worth 150,000 gold coins under Sky's crazy operation, instantly turned the crystal scorpion into a sieve. Ha ha ha, I killed the enemy. I killed the enemy. This is Sky's first kill in this cross-age virtual online game. How could she dare to kill in PvP? She can only be beaten by others. Now in this PvE, seeing such a huge, stupid scorpion, she should be crazy happy. Liwa shook her head helplessly. This woman who was older than her was not half as steady as her. Instead of yelling so loudly, she picked up the big black sniper she had just obtained, aimed at the cave, and gently pulled the trigger. Boom. The large caliber bullet flew straight away, and a line of fire was drawn in the air, and the 2 crystal scorpions that hadn't come out of the hole were pierced by a single shot, and both fell to the ground, turning into residues. She used a live ammunition gun. What do you say that live ammunition for PvE is not effective? 60. Under the absolute suppression of attributes, everything is a single shot. Mai Shiranui is not far behind in the PvP chicken eating competition. Many of her tactics are restricted by the system, and she can only shoot with others like Sudan. And now, in this gameplay, she can fully use her abilities. Following the throwing of a shuriken, the 4th crystal scorpion that had just rushed out of the cave made a crisp sound of ding on its skin. Hee hee, the skin isn't even broken. The crystal scorpion proudly waved its big pincers. The 3 brothers in front are all rubbish. These people are obviously so weak. But in the next second, its body surface, where it was just touched by the shuriken, suddenly turned into a pool of dark green. That's corrosive venom. In ninja fighting, no matter what method you choose, whether it is justice or treachery, as long as you can kill the opponent, you will win. Every drop of venom on the shuriken can corrode this crystal scorpion into a mass of filth. It was worse than the first 3 deaths. In this way, with the support of the terrifying firepower network, the 50-level crystal scorpion has no chance to connect with nearly 4 people. As soon as they come out of the hole, they will be instantly killed by firepower. It's a pity that they are relatively low intelligence monsters in the setting. Even if they are beaten, they only know how to rush forward. Crystal Scorpion. Mama, we are blocked at the door. Huh, Mama is also dead. The Red Queen, there is no problem with PvE. Master, I think the biggest problem is the four of you. According to the game settings, your 4 novice accounts are stronger than the players who reached the full level in the late stage. Okay, after all, the level of force in this game is not high. To put it bluntly, PUBG Mobile is just a shooting game. Even if it is adapted, it is impossible to adapt it so that players are carrying nuclear bombs against each other, so it is normal for the level of force to be low. And often in virtual online games there are some elements of extinction. But don't worry, this Jesus Survival is just the first virtual online game in Antarctica. The power level starts from low, and it is also a plan of Sudan. Furthermore, in reality, a big event is about to happen, and this game just reflects it. Exit the game. As soon as the world went dark, Sudan reached out to take off the helmet, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to his office. There are 3 fish next to it. They also plan to accompany Sky to practice marksmanship in the game for a while. Sudan dressed and walked towards the desk. Looking at my clean and tidy desk, I suddenly remembered that I haven't done my work yet. Antarctic Company has released news about the virtual game. Such important news usually requires a press conference. Just like the love-crazy mobile phone, every generation has to be released. However, Sudan has always been a low-key person, although now his reputation has spread all over the world, but it is a last resort. Therefore, even if it is a development conference, he will not go in person but will send someone randomly. Hey, wouldn't it be great to bring up Tony the superhero to speak for me? It wasn't long after Tony was brought back from Afghanistan that he announced himself as Iron Man and took on the role of vigilante. That playboy, his daily task is to play games, catch bad guys, continue to play games when he feels good, sleep, play games, day after day, just dawdle. Last time I promised to give him 10 times the attack speed when playing the virtual game. This time it may be cool to explode him. Sudan is a person who takes commitment very seriously. It's only 10 times the attack speed, so why not give it to him? It's just that I don't know what effect 10 times the attack speed can have on firearms. By the way, maybe you can play Trolls. 2333, it's funny to imagine Tony carrying a spray gun in the game, spraying his body continuously, bang 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 bang. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and called. Hi, Mr. Stark is busy, please call back later. Oh, JRVIS, call me Tony. Okay, Mr. Sudan, please wait a moment. Hey, I'm Tony, what's the matter? I'm really busy, there is a little girl who wants to pass me on the ladder. It seems that Tony is playing StarCraft. When I went to Wakanda last time, Suri said that she was the second place. It seems that Suri is about to surpass hardcore plugin Tony, an old silver coin that invites JARVIS to level up everywhere. Tony, my virtual game is coming soon. I know, brother, don't forget your promise. I can't handle it in this game. I'm about to drop to second place, but in the new game, I'm definitely God. Yes, now, you didn't give benefits to anyone except me, right? Tony asked while operating. No, but you have to do me a favor now or you will take back this benefit. Hey, why do you say that? What can you do for you, as long as you don't kill good people? Sudan chuckled and said, help me endorse the game helmet and host the press conference. Please. I don't usually do this kind of thing myself, and it's not like you don't know that you want me to help you now. Then I will take back the benefits. Don't. I agree, I promise, you just give me the speech and prepare it. It's really beeping the dog. Speech, what is that? Can't you play it yourself? You're Iron Man. Tony was so angry that he jumped up and almost smashed his miniature game screen. However, under the temptation of the huge amounts of welfare, he has no ability to refuse at all. What else can I do? It contains the space gem among the 6 infinite gems, and the energy it contains is naturally enormous. It was also under her deterrence that the Carry had not invaded the Earth for such a long time, seeking the so-called products of the Pegasus project. Without technology, they invite technology. After that battle, one thing officially fell into the hands of Shield since World War II. Red Skull has used this thing to create a large number of weapons across the ages, and even almost destroyed the world. Although he played zero role in that battle on Earth, he is a very famous astrophysicist in the scientific community. Their staff need to study a very historic cube. Sudan hung up the phone. There was still some time before the release date he announced on the official website. Now the staff in the company mainly work on testing. As long as there is no problem with the game, the rest will be done. This cube is different from the cube server in Antarctic Biotechnology Company because it was originally a terrifying energy source. Last time there was a Tianma project and even aliens were involved. Fortunately, Carol was on the Earth at the time, so that crisis was relieved. Otherwise, I really don't know what the Earth will do to meet the challenge at that time. Now, SHIELD wants to make a fuss about this super energy body. Meanwhile, somewhere under the influence of SHIELD, a covert, officially sponsored research project is in full swing. So they brought in an obscure little character from the battle in New Mexico, Dr. Selvig. After that battle, Carol flew into the universe to help the Screwies find a new home, No Zhao. After all, other people can use this energy body to do research, so why can't SHIELD? In fact, under Sudan's own hands, it is impossible for the game to have any loopholes. Let these people test it in person just because the project is too large and they seek more peace of mind. This terrifying energy source has already done a lot of evil. That is, the cube called the Tesseract. Astrophysicist is only one of his titles, and it may take a long time to reveal all his family fortune. Anyway, according to Nick Fury's judgment, this old man is the most suitable technology for researching this cube. Definitely, as an agent, he will not fully trust a person, especially a person who does not belong to SHIELD, so he sent Hawkeye to observe from above, and once he finds something wrong, he will act immediately. Oh my god, this is... At first, Selvig was only a little surprised by the Tesseract because he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it looked powerful, but as the research deepened, he discovered the horror of this energy. Not ordinary horror, but too scary. It's even more frightening than studying nuclear bombs. However, he did not choose to escape but chose to study. This is the pride of a scientific researcher. Following his research, a machine was soon set up in the secret site which looked like a collider. However, the failure rate of research on supernatural energy is also very high. For 10 days, he has obtained almost nothing. It wasn't until the 11th day that he figured out some doorways, activated the power of the Tesseract, and created a space door that lasted for 0.01 seconds. 0.01. Flickering 47 if Selvig hadn't insisted that he saw it, and with the proof of Hawkeye, no one else would believe it. This experiment also allowed him to find the right direction. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, but after finding the way and passing through this difficult opening, his next experiment will be much easier, and he no longer has to pull his hair, which is already bald enough. The experimental data is superimposed day by day in the direction of success. Another 10 days later, Selvig directly called Nick Fury, surrounded by his benefactors, to witness his experimental results. Nick Fury came here with a F***G face because seeing that blue cube reminded him of his eyes. Although told to others it was injured by the Kree, but in fact, it was actually blinded by an orange cat. How funny is that? Even his black face can't stand it. The macho is in tears. Dr. Selvig, let's get started. Nick Fury said with folded arms, then turned his head and asked Agent Hawkeye beside him, "Let me make sure again, is there any problem?" "No problem?" When Hawkeye said no problem, it meant that Selvig did not divulge information, did not betray the agreement with SHIELD. As for what will happen next with problems or no problems, Hawkeye doesn't know either. "I hope it's really all right," Nick Fury murmured, involuntarily touching a strange gun in his hand. It is a firearm produced by the Antarctic military industry. It can be said to be the most powerful individual weapon in the world. However, it is such a weapon, but there is an agreement that if it is fired at the people of the Earth, the gun will automatically blow up. The people of the small island country have shown it to the world. They are completely dead. Nick Fury knows that every time he studies such a small blue cube, all kinds of things will happen. This time, who knows what will happen. If the energy level is too high and it really attracts the Kree, then the gun in his hand is ready. When the blue energy overflowed from the Tesseract, it was finally gathered by the machine into a beam of light and shot towards the reaction table not far away. Suddenly, it was like hitting an invisible door. For this door, I don't know the file size, the shape, or even the color. However, with the energy injection of the Tesseract, the invisible door slowly opened, and finally the state of the door opening stabilized. This is the first time an Earthling has properly used the power of the Tesseract, the power of the Space Gem. However, the result is not necessarily correct, so no cause for celebration. Because in front of that door a human appeared out of thin air. No, he is not human. CJCI was wearing a costume and held a scepter in his hand. He smiles like a psychopath. If Sudan were here, he would recognize it. It's the evil god Loki, brother of God from Asgard. Although Nick Fury doesn't know Loki, he can understand that any television troupe that appears suddenly should be treated as aliens. After all, that woman back then was also wearing clothes that looked like game props in the beginning. He decisively raised the firearm in his hand. The energy of the electronic pulse bullet has been fully charged within 0.001. As long as he presses the trigger, he can blast the mentally ill patient 18 feet away. Drop your arms and put your hands up, man. This isn't the first time he's fought aliens. Nick Fury knows what to do. Similarly, the surrounding SHIELD personnel also took out their pistols. Although those small pistols did not pose any threat to Loki, at least they were very imposing. Only Selvig stood there alone. He didn't know whether to be surprised or regretted. This is his research, the first time humans have used the real power of Tesseract, that is wormhole technology. At present, even a concept of wormhole theory is not perfect in the world, let alone the realization of this technology. A virtual game sneak peek launch event. In this press conference, apart from the security team, no one from the Antarctic company appeared. But he did it. Should it be a temporary makeup in the background? Answering Loki, it was Nick Fury's relentless shot. He glanced around, disdainful for those small pistols and even more disdainful for these backward humans. At this speed, Loki is absolutely impossible to dodge. Humph. Only when looking at Nick Fury there was some hesitation. Wow, such weapons have been produced on the Earth and you humans seem to have improved so much. Could I be late? Loki raised his head with an evil smile and slowly stood up. At the same time, a press conference is being held in the Grand Theater just built by Antarctica. Looking at the empty platform, the audience began to discuss. He did it, but he turned into a different person out of thin air. He doesn't know whether this person is good or bad. The electromagnetic pulse gun, flashing a blue arc, shot at Loki at the speed of thunder. The electromagnetic pulse gun exploded and the blue light scattered in all directions. All I know is that everyone picked up their guns and aimed at him. Boom, call. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky. That's right, that's the Iron Man everyone is familiar with. If Angie Company is a well-known leader in the game industry, then Iron Man may be the page game Legend of Blood. Although I don't play it, I have heard of it. Just like Iron Man, although he has never been rescued, everyone knows that he is a vigilante and a superhero. It's just, why did he come here suddenly? Could something unsafe happen here? Not, ladies and gentlemen, hello. As you all know, Tony Stark. There was an uproar in the audience. Where's our Sudan? That's right, why didn't Sudan's father come out to see me? I went to Bangzigyo to get plastic surgery for him. Plastic surgery dogs are also worthy of Sudan's father. I will present the chrysanthemum. Listening to the noise in the audience, Tony pressed his hands helplessly and said stiffly, "Wow, it seems that everyone is looking forward to it. The audience in the audience is looking forward to it, but what they are looking forward to is that Sudan will come to explain this virtual game helmet in person. Science popularization is not important, but they just want to meet Sudan." It was the first time that Tony on the stage felt so unwelcome. After all, when he usually fights crimes by himself, those rescued people's smiles are still very innocent. He took off his helmet in embarrassment, stretched out his hand, and a platform slowly rose from the ground. On the platform, there is an exquisite game helmet. He projected this on a big screen. Wow! 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 People screamed just looking at the shape of the helmet. They didn't know how many cutting-edge technologies were used in it, and they didn't want to know. They are here to play games, not to attend physics class. Looking at the helmet, I didn't scream because of its shape, but thought of using that thing to play virtual games. To put it bluntly, I just wanted to scream. Although he didn't know what they were saying, wow, Tony still opened his arms to welcome the wave of sound. Then, when the sound subsided, he heard a few faint sounds. Look at that sand sculpture. Does he think we like him? Maid, you still spread your arms, what a F asterisk 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 G middle school. Don't you guys think the helmet of his steel battle suit is ugly? Is there a P-map master? Give him the game helmet to pee on. Heartbroken, Tony couldn't feel any emotion other than heartache. He even wants Blacken now, kill the gang. However, thinking about Sudan's promise to himself, he decided to endure it. Just wait, when I enter the game, I will let you know what cruelty is. Well, since everyone has guessed that this is a gaming helmet, I don't need to introduce it. Yes, this is a gaming helmet and the price is 2,000 USD. The audience was silent. This is the first time I saw such a development conference. Did Sudan's father run out of money, so he hired a playboy who came up to talk nonsense to Jaiba, and he didn't have the ability to give a speech? Otherwise, the price of this helmet should be doubled. Anyway, if everyone can sit here, they don't need that money. Do you want to consider it? Tony coughed twice in embarrassment. Well, speaking of this helmet, I have actually been involved in the research and development from the very beginning. I have devoted all my energy to researching battle suits into this game. This helmet, undoubtedly, the game is a very fun game. I thank Angie Company for giving me this opportunity. Let me be on stage, blah blah blah. The audience in the audience almost fell asleep when they heard it. Fortunately, today's press conference is completely free, and they also provide healthy water produced by Antarctic Biotechnology Company. I heard that drinking a bottle can replace the various beauty treatments of the previous week. Product: acne removal, skin whitening, wrinkle reduction, ant pain relief, etc. are simply real fairy water. Sudan's father is simply the best father in the world. He really takes good care of these lovely girls. Tony on the stage talked embarrassingly. The boys were either falling asleep or complaining, and the girls gradually fell into fantasies about Sudan. I thought I could see Sudan today, but I didn't expect that a different uncle came on stage to speak. If you don't know how to speak, please speak less. You can speak crookedly, really. Everyone basically blocked their ears just watching the explanation on the big screen about the production process, usage method, precautions, and so on of this game helmet. Ask for flowers. In the end, when Tony couldn't continue speaking, the press conference was finally over. He starts the steel battle suit almost at the speed of light, takes off with his most gorgeous posture. Can't wait to get away from this place. If it wasn't for that benefit, he would be willing to accept this embarrassing role as Iron Man. Although Stark's industry has been transformed now, and he is not as profitable as he used to be selling arms, but he is still a world-class rich man, okay? Even if those people are added together, there is not as much money as him alone. That's it, I still have to suffer in vain. Jarvis, call Sudan and tell me that my mission is complete. Remember to fulfill the promise. Sir, actually you should answer a call first because you just turned on the do not disturb mode and Mr. Fury called 10 minutes ago. Fury, go back to him. Tony had joined SHIELD earlier and his current identity is a SHIELD consultant. Nick Fury, the director, usually doesn't call him but the agent below. And now, Nick Fury took the initiative to call him, which means the situation is urgent. God, Tony, have you been on sleeping pills and you've only seen the phone now? Nick Fury complained on the other side of the phone. Well, I'm fine, tell me what happened. Tony is very aggrieved now. Obviously he was hit in the heart and he still wants to be complained by Nick Fury. The Tesseract has been robbed, aliens have come home. My Mr. Iron Man. Aliens? Tony was startled. He had heard Sudan mention the alien invasion before, and the scene of the alien army occupying the Earth appeared in his mind. Could it be that the Earth has already begun to be occupied? How many troops? He asked. How many troops? Oh my God, just one man made this happen and an army. Do you think I'd be able to answer your phone? Man. Okay, I'll give it to you now. Beep beep. Nick Fury hangs up the phone and he doesn't blame Iron Man, he's just really ed up. After all, he has used super firearms himself and he didn't expect the other party to know tricks like duplication. Then, out of anger, he picked up his phone and dialed another number 1. "Hello, Sudan. I'm in trouble here if you have time." "Do you think I have time?" Sudan simply replied and then hung up the phone. Tonight at 0000, the virtual game helmet will be officially distributed. As the boss of Antarctic Company, how can he be idle for such an important matter? Many people think that the boss is originally very idle, but in fact, most of the high-ranking people are busier than others, but some people do physical work and some people do mental work. The first shipment of this virtual game helmet alone is worth 100 million. The documents sent in just a short time have filled his desk. Zio Ma wants to be an agent? No, it's not a question of trust or distrust. This virtual online game is not as simple as they thought of 150. Reject. Island players want to open the sale to them. No way, the people above them broke the contract last time. According to the terms and conditions, their nationals want to play the Antarctic Company game at least 1 year later. What? Discrimination? What if it is discrimination? Someone asked why the first game wasn't a magic game. Don't ask if you can't ask, and give him a 2-hour ban. Dan, something happened to SHIELD. What does the security team do? I have already emphasized. Wait, what happened to SHIELD? Suddenly, Dan suddenly remembered that he had just answered the phone call from Nick Fury. At this time, Liwa took the initiative to report again. It appears that the door is out. But what does SHIELD's accident have to do with me? Liwa curled her lips helplessly. She knew that Dan would say that. In fact, she just came here to report a letter to Dan to inform him of the information. There was no other meaning. That night, everyone in the Antarctic Company stayed up until after 12 o'clock. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after watching the batch of unmanned transport planes bearing the Antarctic Company logo fly into the sky. Dan was filled with emotions for a moment. He used to dream about this scene for a long time. When he was young, he also hoped that such a genius would appear in the world to fulfill this dream for players all over the world. However, in the end, he devoted himself to the game circle, but he couldn't make any virtual games from the resources at that time. Even small and crude ones would not work. But now, he has become the person in his fantasy who fulfills the dreams of players all over the world. Playing virtual games is indeed a great experience, but it is also hard work. He withdrew his gaze, looked at the people behind him, and said loudly, "Guys, if anyone wants to leave, you can get off work now. If anyone wants to stay, let's have a carnival." After doing such a big thing, carnival is naturally necessary. Even if he is a handsome man who likes to be quiet, he still has to understand the ways of the world. As for how to carnival, you only need to pay for it yourself and leave the rest to these energetic people. Disco dancing, drinking, what these people have a lot of tricks. Hearing Dan's words, everyone cheered. A large part of these people are technicians from SHIELD, but now they seem to have forgotten their past missions and subtly regard themselves as employees of the most powerful company in the world. It's glorious. As for going back to SHIELD, sorry, what did you say? Even Nick Fury has seen through this and understood that these people are like married daughters who have spilled water and can't get it back. So he is cheaper than Dan. After all, it's mommy Falkexia, he still has a heart. Anyway, it is very cost-effective to tie up a talent like Dan and give these people away. The release of the game helmet does not mean that the game will start running. When these game helmets fall into the hands of players one by one, it will be another week before the official operation time of the game. Definitely, this mere 100 million game helmets is far from enough for the Earth with a population of 7 billion. Therefore, when the first batch is sold out, hurry up and make the second batch. In Wakanda, Suri is already crying. Because all the manufacturing machines are used to make virtual helmets, she now has to queue up if she wants to develop something new. Obviously, this is her own home. Just when everyone was expecting the start of the virtual game, a big thunder happened first. Loki stole the Tesseract while also controlling Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye with the Psychic Scepter. Then the backbone of this great battle will ultimately depend on Mr. Tony Stark. However, when Nick Fury recalled Loki's various super abilities and then looked at his poor 3-person team, his face was so dark that he almost cried. Nick Fury gave up contact temporarily after being closed door by Sudan. After all, time is tight, so we can only quickly recruit a team first. As for the fact that Majestic Frankshaw wants to contact Banner, Howard left a great seed, Nick Fury thought bitterly. He has no idea what's going on outside. It has to pass through the automatic defense system arranged by the Red Queen first. If someone without identity dares to break into the Banner floor without authorization, it is no different from courting death. Bruce Banner, the main force of Avengers, is still working on his own research in the Antarctic Biotechnology Company. Have you found Loki yet? And another main force 4.7, Thor is still playing games in Asgard. Even if Heimdall sees through everything, it still takes time, right? As a result, the two main players of the Avengers are gone, and the usually rebellious Tony Stark has become the most reliable one. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, even though he is equipped with high-tech equipment from the Antarctic military industry, his combat effectiveness is at most the level of the first-generation Iron Man. They need to make a large generator to stimulate the power of the Tesseract, so as to open a huge amounts of portal and send the Chitauri army over. Don't look at the ugly appearance of the two magicians, just draw a circle and curse everything. Captain America Rogers, who just woke up, Agent Black Widow, well, that's all for now. As for Captain America Rogers, they are just super soldiers. Even after death, no one can even find the body. But even if some people have unique skills and temporarily broke through those mechanical defenses, at the door of Banner's research room there are still these two magicians on duty. Speaking of mutant, the world is full of them. It exists in advanced big cities and it also exists in backward African tribes, but in this more advanced city the discrimination against mutant is more serious. After all, backward places can still be deterred by force. In a civilized city, you try, even a mutant of Magneto's level has been caught in a trap. Speaking of Magneto, his brotherhood doesn't eat wild vegetables. In terms of intelligence network, it's almost as good as the gang of beggars in martial arts novels. He didn't know what channels he had used, but he actually found out that the aliens had snatched the Tesseract and created a Big Bang. It's coming, it's really coming. The first time he heard such news, Magneto couldn't help thinking of Sudan. At that time in Africa, they went to kidnap Sudan, but in the end they were taught a lesson, a beautiful lesson. For such a long time, he has sent people to inquire about Sudan's news in all aspects, but they can't find any useful information. He even once felt that Sudan's 29 ratios were tricking the old man. Only now did he realize that what Sudan said was true. That foreigner, did he use his own power to create the Big Bang? I don't know about this, a mutant with pointed ears said hesitantly. Mutant's super abilities are all kinds of strange things. His ability is hearing, and he can even hear a general scene. Loki appeared from the door of space. He heard clearly, but as for what happened to the Big Bang in the end, he was not very clear. Because he was afraid of death, he slipped away ahead of time. After receiving such defective information, Magneto frowned. If the explosion was really done by one person, I'm afraid it's really hard to deal with. Besides, what Sudan is talking about is an alien army. This is just an alien who can create such destruction, so the army can't destroy the world. Could it be that I really want to go? This idea in normal times would never have occurred to him even if he was killed. If you join forces with Charles, it would be better to kill him and throw the embarrassment at Grandma's house. However, the current situation is far from what he alone Magneto can decide. This is a battle about the fate of mutant. It's also a battle about the fate of the entire human race. Information's defective, this is the only way he can judge. He can't take the risk alone, and just when he was in trouble, the expression of the mutant under him suddenly became dull. Then he called out his name like that, Eric, long time no see. Hearing the sound, Magneto stood up slowly. He knew very well what his old friend was doing. In the current situation, it is obvious that Charles has invaded the brain of this mutant and controlled him to talk to him. Charles. He couldn't have imagined that Charles would reach out to him at this moment. Eric, we are in trouble, but this is also an opportunity. I wonder if we can temporarily put aside our prejudices and cooperate once. Charles actually took the initiative to serve the car and owe it. In a requesting tone, this is the scene Magneto wants to see in his dreams. Cooperate once? It's not like we haven't cooperated before. But it seems that the final result is not very good. Magneto hesitated for a moment. In that battle, Charles' spine was injured and he could only sit in a wheelchair. This incident also made him feel guilty. However, after all, it was Magneto who quickly broke away from the meeting and said disdainfully, "Stop talking nonsense, the Mutant Brotherhood has already assembled and your little vigilantes, won't they be too scared to go out? No, we've actually been mobilized. You guys actually did it before me. That's something that can't be helped." Magneto breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been angry with Charles. In fact, the two of them did not have any serious hatred. It was just that they disagreed on the issue of mutant discrimination. And now he was P***** D off again. Just when he was about to reprimand Charles for being unkind, the mutant in front of him suddenly returned to normal. Apparently Charles had already offline. Magneto said he wanted to kill Asgard. Heimdall captured Loki's location the instant he appeared on Earth. Regardless of what Loki is going to do next, anyway, as long as Loki appears on Earth, he must inform Odin immediately. After all, everyone thought Loki died after falling into the abyss. Only a savvy person knows that asking for death is not in Loki's character, at least not yet, but on the way to report he happened to meet Thor. "Hey Heimdall. What are you doing?" Thor called out leisurely. In the past 2 days he played the game very well. Others were born in Dalmatia, but he happened to be born in Noxus. This also means that he has occupied all the resources of a city by himself. At the beginning, he said that he would become the commander of Noxus, although it is still a little far away, he is already on the way. Fighting, although he knows it is a game, but once it is fought it is no different from the real world and it can completely make his blood boil. But now, what did you hear? The expression on Thor's face changed in an instant. Although it was said that Loki hit him hard last time, as a big brother he forgave if he could. Not only is Loki still alive, but he has also appeared on Earth. These days it can be said to be hearty. Just when Thor was triumphant, Heimdall quickly poured a basin of cold water and the roadbed appeared on the Earth. It's definitely not a good thing for him to appear on Earth. I need to go to Earth. Heimdall. What? As he spoke, Thor stretched out his hand and sent Mjolnir flying over from afar. "Sudan, sincerely, do not deceive me." "What? I feel so too. From Asgard to the Earth, that is a Bifrost event. It can be said to be faster than those people on the Earth." Loki appeared on Earth. It has been a long time since he has experienced such a battle, and he always feels that his strength in reality has also increased a bit recently. His eyes can see many things, and now several forces on the Earth are running towards Loki at the same time. Why does it seem like a lot of people are moving in Loki's direction? Heimdall hesitated slightly. During these days of training, he had long forgotten his hatred, chose to forgive him, and instead blamed himself for not being able to save Lu Jai. Mad, this scene doesn't look like Loki is going to harm the Earth, but it looks like these people are going to hunt and kill Loki. No matter what, send me down first. Okay. At the moment, all the forces on Earth are on their way to Country Day. Black Widow drove the Quinjet, carrying the United States Captain Rogers. According to their flight speed, it should have been the fastest. However, when they arrived near the Day Country, they found another plane which looked more advanced than their Quinjet. Could it be Loki's fighter? Rogers asked curiously. Black Widow is different, she shouted directly at the other party. After all, standing behind her is a group of men, Tilda. No way, she janged the waist. Soon, she received a reply from the other party. X-Men? Black Widow slowly frowned. As an SHIELD agent with a very high level of authority, he was very clear about organizations like X-Men. Unexpectedly, when we were short of manpower, X-Men also stood up, fortunately. However, the vigilantes on the X-Men fighter plane on the other side don't think so. In front of a few mutants with super abilities, not to mention the two people on Quinjet, the target Loki seems to be nothing like a biscuit. Cthulhu? Scott smiled grimly, wondering if he could withstand the laser light. Beast Hank is fiddling with his fingernails. He has heard of the evil god Loki, wondering if he can single out. The two ladies, Storm and Phoenix, looked at each other and smiled. Who is the god on this land? Society, dark power. The two fighter planes have locked on Loki's coordinates, drawing a long line in the dark night, flying to the doctor quickly. At the same time, above the plane, the space seemed to be distorted. If one looked closely, one could vaguely see the shape of a flying saucer. Yes, that's not a flying saucer, that's Wakanda's stealth ship. On the spaceship, T'Challa was wearing a Black Panther battle suit with a Black Panther helmet under his armpit, with a confident look on his face. Beside him is the bald female General Akoi, a living emoji. In comparison, the expression on her face has become disdain for the so-called evil god Loki, rather than simple confidence. The people of Wakanda only believe in a leopard god. What are other gods? It's a matter of faith. Wow, bro, you are about to fight God. Are you nervous? Beside the two, there is a virtual projection. Although Suri cannot participate in the battle, he can help them fight through black technology. Hearing this, T'Challa chuckled and replied in an African accent, "What kind of god, according to Sudan, is just an alien? What kind of god is that? Wakanda hail." X. On the ground, the torrent surged. Under the cover of the night, I can't see what kind of monsters and ghosts are below, but I know that their direction is also low-key. Mutant is not a specialty of the United States, but it is all over the world. In Europe, there are naturally a large number of mutants, and Magneto's influence in mutant, that is a dominance. If you want to drive a countrywide mutant, you only need one sentence. These mutants are like a group of mythical vampires when the ability unfolds. They converged into a torrent on the ground. The purpose is the coordinates given by Magneto and Professor X. On weekdays, these mutants, how dare they rush forward in such a grand manner? What greeted them would be a rain of bullets one after another. But today, with the permission and instigation of Magneto and Professor X, they are like chicken blood. Dash through the streets recklessly. It's not just the excitement of catching Loki, it's the excitement of being free to roam the streets. How many mutants would want to see this scene? I'm afraid they all want to. The evil god Loki didn't know what evil he had done. How could he offend so many people? Now that these people come up, among other things, they can poke him to death with just a little finger. However, exposing the location is also in the plan of this cunning god. Loki knows very well that it will take a certain amount of time to manufacture a large teleportation array. It's not that he has nowhere to hide, it's that he's too lazy to wait. It's so boring. He wants to play with these lowly humans, so he blatantly attacked the mansion, and then, amidst the terrified screams of those humble humans, he slowly revealed the incarnation of his god. Ah, such a heroic figure. He is alone. No, he is a god, and he is running away with a group of inferior people. Enjoyed it so much. What a delight to see these humble humans fleeing. Get on your knees, he yelled at the humans. In order to set off his majesty, he even picked up the soul scepter and fired a cannon at one place. The energy of infinite gems is not a vegetarian, just a single burst of energy blasts the stone statue not far away into powder. Boom! Everyone was so frightened that they hugged their heads and squatted down. Squat? How can this work? He wants these lowly humans to kneel. Get on your knees, Loki repeated again. However, the bones of these people seem to be more stone than imagined. No one kneels down to him. He went up to meet him. He wanted to defeat this early bird and then make these people kneel down. Is it because I, Loki, have stopped flirting, or is the power of the psychic scepter not strong enough? That guy is actually wearing a costume. Funny. Are humans such ridiculous creatures? However, just as he was aiming at the old man, a shield suddenly attacked and killed him. Mere fake. The bones of these people are really stone-like. These humble human beings, the bones are really Shijang. Hiss. Captain America Rogers' fighting ability, that's nothing to say. He took the upper hand when he came up, and the farmer's 3 punches beat Loki to the brink of misery. That was when Rogers threw his own shield at Loki in desperation, interrupting his spellcasting action. How embarrassing! It doesn't matter if you don't kneel down, but in the crowd there is an old man who slowly stood up. He used the scepter to force Rogers, shouting, "Kneel down!" However, Loki is a descendant of the Frost Titan after all, and his physical fitness is there. After realizing it, he counterattacked Rogers as a magician and knocked him to the ground. Loki gritted his teeth and smiled, intending to make an example of others. As long as this old man is killed, see if these people are afraid. By Leela. In the next instant, Loki saw the human who had attacked him. Very good. Warning. The system program has been tampered with. On the Quinjet, Black Widow was about to support Rogers with precise marksmanship, but at this moment, all hijacked warnings appeared on the dashboard of her fighter. And inexplicably, rock music sounded. She gave a discouraged smile, and here he is. Tony Stark has been through a lot and would never allow shooting at civilians. No matter how good Black Widow's spear skills are, it is a fighter after all, and the margin of error is very large. Scandium, scandium, scandium. There was a pleasant sound when the titanium alloy collided with the ground, and Iron Man aimed at Loki with the electronic pulse cannon, miniature missiles, and shoulder cannon on his raised arm. Whoa whoa you elk, you got caught. Treading the road. Swoosh tilde. Loki threw both hands together and immediately let go of Rogers. I don't remember offending so many people. So much figure, Iron Man dismissed it. It can be seen that Rogers, whose line of sight is opposite to his, pointed behind him and said, "It's really a bit much." When Tony looked back, he realized that what stopped behind him was not an empty darkness. Instead, there are 3 imposing super fighters and nearly 100 mutants who are eyeing. Really, well, quite a lot. Tony admitted that he was startled the moment he looked back. Jarvis, why didn't you remind me? No wonder Loki is scared and owed. In this battle, let alone him, even if his reckless big brother came over, he would have to be shocked. Speaking of the reckless big brother, suddenly, a colorful light beam fell from the sky and landed on the roof not far away. That beam of light is like a sharp sword piercing the sky, illuminating the surrounding area as brightly as day. The light beam lasted for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. The world has returned to darkness. What is that? Alert! Hiss! Different from the reactions of these people, Loki is now not only owed the handcart but also owed the monthly refund. With a plop, he accidentally fell to his knees on the ground. He came. Who is that? A figure is not obvious in the darkness, but the coercion it exudes is invisible and shocking. The first thing that came into view was a hammer, and then, with the help of the light, everyone could see clearly the appearance of the person coming. It was a man in a red cloak, although the costume was funny, but now, CJBD, no one dares to laugh. This is the person who came out of the light just now. There is no such technology on Earth, so could it be Luo's words? Loki, you really let me down. Loki was lifted up by Thor, facing the face of the Asgardian kneeling on the ground. But when these words fall into the ears of everyone, it will be different. Disappointed? Sure enough, they are friends. Among the people present, none of them really knew Thor, so they can only make such a judgment. Hey buddy, put down your hammer and get off our target, Iron Man yelled. With so many people gathered here today, if someone else rescues the prisoner, how will everyone mess around in the future? You told me to drop my hammer. Thor suddenly smiled. Although he doesn't discriminate against humans like Loki, but after all, he is an Asgard, so how could he not have a bit of arrogance in his bones? What's more, Mjolnir is Thor's baby. After so many years, who would dare to let him put down the hammer except Odin? Among the 9 realms, who would dare? Thor weighs Mjolnir and plans to fight Tony. He wants to teach this ignorant earthling a lesson. But at this moment, whether it was the 3 fighter planes floating above or the hundreds of mutants standing behind, Kiki turned his attention to Thor. Wow, eyes have weight. Thor felt himself being suppressed by the power of invisible. His own brother, did he really offend so many people? Who can resist this? Put it down now, Iron Man emphasized again. Forget it, give the Earth people some face today. Thor took 2 steps back, but only 2 steps back, and did not intend to let go of Mjolnir. But a concession from Thor, that's a lot of face. Seeing the situation, Iron Man immediately switched the electromagnetic pulse cannon on his arm and then shot 2 iron buckles towards Loki. The iron buckles are like shackles, immediately binding Loki up. Wait, what are you guys doing? Thor was anxious. The one in front of me is still my younger brother, oh cousin, but even a cousin can't be treated like this. Catch the prisoner, Iron Man replied simply and clearly. Thor was confused, and Heimdall only said that he found Loki, but he didn't say that Loki was doing trouble on Earth. Prisoner. He killed and wounded 17 of us. Hey. This time, even Thor can't help it. You said that fighting and robbing banks and the like can be settled with Asgard's prestige. However, this killing is taboo even in Asgard. Asgard's duty is to protect the peace of the 9 realms, not to kill whoever it wants. Loki. What, you want to educate me again now? Loki didn't repent for his sins at all. The younger brother killed people on Earth, and the people on Earth will not let Loki go. What drove them to this place were only some prophecies from Sudan. As everyone knows, what Loki killed were only a few Shield personnel and had no direct relationship with these people. Thor at this stage is still too maddened thinking about his younger brother, who did Loki kill on Earth and offended so many people. Walking with you guys? Even if Thor agreed in his heart, he was unwilling to be humble. Do you know who I am? Black Panther, Lady General, Cyclops, Beast, Storm, Phoenix, plus Iron Man, Captain America. Feeling the unusual power of these people, Thor had to make another plan. And the group of mutants in the back. Therefore, Thor wants to bring Loki back to Asgard for trial. If his mother intercedes, he should be able to get a lighter sentence. Yes, people of Asgard, Thor, Black Panther said flatly. Hearing this, Thor fell silent. If I tell him now, I wonder if he will not be able to bear it in his heart. Hey you guys, this is an Asgard matter. We Asgard will judge Luo. However, before he finished speaking, several figures suddenly jumped down from the fighter jets in midair. This lineup can catch up with the third movie, Nema. Man, I'm sorry, but considering your attitude towards criminals, you have to come with us now. Sudan, Thor's proud first friend on Earth.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.